Chapter 147. Xia Lian wanted to protect Hua Cheng. He couldn't be distracted. And Pei Ming was in front of the weapon he was most familiar with. It wasn't a threat at all. At this moment, he suddenly heard Mingguang scold, "This ghost barbarian. Can you not hit me when I hit you? You hit my hand." Kuemo directly ignored him. Seeing that the two of them were slightly rubbing against each other, Xia Lian grabbed Pei Ming and said, "General Pei. Kuemo doesn't believe that you have no malice towards him. He must find you for an explanation. Quickly put your 5 fingers together. Cross your wrists above your head. Press them down from the top of your head and then separate them. This is the common gesture of their clan to ask for peace. In short, express your good intentions to him first. Let him stabilize." Pei Ming was baffled and said, "Ah." The enmity between them and Kuemo, this wasn't a small misunderstanding. How could a gesture be used to ask for peace? How could they let him stabilize? Xia Lian didn't explain. He grabbed him and said, "Come. Do this action with me first and make him stop." However, Pei Ming's hand was injured, so he grabbed it. The corner of his mouth twitched and he was about to do as he was told. However, Mingguang had already heard all of their words. He rushed in front of Kuemo, crossed his hands above his head and slashed down. He separated his hands and proudly said to the two people in the circle, "It's not that easy." Who knew that when Kuemo saw this action, his eyes widened and blue veins bulged on his iron-black skin. He opened his 5 fingers and his palm was like an iron palm leaf fan as he directly slapped Mingguang horizontally. The moment that slap flew out, Pei Ming and Mingguang didn't understand what happened. After a while, Pei Ming turned around and said to Xia Lian, "Your Highness, I thought that Mingguang was very cunning. I didn't expect you to be even more cunning than him. This Pei admires you." Xia Lian wiped his cold sweat and said, "Not at all, not at all. I'm ashamed, ashamed." Those words just now seemed to be said to Pei Ming, but in reality, they were said to Mingguang. After Mingguang heard it, in order to not let them have their way, he would definitely take the initiative to express goodwill to Kuemo. However, this action of Xia Lian's wasn't a request for peace, it was a provocation. Moreover, it was the most aggressive provocation in the language of the Half Moon Nation. It was roughly equivalent to the power of 4 consecutive attacks: chop off your head, sleep with your wife, kill your family, and dig up your ancestors' graves. It would be strange if Cui Mo didn't fly into a rage after seeing it. If it was another situation, Mingguang might still doubt the authenticity of Xia Lian's words. However, the current situation was urgent. Pei Ming's hand was about to be raised up, so he didn't have time to ponder. That was why he was fooled. After Mingguang was sent flying by Karmo's palm, he quickly reacted and wanted to remedy the situation. However, due to the language barrier, he instinctively shouted and it looked more like he was cursing Karmo. He also tried a few other gestures, such as bowing with his hands folded in front and giving a thumbs up. However, this was equivalent to a person suddenly begging for mercy after insulting you with the most vicious and vulgar words. It was too insincere, and he still received a few punches. In addition, Karmo also knew some superficial swear words from the Central Plains. As he fought and cursed, Mingguang also became a little annoyed. The more the two fought, the fiercer they became. Pei Ming simply wanted to cheer for them. Mingguang's eyes swept over to this side and he was very angry. Suddenly, he reached out and shook his hand at Karmo. He pointed at himself, then pointed at Xia Lian and Pei Ming in the circle. Facing the two of them, he once again made the action of separating his hands. Sure enough, Karmo stopped. He frowned and asked, "Are you doing this to me or to them?" Xia Lian thought this was bad, but he didn't dare to rashly open his mouth because he wasn't sure how to coax Karmo. Seeing that there was a turning point, Mingguang continued to work hard. When he turned to Pei Ming, he repeated the action with a fierce expression. When he turned to Karmo, he became calm again. Matching the expression in his eyes, he repeated the action repeatedly. Sure enough, Karmo understood what he meant. United against a common enemy. After reaching an agreement, Mingguang and Carmo once again approached the circle. Xia Lian's mind turned quickly. He took a deep breath and shouted in the half-moon language, "Little General Pei." Half-moon. As soon as he heard these two names, Carmo's footsteps stopped and he sternly said, "Are the two of them also nearby?" Xia Lian didn't answer him and only shouted, "Little General Pei." Half-moon. Carmo is right here. Don't come over, quickly escape. Don't ever come back. With him shouting like this, Carmo naturally thought that the two of them were really nearby and that Xia Lian was informing them to escape. He immediately angrily said, "It's not that easy." After shouting, he rushed out. Mingguang said, "Hey! Big guy! Why are you running? He must be lying to you. Come back." However, Carmo had already run far away. Mingguang was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Idiot." Xia Lian wiped off his cold sweat for the second time. In his heart, he sincerely sighed, learning one more language will bring endless benefits for a lifetime. Seeing that Mingguang was about to continue to beat her heart, he raised his hand and said, "Stop. If you come again, we won't be polite to you anymore." Mingguang said, "How can you be rude to me now?" Xia Lian said, Did you forget to bring something?" Mingguang said, "What thing?" Pei Ming wanted to say something but hesitated. He dragged something out from behind him and said, "You can even forget such a big thing?" What he was dragging were two human legs that were connected to a small part of his waist. When Mingguang saw this, his expression turned cold. He said, "Ah! My lower body." Just now, he had been using his palms to walk. He used his hands to support himself as he hopped around. Unknowingly, he got used to this method of movement. He actually completely forgot that he hadn't reattached his lower body. While he and Carmo were fighting fiercely, Pei Ming went out and dragged the lower body that was thrown on the ground nearby into the circle. She threatened, "You better not act rashly." It was just that this threat seemed very awkward. Because, if the hostage was a complete person, when she said this, Pei Ming could put her hand on the other party's neck or grab the top of the other party's head. This way, the scene would appear very intimidating. It wasn't just a joke. However, right now, they only had the lower body in their hands. Then, where should he put his hand so that it wouldn't appear awkward and at the same time could deter the other party? He couldn't think of anything, so Pei Ming could only step on his foot. Mingguang said, "Are you joking with me?" Xia Lian also felt that this wasn't serious at all. He tactfully said, "General Pei, stepping on his foot isn't very convincing. Can you let him feel that you've caught his vital point?" Pei Ming said, "Your Royal Highness, don't say it so lightly. If it wasn't for this Pei not wanting to do such a shameless act, do you think I want to step on his foot? Why don't you come and grab his vital point?" In short, the two of them didn't want to grab this vital point. Xia Lian said, "Forget it. Then why don't we do this?" After discussing for a moment, the two of them each grabbed one of Mingguang's legs. This way, there was a lot of deterrence, and it wasn't awkward anymore. Xia Lian said, "Please step back. Otherwise, I'm afraid your real body will have to be broken again." Mingguang sneered and said, "Ha! Do you really think that my lower body is useless?" As soon as his voice fell, Xia Lian felt a murderous aura quickly rising up from his palm. He immediately waved his hand and said, "General Pei, be careful." That originally dead lower body was unexpectedly caught off guard, and with a shwa shwa sound, two kicks flew out. Pei Ming also waved his hand in time, which was why he wasn't kicked by those two sharp wind blades. That pair of legs somersaulted in the air, landing on one knee. Then, it slowly stood up and stood in place. These few movements were unexpectedly very nimble, with quite a bit of posture. Xia Lian couldn't help but say, "Good." After praising it, he immediately changed his words, "Not good." What was good about it? He had painstakingly set up a protective circle just to prevent Mingguang from coming in. This was great. Although Mingguang's upper body was still outside, his lower body had already come in. Pei Ming also came to his senses and said, "We've fallen into a trap." This kind of monster whose real body was divided into two halves, some could only move the leading half, and some could move both halves. It was impossible to determine which category Mingguang belonged to, but his lower body had always been lifeless. It didn't move even after being stepped on, so Pei Ming thought it was the former. Thinking about it, he must have deliberately pretended not to move. Mingguang clapped his hands outside the circle and laughed, "Not bad. This is called luring a wolf into the house, catching a turtle in a jar." Right now, there were 3 people inside the circle. Hua Cheng was meditating with his eyes closed and was at a critical moment. Pei Ming's sword had long been broken by Mingguang, and Xia Lian's heart had become the door lock of the protective circle. Both of them were unarmed, so Xia Lian could only say, "Misfortune." The scimitar misfortune that fell to the ground like a broken piece immediately stood up and flew into Xia Lian's hands. Xia Lian held the hilt of the scimitar and swung it. Mingguang's lower body kicked out and received the blade. He took 2 steps back and almost fell out of the circle. His upper body was outside the circle, and his expression changed slightly. It seemed that he was a little afraid. He clapped his hands and his lower body returned to its original form. A nearly 3 feet long green blade hung in the air with a murderous aura. Xia Lian didn't use a blade often, but with misfortune in his hand, it was quite easy. Just as he was about to face it, Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, this Pei didn't deliberately cause trouble at this time, but you, Master Hua Cheng, seem to have some problems?" Xia Lian was shocked and looked back. Sure enough, Hua Cheng's eyebrows furrowed even more. The hands that were placed on his knees were also trembling slightly. As soon as he was distracted, that broken blade took the opportunity to stab him. At this moment, misfortune broke away from Xia Lian's control and met that broken sword in the air with a "dang" sound. Xia Lian said, "Misfortune, I'll have to trouble you to hold on for a while." He squatted in front of Hua Cheng and said, "How could this be? In the end, what's the problem?" Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, don't ask me. This Pei isn't as familiar with the Ghost King as you are." Xia Lian said to Hua Cheng, "San Lang. Can you hear me? Don't bear it anymore, come out." At this time, he heard Mingguang shout from outside the circle, "A small knife dares to stop me." While he was speaking, Mingguang's broken blade and misfortune had already clashed dozens of times in the air, sparks flying. If it was the usual scimitar misfortune, it would naturally have the upper hand. But now, in front of Mingguang's long blade, misfortune looked like a child fighting against an adult. Although it was fierce, because its limbs weren't long enough, it was inevitable that it would be restricted. There were a few times when the situation was very critical. Xia Lian took the time to look back and said, "Be careful." After he shouted, misfortune suddenly turned into a silver whirlwind and slashed at the broken blade. Outside the circle, Mingguang cried out, "Ah!" It seemed that this cut wasn't light. Xia Lian praised, "Good misfortune." Pei Ming suddenly said, "Wait, Your Highness, I feel that when you praised it, it seemed to have grown bigger." Xia Lian looked carefully and said, "Really?" Pei Ming said, "It seems so. Why don't you try again?" Anyway, it was just a compliment, so Xia Lian said, "Okay." Misfortune, listen carefully, you, handsome, cute, kind, witty, smart, gentle, strong, number 1 in the world. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. Pei Ming clapped her hands. Outside the circle, Mingguang's face was full of disbelief. Flustered and exasperated, he said, "There's this kind of evil technique? How come I've never heard of it? It wasn't fake at all." Every time Xia Lian praised him, misfortune's figure would grow a little. If he looked like a 10-year-old child before, then right now, he was probably a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. That broken blade seemed to be unable to cope with the slightly grown misfortune. It was struggling left and right, and the trajectory of misfortune's blade became even more erratic and strange. Seeing that victory and defeat was about to be decided, Mingguang, who was outside the circle, made a hand sign. When Pei Ming saw this, she immediately said, "Not good, He's transferred all the power from the upper half to the lower half. Sure enough, within the circle, the broken blade's body suddenly flourished with black energy. When Misfortune's blade struck it, it was bounced off by that thick layer of black energy and stabbed into the ground. Xia Lian hurriedly pulled it out and said, "Are you okay?" Pei Ming said, "I'm fine. Watch me." As she said this, she took Misfortune from his hands. Xia Lian was feeling strange when suddenly, his face froze. With a "pa" sound, Pei Ming had actually slapped Misfortune on his face. Moreover, the hilt of the blade happened to hit his mouth. Xia Lian took Misfortune down and rubbed the edge of his slightly numb lips. Puzzled, he asked, "General Pei, is there any meaning in doing this?" Pei Ming said, "Of course there's a meaning. Your Highness, please lower your head and look." Xia Lian lowered his head, speechless on the spot. Misfortune had actually become slender again. Mingguang couldn't help but curse from outside the circle, "Motherfucker, what kind of sorcery is this? Why don't you just use it all at once?" Xia Lian said, "To be honest, I also want to know what kind of logic this is." Misfortune, who was full of energy, leaped up and once again slashed at Mingguang's broken blade. One blade and one sword, they were locked in a fierce battle in the air. Xia Lian once again looked at Flower City, while Pei Ming looked at Mingguang, who was lying not too far away. Right now, all of Mingguang's power had been transferred to the lower half of his body, which was currently fighting against Misfortune. The threat of his upper half had been greatly reduced. Several people realized this. Pei Ming got up and was about to go out and get him when a burst of heavy footsteps rushed over. Unexpectedly, Misfortune had returned. He hatefully said, "You cunning Central Plains Taoist, you lied again. You can collect trash for the rest of your life. They're not even nearby." Xia Lian didn't expect to be able to trick Misfortune for long, but Misfortune had actually returned earlier than he had imagined. This critical juncture wasn't easy to handle. Mingguang was overjoyed. Pointing at Misfortune, he said, "Big guy, quick. Knock down this sword and break the array. The people inside won't be able to do anything." There was no need for him to remind him. Misfortune slashed his palm horizontally, and Misfortune's heart tilted by 2 inches. Another palm, and Misfortune's heart fell. The protective array had finally been broken. That broken blade no longer fought with Misfortune. It flew out of the circle and returned to Mingguang's body. It turned into 2 legs and formed a complete human figure. Mingguang jumped up and patted Misfortune. He pointed at Pei Ming, pointed at himself, then pointed at Xia Lian, and pointed at Misfortune. Misfortune understood that this was the meaning of dividing the prey. He nodded his head, and his pair of iron sandbag-like fists made cracking sounds as he walked towards Xia Lian, who was blocking in front of Hua Cheng. Mingguang moved his legs as he sneered, "Pei Ming, didn't you want to break my sword again? Why don't you try?" Pei Ming didn't say anything. Mingguang sneered, "The general broke the sword, the general broke the sword, hee. What a beautiful story. This kind of thing can actually become a beautiful story. It can be seen how blind the heavens are." Pei Ming said, "I've never treated it as a beautiful story." Mingguang said, "Nonsense. How many brothers and subordinates that have followed you for so many years have you killed? You know it in your heart." At the same time, Misfortune had also arrived in front of Xia Lian. Xia Lian held on to Misfortune, so he wasn't afraid of Misfortune. He was just worried that if he wasn't careful, Hua Cheng behind him would have an accident. Seeing that Xia Lian's gaze wasn't focused, Misfortune seemed to be deep in thought. He said, "Don't think of conspiracies. I won't be tricked again no matter what you say." Xia Lian said, "I didn't lie to you. Half Moon and Little General Pei were indeed in this area before. It's just that after I notified them, they all left." "Ah, Half Moon. Why are you here?" Misfortune angrily said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? This kind of stupid trick." Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out from above him, "Misfortune." This sentence was in Half Moon's language. Moreover, it was a very familiar voice. Misfortune immediately raised his head, and what greeted him was a purplish-red object. His expression immediately changed as he hugged his head and roared, "Scram!" The thing that fell was Half Moon Country's special poisonous snake, the scorpion-tail snake. And the person who threw it was naturally the state preceptor of Half Moon Country. Half Moon jumped down from the tree and landed beside Xia Lian. He said, "General Hua," Xia Lian said to Misfortune, "I told you a long time ago, it really is Half Moon." Misfortune didn't listen to what he was saying. He only roared at Half Moon, "You threw me. You threw a scorpion-tail snake at me. You clearly know that I hate scorpion-tail snakes the most, yet you still threw it at me." Half Moon squatted down and said, "I'm sorry, but I only know how to throw scorpion-tail snakes." Mingguang also saw that the situation had changed. He vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" A black figure suddenly fell down from the tree and blocked in front of him. He answered, "Former Mingguang Palace's deputy martial god official, Pei Su." Pei Ming was stunned as he asked, "Little Pei, why did you also come here?" Xia Lian then said, "Half Moon, aren't you following the Rain Master?" Chapter 148. Mingguang looked at Pei Su. "You are Little Pei?" Pei Su replied, "That's me." Mingguang glanced at Half Moon. "I heard that you lost your position as a divine official because of a little girl." "Huh, Pei Ming, didn't you always praise brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes? Why is your descendant not like you at all? He didn't even learn a tenth of your taste in women. This Half Moon imperial tutor is like a little quail. What is this? Could it be that you were cuckolded a few hundred years ago? You didn't give birth to your own child, right?" "Ha ha ha," Pei Su said, full of nonsense. As he spoke, he sent a palm over. Kuemo also jumped up from the ground and shouted, "We'll be irreconcilable with you." Mingguang shouted, "Hey! Big guy, let's go together." Kuemo turned around and saw Mingguang leaping up. He turned into a long blade and flew into his hand. Kuemo opened his iron fan-like palm holding the hilt tightly. His huge body immediately burst out a layer of black gas. The fierce corpse held the demon sword like a beast growing poisonous teeth. Pei Ming's misfortune attack just now gave Xia Lian some inspiration. Although he didn't know the exact reason, he felt that maybe the same method could help Hua Cheng. He originally wanted to secretly transfer his qi to Hua Cheng to see if there was any relief. Seeing that the situation was critical, he had to say, "Be careful." Pei Ming couldn't join the battle, so only Pei Su and Half Moon could fight together. Although one's movement technique was sharp and direct, the other was erratic and strange. However, movement techniques alone weren't enough. Pei Su had no mana and Half Moon had no brute force. Against Kuemo and Mingguang, who had both mana and brute force, it was slightly strenuous. After being scolded by Kuemo, Half Moon was embarrassed to throw scorpion tails at him again. However, Pei Su didn't have any burden and threw the snakes like rain, angering Kuemo to the point that he kept roaring. Luckily, Mingguang's sword chi protected him so that the snakes couldn't get close. However, even so, Xia Lian felt relieved after watching for a while. Because he could see that Kuemo and Mingguang's cooperation wasn't good. Kuemo was born in Half Moon Country and used a mace. He was used to using heavy and large weapons, but he was not so good with swords. Even if he was extremely strong, and the weapon in his hand was also incomparably sharp, they might not be able to bring out the strongest effect. He couldn't figure out the trick in such a short time. Therefore, Xia Lian hurriedly took the opportunity to put his palms together in front of Hua Cheng and said, "Excuse me." However, looking at the snow-white, bright, and handsome little face in front of him, Xia Lian felt that it was difficult for him to make a move. With great difficulty, he made up his mind and closed his eyes to welcome Hua Cheng. In his nervousness, he couldn't help but kiss the center of Hua Cheng's forehead. It was a very gentle touch, but his heart was crumbling. A voice from the side said, "Your Highness, you're mistaken. What's the use of a forehead?" Xia Lian was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He turned around and saw Pei Ming squatting beside him. He said with rare indignation, General Pei, can you stop looking? Pei Ming raised her hand and said, all right, all right, all right. I won't watch anymore. She turned her head to watch the fight. After watching for a while, he said to Kuemo, this sword isn't used like this. If you don't know how to use it, then don't use it. Kuemo naturally didn't understand, but Ming Guang in his hand said, I can't compare to you. You broke the sword with your own hands, and now you're still standing at the side like a piece of trash pointing at me. Just as he finished shouting, Pei Ming suddenly flew into the battle and landed in front of Kuemo. Kuemo swung his sword and only heard a crisp, kachong sound. This sword didn't hit anything. He looked down and couldn't help but be stunned. The Ming Guang's sword in his hand actually broke again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pei Su threw a large wave of scorpion-tail snakes over. It was like splashing a large vat of dye, splashing Kumo's entire body with a purplish-red color. He roared and tried his best to push those slippery snakes down his body. Pei Ming lowered his head and said to the sword, you are very clear about my moves. Naturally, I am also very clear about where you are most easily broken. Half Moon raised 2 jars and descended from the sky. Without any explanation, she pulled the stunned Ming Guang and angrily roaring Kuemo into the jars. At this point, Xia Lian finally let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he said, having more people makes things easier. Half Moon sealed the jars, hugged the 2 jars and shook them. Then, he put them next to his ear and listened. Xia Lian hurriedly said, Half Moon, stop playing. Quickly put them away. Be careful not to let them out. Half Moon nodded and squatted in front of Xia Lian. Looking at Hua Cheng, he said, General Hua, is this your son? Xia Lian smiled and said, unfortunately, he isn't. Very quickly, he couldn't smile anymore. Half Moon made an oh sound and said, just now, when I saw you kiss him, I thought it was him. Xia Lian didn't want to say anything more. He covered his forehead. However, Half Moon seemed to think that Hua Cheng was very cute. Pulling on one of his pigtails, he said with concern, he seems to be sick. Do you want to enter the jar to heal? Last time, after staying in General Hua's jar, I felt like I recovered very quickly. Pei Su finally walked over and said, no need. You don't need to worry about him. His Highness the Crown Prince will take good care of him. Half Moon said, oh. At this time, Pei Ming looked at her and said, you are the state preceptor Half Moon. He looked down at Half Moon. Half Moon was shrouded in his shadow. Half Moon crouched on the ground and nodded. Pei Su intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of her. However, Pei Ming pushed him away and walked in front of Half Moon. It seemed like she wanted to carefully examine her. Who knew that when he was 2 steps away from Half Moon's face suddenly changed. She quickly hid behind Xia Lian as if she couldn't avoid him. However, looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was afraid. Everyone felt strange. Xia Lian thought about it and understood. He tactfully said, General Pei, that ghost flavor candy ball. Pei Ming was startled. His face darkened. Thinking about it, the sweetness of the ghost flavor candy ball still hasn't dissipated. In any case, Half Moon was a female ghost. Even she couldn't stand that kind of inferior ghost energy and ran away. Xia Lian couldn't help but smile. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, why did the Rain Master come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Where is he now? Why aren't you with him? Pei Su replied, thousands of ghosts are restless. Large amounts of non-human beings are gathering towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain. When they passed by Rain Master Village, they captured a few farmers and brought them away as food. At that time, the Rain Master and the Protector's Mount weren't there. After finding out, they chased after them. We were originally together. However, we heard your highness shouting for us in Half Moon's language. Thus, we came to investigate first. At that time, Xia Lian was just calling for help. He didn't expect them to actually be nearby. It was a stroke of luck. Rain Master Village looked like a peaceful little village. It wasn't strange for ghosts to randomly capture people when they passed by. Pei Ming frowned. I couldn't find you in the human realm. How did you get to Rain Master's place? Don't tell me you chased after this half-moon state preceptor. Pei Su lowered his head slightly. No. It was Rain Master who saved me. It turned out that after Pei Su was exiled to the lower bound, he had been wandering around the human realm. Since he had nothing to do, he went to Qi Rong's nest a few times. This angered Qi Rong, and he found a bunch of unknown people to surround and kill him. If Pei Su had mana, these mobs wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he was immortal now. When he was surrounded by 100 ghosts, he was injured and fell into a predicament. Just as he was struggling to resist, Rain Master happened to pass by on a cow. He lent a helping hand. After asking about his identity and the whole story, Pei Su was taken in to recuperate in Rain Master village. Pei Ming seemed rather surprised. Rain Master didn't make things difficult for you? According to Shi Qingxian, Rain Master village and Mingguang Hall had a grudge in the past. A few hundred years ago, Rain Master kicked out Pei Ming's previous assistant god. It seemed that Pei Ming didn't think that Rain Master was a broad-minded celestial official. Pei Su replied, no. Rain Master didn't make things difficult for me. Instead, he helped me a lot. At this moment, a buzzing voice suddenly sounded. Rain Master? Is Rain Master from Rain Master country? Xia Lian casually replied, yes. After answering, he realized that the voice was actually Mingguang's. He was already locked in a jar, but he was still listening to the movements outside. After Xia Lian answered, he spat, Pei Ming. You slept with so many women, and you gave birth to such a useless descendant. You actually need the protection of Rain Master country to survive. You even helped them speak up. You are really getting worse with each generation. Ha! Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression became slightly uncomfortable. Xia Lian didn't understand what was funny and angry. He asked in a low voice, do you understand? Half Moon replied, not really. However, I heard Brother Pei Su say that before his general ascended, he was a general of Su Li country. Pei Ming was a general of Su Li country. Was there a problem? There was a huge problem. Because, according to what Xia Lian knew, Rain Master country was trampled by Su Li country's cavalry. Half Moon continued, Rain Master was the last king of Rain Master country. No wonder Pei Ming's expression always changed when he mentioned Rain Master. No wonder Rain Master was so impolite when he taught the vice-heavenly officer of Mingguang Hall a lesson. So, both sides had a long history of grievances. One must know that, to a heavenly officer, it was normal for countries in the mortal world to destroy each other. But when it was his turn, he couldn't let it go. If he was on the same level as the general who destroyed his own country, and this person was still loitering around the heavenly court, it was a bit annoying. Pei Su added a talisman and stuck it on the jar. Mingguang's voice stopped. He asked, why did the general come? Pei Ming replied, isn't it to get you back as soon as possible? Xia Lian thought of Hua Cheng's words. It seemed that this was the benefit Pei Ming exchanged with Jun Wu when he was sent to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Pei Ming patted Pei Su's shoulder and said, since you are here, perform well. If you do well this time, you might be able to return to the heavenly court in advance. Before Pei Su could answer, the talisman on the jar in his hand burned. It was actually Mingguang who was locked inside, burning the talisman with his anger. He said, Pei Ming. Do you still remember what you said in the beginning? Pei Su wanted to paste another talisman, but Pei Ming stopped him and said, I have said too many things in my life. Which one are you referring to? Mingguang said hatefully, when you killed your subordinates who had followed you for many years, do you still remember the reason you used? Some people can be killed, some people can't, some things can be done, some things can't. A tone of righteousness that seemed to have the common people in his heart. But now? Do you think others don't know what your little Pei did? It has long been spread. Aren't you still thinking of ways to clean up his mess and help him cover it up? Do those brothers who fought with you deserve to die? But when it is your turn, he doesn't deserve to die. You throw away your clothes after wearing them, and break your limbs after using them. Are you saying that your little Pei is a treasure, and we are grass? He roared a long string of words. After Pei Ming finished listening, he suddenly said, You're not Ming Guang, right? The jar was instantly silent. After a moment, Ming Guang said, What nonsense are you saying? Can't you see if I'm Ming Guang or not? I've already transformed. Pei Ming said with certainty, No. You're not Ming Guang. The voice in the jar said angrily, Then who else can I be? Pei Ming took the jar from Pei Su's hand and said with certainty, You're Rong Guang, right? As soon as he said this, the jar went completely silent. When Pei Su heard this name, his eyes slightly widened. Xia Lian said, Little General Pei, who is Rong Guang? Pei Su came back to his senses. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, Before General ascended, he was the deputy general who followed you for the longest time. He was also your most capable subordinate. Xia Lian also finally knew what the illusion of the general's broken sword was. In the past, when Pei Ming was a person, he was proud in love and also proud on the battlefield. He was an ever-victorious general who had never lost a battle for dozens of years. Of course, part of this was due to him being brave and good at fighting, but it was also due to the support of a deputy general. This deputy general's name was Rong Guang. Rong Guang was known for being treacherous, cunning, and full of schemes. Although the two of them had very different personalities, they knew each other early on and cooperated extremely well. One was in charge of the light, while the other was in charge of the dark. They had been superior and subordinate for many years, and their friendship was like iron. Pei Ming's sword, Ming Guang, was a combination of the two's names, Ming and Guang. Pei Ming knew how to fight. In this turbulent and chaotic era, being able to fight was much more important than being able to earn money. It was more important than being able to do anything. Naturally, he was promoted step by step. However, no matter how much he was promoted, the highest position he could reach was that of a general. At most, he could add countless honorific and lengthy titles in front of the two words general, but there would always be someone above his head. When he saw the king, he would have to lower his head and kowtow. Regarding this, he himself did not have any opinion. However, as he conquered one city after another, the glory on his armor became more and more dazzling. Rong Guang and his subordinates became restless. Pei Ming himself did not forget his roots due to his arrogance, but his subordinates became infinitely inflated in place of him. The most serious one was Rong Guang. Because he had closer communication with the officers and soldiers in the army, he was able to incite people's hearts. This caused many of his old subordinates to have the idea that General Pei's current position is far from what he should be. General Pei and we are being bullied, Suli country needs General Pei and us to save. They wholeheartedly planned to enter the Suli country's palace and make Pei Ming their king. They wanted to bring their old subordinates to a meteoric rise and stand at the peak of the most powerful country at that time. They even imagined the future of cavalry trampling over the four seas and unifying the world. Unfortunately, Pei Ming himself did not have the slightest interest in becoming a king. His life's joys were winning wars and sleeping with beautiful women, and these two things did not require him to be a king. Moreover, although the Suli country's king did not have any achievements, he did not make any mistakes. If it was him, he might not have been able to do better. Rashly rising would only bring harm and no benefit. Why cause trouble for no reason? Thus, Rong Guang excitedly hinted to him a few times, but Pei Ming dismissed it with little effort. After many times, Rong Guang was not persuaded in the slightest. Instead, he became more and more obsessed. Finally, one day, the group of martial artists made a decision. No matter what, they had to rise first and then talk later. Once the matter was done, they did not believe that Pei Ming would be able to shirk it. Hearing this, Xia Lian was speechless and thought to himself, this kind of matter, you can still force a duck onto a perch. Pei Su saw that he was deep in thought and said, Rong Guang might not really want to support General Pei as king, but he had to borrow General's name to rise. Because his prestige is not as high as generals, if he raised his own banner, he might not be able to convince the masses. Xia Lian thought about it and said, not necessarily. They raised the banner to support Pei Ming. Of course, Pei Ming could not pretend that he did not know about this. He immediately took his sword and a small number of trusted soldiers and rushed into the palace to fight. Chapter 149. Xia Lian said, General Pei won. Or did he lose? Pei Su said, he won. He also lost. All the troublemakers had died under Pei Ming's sword. Among them, many were his old subordinates who had been friends with him for more than 10 years. This sword, Mingguang, had always been used alongside these people. But now, it had become a weapon to kill these people. And when the battle ended, when victory and defeat was decided, the Suli country lord also logically used the name of capturing the traitor ordered people to surround Pei Ming, who was bathed in blood and almost unable to move. Although Pei Ming knew how to fight, if the battlefield wasn't a real battlefield he might not be able to win. He was clearly retreating from the enemy to save himself. But in the end, he was met with a kill without mercy. Pei Ming held the clay jar. It wasn't that he didn't hear what they were saying. He just didn't have the time to care. He said, I should have known this was your style. Thinking about it, it was Rongguang's resentment that was attached to the broken sword stained with the blood of millions, resonating with it. Only then could it survive until now. But the voice inside the jar still said coldly, your limbs have long died. I'm just a sword. Xia Lian knew that he probably wouldn't admit it now. There was no point in asking. He said, forget it. General Pei. Pei Ming nodded and returned the jar to Pei Su. With this, they had already subdued 2 troublesome ghosts. Ignoring everything else, it was a good start. Xia Lian said, General Pei and I will continue to walk into Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Half Moon, what about you guys? Are you going to find the Lord Rainmaster? However, Pei Su said, the Rainmaster has already chased after the demon that kidnapped the farmers. He has already gone inside. We are going the same way. We are willing to help General and the Crown Prince. Pei Ming came back to his senses and frowned slightly. Then let's hurry and move. The Lord Rainmaster isn't a martial god, but he walks faster than us. I'm afraid there will be danger on the road ahead. Xia Lian picked up Hua Cheng, and Half Moon picked up the 2 jars. The group hurried deeper into the forest. As they were still in the outer perimeter of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, they did not meet any powerful characters along the way. Most of them were just weeds, and they did not even have the interest to fight them. They simply skipped past them. Some ungrateful people came to challenge them, but they were scared away by the snakes that Half Moon and Pei Su released. After walking for a day, they finally left the forest and entered the 2nd level of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. At this point, the forest gradually thinned out and the road gradually widened. There were many traces of human habitation. Xia Lian even saw some dilapidated and blackened houses on the side of the road. In this isolated place, it was really too strange. He couldn't help but ask, why are there people living in these houses? Half Moon and Pei Su shook their heads. Pei Ming also said, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Ghost King in your arms. As soon as Xia Lian finished asking his question, he thought that if Hua Cheng was awake, he would definitely be able to answer his question. Xia Lian lowered his head to take a look. Although Hua Cheng's unusually high body temperature had gradually subsided, his eyes were still tightly shut. He couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Pei Ming reminded him, Your Highness, we're about to enter the next level. The things ahead will be even more powerful. Why don't we stop for a while and wait for Master Hua Cheng to wake up? At this moment, everyone was at a wide fork in the road. One road led to the east, and the other led to the west. Xia Lian muttered to himself, It's already late. Let's stay here for the night. After running around for a day, it was time for them to rest and focus on helping Hua Cheng. Half Moon said, Okay, Brother Pei Su also needs to rest. Only then did everyone remember that Pei Su was immortal right now. He needed to rest and eat, but he hadn't said a word. Xia Lian's body was shackled, so he was no exception. However, because he was worried about Hua Cheng, he completely forgot about these things. The group immediately set up camp at this fork in the road. Half Moon started a fire, and Pei Su went hunting. Seeing everyone busy with their own things, Xia Lian stared at Hua Cheng's face again. Not long after, his intuition made him suddenly turn his head. Sure enough, Pei Ming was looking at the two of them. The two looked at each other for a while. Pei Ming laughed dryly and said, "Okay. I'll leave." Xia Lian said, "No. Let's not." It wasn't like he wanted to do anything shameful, so why did he say it like he was a thief? At this time, Half Moon carried a jar of food and walked over, saying, "General Hua." Xia Lian and Pei Ming both turned their heads. Xia Lian asked, "What's wrong?" In the black jar was a frightened pheasant, and it was tied up. Half Moon showed the jar to them and said, "Brother Pei Su made it, so he told me to do it. However, I don't know how to cook." After Pei Su finished hunting, he went to the front to scout the road. However, Pei Ming didn't seem to be satisfied with Half Moon no matter how he looked at her. He confidently said, "You're a girl, fighting and killing all day. It's fine if you don't know how to dress up, but how come you don't even know how to cook?" Xia Lian and Half Moon were both speechless. Half Moon wasn't a pampered girl from an ordinary family. She simply couldn't understand Pei Ming's aesthetics. Towards his words, she was also very confused and baffled. However, Xia Lian had more or less figured it out. When it came to women, Pei Ming couldn't explain it in a few words. He said, "Half Moon, put it down. I'll teach you." Half Moon originally trusted him a lot, so naturally she happily agreed. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Xia Lian plucked at the pheasant's multicolored feathers. Pei Ming raised his blood-stained palm and sighed, "A general killing a pheasant, and the crown prince plucking its feathers. This is a famous scene." Xia Lian watched as he killed the pheasant with his bare hands. He said, "General Pei, can't you use a knife or a sword or something like that? It's a bit cleaner." Pei Ming said, "Is there?" As soon as he said that, the two of them couldn't help but look at the two jars on the ground. Inside the jar, Rongguang seemed to sense these two strange gazes. The body of the jar trembled and shouted, "Hurry up and scram. The further the better. Be careful that I smear poison on the blade and poison you to death." The two of them hurriedly walked away. After walking to a place where the jar couldn't hear them, Pei Ming shook his head and said to Xia Lian, "You still insist on saying no. He's always been like this. It would be strange if he wasn't." Xia Lian had also heard how Rongguang scolded him. He had long since developed a subtle sympathy for him. He said, "I understand you. I have a younger cousin who is a bit like General Rong. He's even better at scolding than him, but he doesn't know how to do things." In any case, Rongguang could help Pei Ming fight a battle. If Qi Rong helped Xia Lian fight a battle, before Xia Lian was killed by the enemy first, he would definitely be killed by Qi Rong. Pei Ming seemed to imagine what a Rongguang who only knew how to scold people but didn't know how to fight a battle would be like. He sincerely said, "That really is too scary." Xia Lian threw the pheasant back into the jar. He filled it with water and threw it over the fire to cook. From time to time, he would throw in some wild fruits and herbs to adjust the flavor. Bao Yu also learned from him. She did her best to stuff everything she could find that seemed edible into the jar. Pei Ming didn't seem to understand what they were doing. However, because he had never been in the kitchen before, he didn't see any problems. He helped add some firewood and said, "Your Highness, this Pei has always wanted to ask you a question. However, because we aren't familiar, it's not good to rashly ask." It was true that they weren't familiar. In the past, Xia Lian's impression of Pei Ming was that he was a pretty good fighter, but his heart wasn't in the right place. They had even opposed each other a few times. Now that they had interacted a few times, His impression of Pei Ming had unknowingly changed. They could be considered somewhat familiar. He said, "General Pei, please ask." Pei Ming said, "You've been demoted twice. You have 2 curses on your body. After your 3rd ascension, you can ask the Emperor to help you remove them." "However, why didn't you remove them?" Xia Lian stared blankly at Bao Yu. After racking his brains for a while, he suddenly saw the light and took out several long purplish-red scorpion snakes. He directly put them into the boiling soup jar. His expression was normal as he said, "Then, General Pei, I also have a question I want to ask you." Pei Ming said, "Please ask." Xia Lian said, "Why didn't you forge a new sword after you broke Mingguang to use as a talisman?" Pei Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "That really is an unpleasant question." Xia Lian's expression was exactly the same as his. He said, "Same to you." The 2 of them laughed. Suddenly, Pei Ming said, "I never thought that was a good story." Xia Lian said, "I understand." He was about to open his mouth when he heard a strange movement coming from behind him. His heart moved, he turned around and said, "San Lang." Sure enough, it was Hua Qing sitting up. Xia Lian was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly went over to support his shoulder and said, "San Lang. You're awake. You seem to have gotten bigger." Indeed, before, Hua Qing looked like he was only 10 years old. Now, he looked like he was 13 or 14 years old. Moreover, when he opened his mouth, his voice changed from a child's to a slightly raspy youth's voice. "Yes, thank you very much for helping me relieve my pain." Pei Ming said, "This is truly worthy of celebration." Xia Lian said, "There's nothing to thank me for, I." Only after he finished speaking did he notice the word relieve. His smile froze as he thought to himself, "It can't be what I think it is, right?" In the next moment, Hua Qing grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, listen to me. Right now, there's something rushing over from the east. You have to temporarily avoid it." Xia Lian was startled. The 2 of them looked towards the east. As if they could see through the boundless night, they saw a figure stealthily moving in the darkness. Although Xia Lian didn't feel anything, he still said, "Okay. We'll first avoid it." Pei Ming asked, "Avoid where?" This fork in the road only led to 2 roads. Xia Lian said, "West." Bao Yu grabbed the clay pot that was cooking over the fire. It looked like she was preparing to bring it along with her. She said, "Brother Pei Su still hasn't returned." Just as she finished speaking, they saw a black shadow rushing over from the west road. It was Pei Su, who had been scouting out the road. He said, "General, don't take this road. There's a large number of demons and ghosts heading this way." Hua Qing asked, "How large?" When Pei Su saw that he was the one asking the question, he froze for a moment before replying, "According to the tremors on the ground, at least 500. As a martial god, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't consider retreating this road. Pei Ming asked, "Are we going west or east?" Hua Qing decisively said, "West." Xia Lian also said, "West." He didn't know why, but even though there were many ghosts in the west and not a single ghost in the east, Xia Lian's intuition told him that the west was definitely safer than the east. Without saying anything more, the group hurriedly left. Originally, Xia Lian had already prepared to meet a wave of demons and slaughter them. Who knew that after running for 6 or 7 miles, he didn't hear the slightest movement? He couldn't help but feel strange and asked, "Little General Pei, where and when did you hear that 500 demons and ghosts were approaching?" Pei Su replied, "It was in the vicinity. At that time, they were 5 or 6 miles away from me. Their speed was extremely fast." Xia Lian said, "That's very strange. Their group ran west, while those 500 demons and ghosts ran east. Their speed was extremely fast, so they should have quickly bumped into them. Why was it that not only did they not see a single ghost, there wasn't even the slightest movement?" Pei Ming said, "Little Pei can't have heard wrongly. Did they go back the way they came?" Pei Su replied, I don't think that's possible. Because their speed was extremely fast, it sounded like they were. Hua Qing said, running for our lives. Suddenly, Xia Lian stopped in his tracks. Not only him, but everyone in the group also stopped. That was because in front of them was a field of corpses, blocking their path. Among these corpses, there were humans and beasts, all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. There were also souls that had been scattered, leaving only wisps of black smoke and willow, the wisps floating in the air. The scene was extremely mournful. Xia Lian squatted down to examine for a moment before saying, they really were running for their lives, but they didn't manage to escape. After Pei Su heard about them, he immediately retreated to inform Xia Lian and the others. Not long after he retreated, something chased after them and caught them all in one fell swoop. Hua Qing said, it was done by one person. Xia Lian nodded his head. If both sides had the advantage in numbers, it would have been impossible for them to kill so cleanly, and the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. In such a short period of time, to kill 500 demons and ghosts, this person was undoubtedly stronger than the Swift Blade Demon. It seemed like this was the main target they needed to pay attention to. Half Moon hugged the soup pot and said, Lord Rain couldn't have chosen this path, right? Pei Su said, don't worry, Lord Rain has a guardian mount. At this moment, Xia Lian heard a strange ka sound coming from the ground in front of them. Looking over, he saw a skull's upper and lower teeth were chattering. That ka sound was coming from this place. Seeing that someone had discovered it, it cried out in fear, spare me, I won't come back again. I want to go back, I want to go home. Xia Lian held it up with both hands and warmly said, don't be afraid, we're just passing by. Can you tell us, what happened? That skull's teeth chattered as it said, you're just passing by. Don't go any further, there's a very scary one in front. Including us, he's already killed over 1,000 ghosts, but he's still not satisfied. He's still unceasingly. Over 1,000 ghosts. It was actually more than what they had imagined. Xia Lian asked, who are you talking about? Do you know his name? Or his nickname? Or what does he look like? The skull replied, I don't know. I also couldn't see too clearly. He killed us in less than a few moves. I could only faintly see a man wearing black clothes. He was very young, and his face was very pale. Pei Ming said, it sounds a bit troublesome. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Master Hua Qing, are you sure we should go west and not east? When that skull heard this, it shrieked, we can't go east either. Absolutely not. Xia Lian asked, what about the east? Chapter 150. More than 2,000. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Xia Lian looked at Hua Qing. Looks like choosing the west was the right choice. The skull's teeth chattered. Sigh. It's the wrong choice, there's no other way. Indeed, for ordinary brats like them, choosing either side would be a disaster. East or west, we can crush them easily, and whichever way we go either way, they would be reduced to ashes and become nutrients for the enemy. After a few dry howls, the ghost fire in the skull's eyes slowly died out. Xia Lian placed it on the side of the road. San Lang, do you know what's in the east? Hua Qing replied, I can't be sure yet. But it's coming here. It's not recommended to fight it head-on. The one in the west is slightly easier to deal with. Xia Lian nodded. All right. Then let's continue west. Xia Lian nodded. All right. The group passed through the corpses on the ground. They hurried on. After walking for an entire night, they didn't see the man in black the skull mentioned. Xia Lian couldn't help but worry when he saw no trace of the Rainmaster. Along the way, there were more and more houses on both sides of the road. They could even recognize them. These were the houses of the poor. This was a theater for entertainment. This was a shop for buying and selling groceries. This was the courtyard of a rich family. The road under their feet was also a man-made road, and they could vaguely see the patterns of tiles on the ground. It was just like a rich town, but there was no one, and it was abnormally desolate and desolate. They saw an old well by the side of the road. They drew some water and found that the water was clear. They rested there for a while. Xiao Lian and Pei Su drank some water and washed their faces. When they looked up, they saw Half Moon walking over. Half Moon had been hugging the jar for a long time. "General Hua, brother Pei Su, let's eat something." Pei Su replied, "All right. You've worked hard." Xiao Lian also said, "Everyone has worked hard. Come and try it." Thus, everyone gathered around the jar. However, the moment Half Moon opened the jar, everyone's expression froze. Although smell was colorless and formless, when Half Moon opened the lid, it was as if some mysterious substance twisted the air around the mouth of the jar. Everyone stared at the scene in the jar for a long time. Boundless darkness was reflected in everyone's eyes, as if it could pull them into an abyss. No words could express the emotions contained in their eyes. After a while, Xiao Lian patted Half Moon's shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad. The first time is enough." Pei Ming looked at them in disbelief and said, "It's her first time, and it's also your first time, Your Highness. If I remember correctly, you made her do everything according to your instructions. You did more than her. I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong with what you guys were doing. Turns out it wasn't my imagination." Hua Qing said, "Is that so? Since it's made by Big Brother, I'll have to give it a try." Pei Ming and Pei Su looked at him in unison when they heard this. Their gazes were a mixture of admiration, shock, admiration, and various other emotions. Hua Qing asked, "Brother, what's this called?" Xiao Lian coughed lightly and said, "Flirting with Luan." Hua Qing sincerely said, "Good name." After he finished speaking, he reached his hand into the bottomless black jar. Pei Ming and Pei Su's eyes were filled with nervousness, as if they were worried that he was about to be swallowed by the jar. Hua Qing calmly took out a small piece of something that looked like a burnt corpse and calmly put it into his mouth. Pei Ming said, "How is it?" Hua Qing said, "It tastes just like its name." Pei Ming said to Pei Su, who had a complicated expression on his face, "I made it for you. It's up to you." Pei Su, he took the jar from Half Moon's hands and expressionlessly reached his hand into it. Xiao Lian used cold water to wipe his face and combed his hair. He turned around, no longer looking at them. As he looked around, he asked, "Why are there so many traces of human habitation in this isolated place? Could it be that people can still live in Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" He had asked this question yesterday, but no one could answer him at that time. Now there was. Hua Qing said, "Yes, but that was a long time ago. Bronze Cauldron Mountain has 7 cities and a huge area. It used to be an ancient country, and these houses are the ruins of that ancient country. The closer it is to the center, the more ruins there are, and the more prosperous it is." Xiao Lian did not doubt it and said, "I see." At this time, Pei Ming's voice came from behind, "Little Pei, what are you doing? A man's knees are made of gold, stand up." Xiao Lian did not turn back. "Do you know the name of this ancient country, Sanlang?" Hua Qing did not turn back either, "Wuyong country." Pei Ming scolded, "Your Highness. Your Highness, do you have an antidote or something? You can't just kill him and not bury him. And you, how did you cook for him? What's wrong with your snake, how can it still move after being cooked for so long? Did it become a spirit?" Half Moon seemed to be kowtowing in apology, sorry, it really did become a spirit. I don't know how long it takes to cook a spirit, sorry." Xiao Lian propped his chin on one hand and thought for a while, "I am ignorant and have never heard of this country. How ancient is it?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was unsure. Wuyong. At first, it was indeed unfamiliar. But when he thought about it carefully, he seemed to have heard of it from someone a long time ago. Hua Qing said, "I am not sure, but it is definitely older than Xian Le country. At least 2,000 years. Xia Lian looked around and said, "But these buildings do not look like they have been here for 1,000 years." Hua Qing said, "That is natural. Most of the time, Bronze Cauldron Mountain is not open to the public. It is as if it is sealed in a huge tomb, isolated from the outside world. Naturally, it is well preserved." Xia Lian lowered his head and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Pei Ming finally left Pei Su behind and came over. "Your Excellency Ghost King is indeed omniscient. However, this information of yours is too mysterious. Can I ask where it came from? This Pei has never heard of even the slightest bit of it circulating outside." Hua Cheng did not look at him. "Dare I ask General Pei, what kind of person would be able to gather such information in Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Pei Ming said, "In theory, as long as it is a ghost. But because the rules of Bronze Cauldron Mountain cause thousands of ghosts to kill each other, to gather such valuable information, one would have to stay here for a long time. Then, they must be very strong." Hua Qing said, "After gathering this information, what kind of person would be able to come out of Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Pei Ming said, "Then it must be a ghost king in a desperate situation like you." Hua Qing said, "So, I gathered this information myself. As long as I do not say it, it will not be circulated." He finally turned around and said with a slight tease, "Keeping a secret may be harder for the officials of the heavenly court than going through the heavenly tribulation, but not for me." This was true. If a heavenly court official knew of this level of information, in less than 2 hours, you would hear people discussing it excitedly in every spirit communication formation. Hua Cheng actually held back such important information for so many years and did not sell it to others, nor did he brag about it. He was very patient. Pei Ming said, "I understand. It seems that not only does Lord Hua Cheng know everything about the Crown Prince, but he also tells you everything he knows." Xia Lian suddenly said, "No." Everyone turned around and said, "What's wrong?" Xia Lian had been thinking hard. At this time, he finally clenched his right hand into a fist and hit his left palm lightly. He said, "I just said that I have never heard of the name Wuyong Kingdom. This is wrong. I have heard of this name." Hua Cheng's expression froze. "Where have you heard of it, brother?" Xia Lian turned around and said, "When I was young, I cultivated in the Xianlu Kingdom's imperial palace, the Huangji Temple. My teacher was the Xianlu Kingdom's imperial preceptor. When he first took me in as a disciple, he told me a story. In fact, it couldn't really be considered a story. It would be better to say that it instilled a lofty and glorious legendary image in Xia Lian's mind. Once upon a time, there was an ancient country with a crown prince. He was exceptionally talented and intelligent. He excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was an unparalleled and stunning character. He loved his people, and his people loved him. Even long after he died, the people did not forget him. The imperial preceptor said to Xia Lian in a kind and sincere tone, "Child, I hope you can become that kind of person." At that time, the young Xia Lian sat upright and still. Without hesitation, he said, "I don't want to become that kind of person. I want to become a god." Xia Lian said, "If the crown prince you spoke of was really unparalleled, why didn't he become a god?" Xia Lian continued, "If people really didn't forget him, why have I never heard anyone mention this crown prince?" Xia Lian swore that when he asked these questions, he didn't have the slightest intention of provocation or rebellion. He was genuinely curious and asked for advice. However, the imperial preceptor's expression after he heard it was still very interesting. Why could Xia Lian recite the Tao Te Ching backwards? Because on that night the imperial preceptor made him copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. He called it cultivating one's moral character. Xia Lian was very suspicious. If he wasn't the honorable crown prince, the imperial preceptor would have made him kneel on a nail board and copy. In short, from then on, every word of the Tao Te Ching was deeply imprinted in Xia Lian's mind. At the same time, he also left a little impression on this crown prince of the Wuyong country. Xia Lian usually loved to read, but he had never seen any records of the Wuyong country in ancient books. Thus, he felt that the imperial preceptor had most likely made it up to educate him, or that the imperial preceptor had played the card too many times. However, he felt that there was no need to expose him, and he also didn't want to copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. Thus, he didn't take it seriously and didn't take it to heart. Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, it sounds like this imperial preceptor of Xian Lu has quite a background and knows quite a bit. Can you ask what happened to him afterwards?" After hesitating for a moment, Xia Lian said, "I don't know. After Xian Lu country was destroyed, I never saw what happened to many people afterwards." At this moment, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. His expression turned cold as he said, "What is that?" Just as he was about to step down and break his bones, he looked down and let out a sigh of relief. "Little General Pei, why did you use such a method to make an appearance? So dangerous, so dangerous. I almost crippled your hand." That hand belonged to Pei Su. His entire body was lying on the ground, his face buried in the soil. His two hands grabbed Pei Ming and Xia Lian. The two squatted down and asked, "What do you want to say?" Half Moon hugged the jar and said, "I don't know. Just now, Brother Pei Su kept crawling on the ground, as if he found something very important." Pei Ming said, "Oh? He could find something like that?" As expected of little Pei. "So what did you find?" Pei Su released the hand that was grabbing him and pointed to the side. Xia Lian looked in the direction he was pointing and said, "This is..." Everyone gathered around and studied it for a while. "A cow's hoof print." Pei Su's face finally lifted up from the soil. In a hoarse voice, he said, "This is the mark left behind by Master Yu's guardian mount." Half Moon said, "Brother Pei Su, your sentence seems to be wrong." Pei Su said, "I'm fine. Master Yu, man. He was stuck at the command part and couldn't continue." Xia Lian said suspiciously, could it be that he was poisoned by a scorpion snake?" Half Moon said, "The venom of a scorpion snake is not like this." Chapter 151. Xia Lian asked, "Is that so? How do you know?" Just as Hua Cheng was about to speak at this moment, Pei Su, who was stuck, stretched out his trembling fingers and began to write on the ground. Out of inexplicable respect, everyone gathered around to look at him. They saw his crooked hand writing the words, "Battle Form." After he finished writing, it was as if he had used up the last of his strength. He clenched his fist and stopped moving. Hua Cheng raised his head and said, "That's it. The Rain Master's guardian mount is the black bull that the Rain Master country's Imperial Dojo's gate ring beast transformed into. Usually, it moves steadily without leaving any traces, but once it enters battle, it will change its form. So, this hoof print is different from the usual one, it's wider." Pei Ming said, "Your Excellency Ghost King's intelligence is astonishing." Hua Cheng pointed at the mark on the ground. He continued to say to Xia Lian, "Brother, look." Xia Lian moved his head over to look and, as expected, this hoof print appeared suddenly. It seems like they encountered the enemy very suddenly. Hua Cheng said, "N. Furthermore, this hoof print is very deep. It shows that the enemy isn't simple. That bull wrestled with the enemy here and was forced to sink more than 2 inches into the ground. The two of them simulated the battle scene at that time." Pei Ming was not to be outdone and said, "But in the end, the two sides still fought to a draw." Xia Lian said, "That's right. There were no traces of blood around, nor were there any drifting ghost energy. It seemed like they collided here and exchanged a few moves quickly and fiercely. Then, they realized that the other party was a hard bone to chew and thus gave up." Hua Cheng informed them that the east and west had changed directions. The group continued west, but their speed was slightly slower. Not long after, a tall and strange building appeared by the side of the road. From afar, it was more imposing than the other houses. Even though a few walls and some eaves had collapsed, it still made people look up to it. Xia Lian couldn't help but stop and ask, "What is this place?" Hua Cheng only glanced at it and said, "Wuyang Shrine." Pei Ming held onto Pei Su's arm and dragged him along, asking, "How did Master Hua Cheng know that this is a shrine?" Hua Qing said, because it's written here. Hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that there was indeed a row of incomparably large words carved on the stone beam in front of the building's entrance. Although there were still some strange scratches left on it due to the passage of time, they were still quite clear. However, after a moment of silence, Xia Lian said, "It's indeed written, but he couldn't understand these words at all." Who would have thought that even this wasn't a problem for Hua Qing? He turned to Xia Lian and said, "The general idea of this line of text is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has descended upon the world with light, eternally illuminating the land of Wuyong. It was just nonsense to sing praises. Brother, look at the last few characters. Don't two of them look like Wu and Yong?" Xia Lian was slightly moved when he heard His Highness the Crown Prince. He took a closer look. Sure enough, although this line of words looked like a child's drawing, with circles and curves mixed with many strange symbols, the shape and strokes of the two words, Wuyong, were quite similar to the characters he was familiar with. It seemed to be some kind of variation. Pei Ming said, "City Lord Hua is actually able to decipher this ancient language that has been lost for thousands of years. I am truly impressed." Hua Qing raised an eyebrow and faked a smile. "I stayed in Bronze Cauldron Mountain for 10 years. I can do a lot of things in a month. If I can't even decipher a single language after 10 years, then what's the point of staying in this world, right?" Even the top 10 literary gods in the heavenly court wouldn't dare to say such words. As a martial god, what could Pei Ming do? He could only fake a smile. Perhaps. Xia Lian sighed softly. "Fortunately, San Lang is here." Hua Qing said, "I can only roughly decipher some of the shallow Wuyong language. If I encounter something difficult to decipher, I can only ask brother to help me analyze it." Xia Lian blushed with shame. I'm definitely not as good as San Lang. However, is the god that the Wuyong kingdom worships also their highness the crown prince?" Hua Qing crossed his arms. "I think so." Xia Lian frowned in thought. Since my master knows about the Wuyong kingdom's crown prince, he should also know that he has ascended. But why did he tell me that the crown prince is dead? Hua Qing said, "There are 3 possibilities. First, he really doesn't know. Second, he's lying. Third, he's not lying. The Wuyong kingdom's crown prince is dead, but not in the normal sense of dead." Pei Ming said, "If the emperor is here, maybe we can ask him if he knows about this country, and if he knows about this person." However, Hua Qing said, "That's not necessarily true. The Wuyong kingdom disappeared more than 2,000 years ago. Compared to it, Jun Wu is just a young kid. It's all skipped generations. Jun Wu ascended about 1,500 years ago. He was a famous general in chaotic times. Later on, he proclaimed himself king. After ruling for a few years, he successfully ascended to become an immortal. As the strongest martial god who had been in charge for 1,000 years, his background had long been known to the public. And the skipped generations that Hua Qing mentioned referred to the generation of the heaven realm. Today, Jun Wu was the leader of the heavenly court, which was formed by 100 heavenly officials. But earlier than this generation, there was another generation. Just like the change of dynasties in the mortal world, the heaven realm would also change of dynasties. Although it took a very long time, there was no difference in essence. New believers would replace the old believers, and new gods would replace the old gods. Sometimes, the decline of a god was not because he did something wrong and was demoted, or because a stronger heavenly official appeared. It was simply because people's lives and thoughts had gradually changed, and they no longer needed him. For example, a heavenly official who rode horses would definitely be doing well. Because people couldn't live without horses and carriages, who didn't want their horses to be strong and safe. Therefore, his incense would not be cut short. But if one day, mortals discovered something new that ran faster than horses, and this new thing became the first choice of people when they went out, the incense of the heavenly officials who rode horses would definitely become less and less popular. These heavenly officials who flashed past like shooting stars were the majority. This kind of decline was the cruelest, because the process was almost impossible to reverse. Unless that god official jumped down from the sky and turned himself back into a mortal, changing his path to cultivate once again as a brand new god, he would ascend once more. Otherwise, he was destined to watch himself slowly decline until he disappeared. But, not everyone had such courage and luck. The previous generation of immortals and gods declined like this. Some said that it was because they caused a big mess, and because of a chaotic battle, they all fell. It was not important whether it was true or not. Because, a few hundred years later, Junwu appeared out of nowhere and opened a new era of the heaven realm. Moreover, after him, a large number of new heavenly officials rose in an endless stream to fill the gaps of the believers, and gradually formed the stable heavenly court today. In other words, unless there was a heavenly official who was more experienced than Junwu by 1500 years, it was unlikely that he would know how the Wuyong ancient country and the god they worshipped were quietly erased from existence. The group of people walked over the collapsed wall and entered the pitch-black main hall. After walking a few steps, Xie Lian felt that something was wrong. He originally thought that the main hall was dark because it didn't see light all year round, so the windows weren't open. Who knew that after looking around, the more he looked, the stranger he felt. He walked to the side of the wall and gently swiped his finger across it. He couldn't help but say, "This is," Hua Qing said, "black." It wasn't that the light was dim, but that the walls of this huge temple were actually completely black. Hua Qing said, "From what I saw, almost all the temples in Bronze Cauldron Mountain are like this." This scene was very frightening. What kind of temple would have walls that were painted as black as hell? Just looking at it was enough to make one panic. How could one devoutly worship the gods here? Pei Ming said, "All of them are like this. Have they been left here for too long and decayed?" Xie Lian said, "We just passed by other houses, but they weren't as dark as this. Logically speaking, these houses should all be the same age." As he spoke, he continued to gently touch the walls of the temple. Not only was the wall frighteningly black, but it was also uneven. It was like a woman's disfigured face, covered in terrifying scars and extremely hard. Xie Lian's heart skipped a beat. This temple has been burned before. Pei Ming asked, "Why do you think so?" Xie Lian turned around. The walls of this temple should have been filled with murals. They used a special paint, a very thick layer. After the fire burned, it would turn black, and part of it would melt and change shape. After it solidified, it would have this uneven, hard texture. Pei Ming said, "Your Highness really knows a lot. I'm also impressed." Xie Lian rubbed his brows and coughed. "This isn't something to be impressed about. It's just that many of the crown prince's palaces had been burned in the past, and this was the effect." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Xie Lian thought of something else. "There's also the stone beam outside. There are many scratches on the words of praise carved on the beam. It doesn't look like normal wear and tear. Someone must have used a knife to scratch it." Pei Ming frowned. "Why did they do that?" Hua Qing said coldly, "Because they don't acknowledge the words." Xie Lian said, "Yes. It's the same as smashing the plaque." Half Moon was startled. So, this temple was set on fire by the citizens of Wuyong. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian was about to speak when Pei Ming said, "What do you mean?" Xie Lian turned around. He saw Pei Ming raise her left hand, biting a scorpion snake. She was still using her tail to poke him. Half Moon wanted to kneel again. "I'm sorry, my body is covered in snakes." Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled her back. "Half Moon, don't get into the habit of kneeling and apologizing. General Pei, how did you get bitten by her snake?" Pei Ming raised her hand. Her face darkened. "How would I know? I put my hand on her shoulder and that's it." Xie Lian patiently asked, "Then why did you put your hand on her shoulder?" Pei Ming seemed to have only just noticed this question. After a moment, she said, "It's a habit. In this kind of dark and gloomy place, Isn't it common sense to put one's arm on a woman's shoulder and comfort them not to be afraid? Half Moon said, I'm sorry, I'm not afraid. Xia Lian understood. This was a tragedy caused by Pei Ming's unconsciously itching hands. Pei Ming pulled off the scorpion snake with great difficulty. Her left hand was already swollen. He said, hurry and give me the antidote. Half Moon said, I'm sorry, I've used up all the good moon grass on me. Xia Lian said, it's fine. General Pei, you're a heavenly priest. The swelling will subside in a moment. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to study the wall. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a black wall, and his eyes froze. Chapter 152. It was indeed so. He didn't know if it was because it hadn't been completely burned or if the paint on top had melted and flowed down to cover the image below, saving it from disaster. Under Xia Lian's fingertips, he could vaguely see a small half of a human face. He began to carefully peel off the black hard objects. Pei Ming held his swollen left hand and said, Your Highness is so interested in murals? Xia Lian said, It's not that I'm interested, but I have a bold idea. Pei Ming said, Tell me about it. Xia Lian said, It's rare for us to come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Other than stopping the potential Ghost King, can we also trace it back to its source? For example, who was the one who created it, and what power was used to support it? Maybe it can be broken in one go and we won't have to worry about the Ghost King appearing again. Pei Ming said, Your idea is really bold. However, even Lord Huacheng couldn't find out. I'm afraid we'll waste even more time. Right now, I don't recommend doing this. Huacheng said, I didn't find out because my aptitude is stupid and my ability is limited. And at that time, I was busy killing. If brother was in charge, then it might not be the case. Xia Lian said, No. I'm the one with limited ability. San Lang's ability is much greater than mine. As if unable to listen anymore, Pei Ming threw Pei Su to Half Moon. She turned around and walked out. I'd better go out and get some fresh air. On the other side, Xia Lian actually didn't have much difficulty wiping off a few pieces of hard black objects. He was stunned and said, this seemingly burnt black object could actually be peeled off in large pieces. In a few words, he had already peeled off a large piece, revealing a human face the size of a baby's fist. Although the lines were extremely simple, the expression on the face was lifelike, as if it was chasing something. Even the fanaticism in its eyes was drawn out. That layer of hard black object seemed to form a protective film, causing the color of the mural to be very bright, as if it had just been completed. Xia Lian turned around and said, San Lang, let's go together. Huacheng didn't move, but in the darkness, a silver light flickered. Not long after, several hundred silver butterflies appeared soundlessly and stopped on the pitch-black wall. As they flapped their wings in unison, Xia Lian heard a slight cracking sound, as if the mask on his face had been peeled off. Countless small cracks appeared on the black wall. Then, collapse. The hard black objects that were originally attached to the wall fell off, revealing the true appearance behind them. It was a huge colorful mural. Xia Lian looked up at the wall and felt his scalp go numb. The entire image was divided into 4 distinct layers. The topmost layer glittered with golden light and was surrounded by clouds. There was no one there. On the second floor, there was only one person drawn. It was a handsome young man in white. His entire body was painted with a brilliant golden light, the same color as the light on the top layer. On the third floor, there were 4 figures. Everyone's face, clothing, expression, and movements were different. They were half the size of the white-clothed youth on the second floor. The 4th floor, which was also the lowest floor, was filled with countless people. It was half the size of the 4 people on the 3rd floor, and it was a dense mass of people. Everyone's face was exactly the same, and their expressions were also the same. They were all filled with fanaticism, worship, and confusion. The first face that Xia Lian peeled off was the face on the lowest floor. The lines of the entire image were beautiful and familiar. Xia Lian was stunned for a while before he said, San Lang, have you seen this thing before? Hua Qing said slowly, I've walked through most of Bronze Cauldron Mountain and almost every Wuyong temple. I can be sure that I've never seen this thing before. Xia Lian came back to his senses and said, this mural is probably not something from 2,000 years ago. Hua Qing said, definitely not. Looking at the color and the degree of preservation, it's at most 100 years old. Maybe it's newer. In other words, this mural was painted later. Xia Lian pointed to the topmost layer and said, that layer should be the sky in the painting. Because the heavenly Tao is above all living beings. He then pointed to the second layer and said, this layer should be Prince Wuyong. Since this temple worships Prince Wuyong, then the main character in the mural is naturally him. That's why he's the largest figure in the painting. The light on his body is the same color as the light from the sky. Moreover, he's second only to the heavenly Tao. He then pointed to the fourth layer and said, the figure at the bottom is the smallest. Their faces are identical, so they should be the Wuyong people. Finally, he pointed to the third layer and said, but who are these four people? Whether it's position or size, they're above the people and below the crown prince. This means that their status should be the same. Are they ministers? Guards? Or? Hua Qing walked a few steps closer and said, brother, look, there's a layer of spiritual light on their bodies. Sure enough, there was. However, because Prince Wuyong's light was too strong, in comparison, the spiritual light on their bodies was almost hidden. Xia Lian understood and said, it's the heavenly officials that the crown prince appointed after he ascended. That meant they were characters equivalent to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Xia Lian walked around the temple and confirmed that only the wall facing the main hall door had hidden mysteries. The other three walls were burnt to the point where they couldn't be more scorched. Who left this mural? Who was it for? What kind of message was it trying to convey? Xia Lian couldn't see much from just one mural. After a moment of silence, he said to Hua Qing, let's pay attention to the other Wuyong temples on the way. I have a premonition that this kind of mural might not be the only one. Hua Qing nodded and said, that's what I was thinking. The two of them carried Pei Su's half-moon out of the temple. Only then did Xia Lian think of someone and asked, where's General Pei? Pei Ming said he wanted to get some fresh air and went out first. They searched the temple for a long time but didn't see him return. Xia Lian called out a few times but didn't get a reply. He said, don't tell me he disappeared at this time. The four of them searched around this desolate little town. They couldn't use spiritual communication techniques in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so they found nothing. Just when Xia Lian felt that this mountain was impossible to break through, Hua Qing said, brother, don't be anxious. I have a way. He stretched out a hand and an extremely small silver butterfly lightly flapped its wings in his palm. It flew around Xia Lian a few times. Although Xia Lian thought it was cute, he didn't know what to do with it. He said, this is, at this moment, he suddenly heard a panting sound. Immediately, a man's voice came from the silver butterfly. He said, I really didn't expect to see you here. Pei Ming. Xia Lian looked towards Hua Qing. Hua Qing laughed and said, yesterday, I placed a silver butterfly on everyone's body. Pei Su forced himself to raise his head and said, then, you can use the silver butterfly to monitor the other party's every move, and the other party won't be able to detect it, right? As expected of Blood Rain, third flower. Hua Qing said, don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Xia Lian held the small silver butterfly in his palm and said to it, General Pei? Where are you? Who's opposite you? Hua Qing said, sorry brother, I can only listen and not speak. Xia Lian thought for a moment and said, that's true. If the listener's voice could also be transmitted, wouldn't it be easy for them to detect? Then, another cold young man said tiredly, Old Pei, a word of advice. Don't talk nonsense right now. Be careful that I don't slap you to death. Hearing this voice, Xia Lian slightly opened his eyes. It was Ling Wen's male appearance. He said, "So that's how it is." That black-clothed man who killed everyone along the way was Ling Wen in male appearance. Pei Su said, "Yes, did Senior Ling Wen take General Pei away?" Xia Lian said, "I don't know, I'm still listening." On the other side, Pei Ming said, "Jia Qing, why are you so angry?" Ling Wen said, "Shut up. I told you to stop talking. It's not me who's angry, it's someone else. Let me say this first, I can't control my body right now. If I accidentally cripple you, don't blame me." Pei Ming said, "We're all like this right now, unable to move. Who's trying to scare who?" Xia Lian raised his head and said, "It wasn't Ling Wen who took General Pei away. Right now, they're all trapped somewhere and under someone's control." Then he thought for a moment and said, "Even the embroidered clothed immortal can be suppressed." Pei Ming then said, "What are you wearing right now?" He didn't say what it was, but everyone understood what he was referring to. The embroidered clothed immortal. Ling Wen said, "Yes. He really doesn't like you. You better be careful with what you say." Pei Ming said, "How do you know what he's thinking? I really give it to you. How dare you go to the Divine Martial Palace to steal things and ruin your golden rice bowl? Now, you even came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Did he tell you to come?" Ling Wen said, "He didn't tell me to come. I came on my own." "Old Pei, don't ask. He's going to be angry. I can feel it." Pei Ming shut up. After a while, Ling Wen let out a light breath. It seemed that the embroidered clothed immortal had finally calmed down. Thus, Ling Wen said, "Old Pei, what happened to you? Why did you come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Was your left hand stung by 1,000,000 wasps or something? You're injured like this." Pei Ming's voice was also extremely sullen. He said, "It's hard to explain in a few words. It's all little Pei's fault. I shouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Who knew I would meet my nemesis the moment I arrived? If I wasn't injured like this, would I have been dragged to this damned place? I didn't even see who it was." Xia Lian thought to himself, "Hurry up and tell me where this damned place is. A cave or a house? At least I know where to look." However, it wasn't like there were no clues. One couldn't use 1,000-mile shrink in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Thus, Pei Ming couldn't have gone far. He could tell that their conversation was a bit ethereal, with faint echoes. They were definitely in a spacious space. Moreover, Xia Lian could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. He hadn't seen any rivers or lakes after walking for a long time. There weren't any buildings more spacious than the Wuyong Shrine. Thus, there was only one possibility where they were right now. Underground. However, this town wasn't small. Which part of it was underground? Pei Ming said, "What about you? I heard that you killed more than 1,000 demons and ghosts on the way and scared them to death. It's really a cause for celebration. You can't be the #1 Wen Shen, so you should change professions and become a martial god. What kind of thing could tie you up here?" Ling Wen smiled bitterly. "I don't know either. I accidentally fought with the Rain Master. After the fight, I was dazed. Someone hiding behind me probably took the opportunity to ambush me. No need to ask, he'll come out eventually. Just remember not to expose your identity." Chapter 153. This was a man's voice. It was very unfamiliar. Even though Xia Lian knew that the other side couldn't hear it, he still couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "Someone is coming. I don't know if they will harm General Pei. We have to quickly find out where they are now." The two people on the other side seemed to be intimidated by the person who came. After a while, Pei Ming said, "May I ask who you are? Since we've come to this point, why don't you show your true face?" The voice said, "Then I'll have to ask you." Ling Wen said, "He must have a grudge against you. He's most likely a female ghost. He's been harmed by you again." Pei Ming said, "You're the one who's lying through your teeth." This. Which part of this thing looked like a female ghost from head to toe? Besides, he didn't just capture me. Maybe he has a grudge against you. Ling Wen said, "Forget it, let's not push the blame to each other at this time. Let's get through this together. It's also possible that he has a grudge against both of us at the same time. Do you remember any such people?" Pei Ming said, "I can't remember. There are too many." The man seemed to have walked closer. His voice was a little louder, but strangely, he didn't hear the sound of footsteps. Instead, he heard a strange dong-dong sound. He said, "Can you guys have some face and stop flirting in front of me?" It seemed that the wording and tone of this sentence had exposed something. After a moment of silence, Ling Wen said, "You are Jingwen Jinjuan." The voice didn't answer. Pei Ming also seemed to be stunned. She said, "Jingwen Jinjuan? That's not right, would Jingwen Jinjuan speak so uncultured?" Ling Wen snorted and said, "He's always been like this. In front of others, he has a tone. In front of me, he has a different tone. Of course you don't think so." On this side, Xia Lian frowned slightly and said, "Jingwen Jinjuan?" This title, he seemed to have some impression of it, but he couldn't be sure. It sounded like a Wen Shen, but among the Wen Shen, there were too many who had the words Wen, Jing, and Jing in their titles. At this time, Pei Su said in a low voice, "Jingwen Jinjuan, it's Ling Ling Wen Jinjuan," pointed it up. The first generation, the Wen Shen. When he said that, Xia Lian finally remembered. When he ascended for the first time, Ling Wen had only been a minor civil official of the Heavenly Court. At the time, the number one rune god of the Heavenly Court was not her, but another rune god. And that Wen Shen seemed to be perfected Lord Jingwen. However, Jing Wen Shen had long since declined, and one could not find a Jingwen hall within 800 miles. Xia Lian couldn't help but say, "So everyone here is acquainted. Then why couldn't they just talk nicely? Why must you use weapons and tie me up?" However, Hua Qing said, "It's precisely because he's an acquaintance that we had to use knives and guns to tie him up." As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Wen spoke again. It seemed that because his identity had been exposed, he had to put on airs. He changed his expression and his words were much more refined than before. However, there was a needle hidden in cotton wool as he said, "Nangong, aren't you very proud of being the number one rune god of the Heavenly Court? Why did you ruin your golden rice bowl and come here?" Pei Ming said, "See that? He has a grudge against you. This time, it's all because of you." However, Jingwen said, "General Pei, don't think that you can escape just because I'm going to settle the score with Nangong. This slut bullied my Jingwen hall's incense offerings and secretly sent people to smash my temple to add firewood to the fire. Do you think I don't know who lent her those martial god officials?" Jingwen continued, "Nangong, don't laugh. To think that I had chosen you as a general out of appreciation for talent, and this is how you repay me. You really are ungrateful and disloyal. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. I've waited for this day for far too long." Xia Lian covered his forehead and thought, the three malignant tumors are indeed malignant tumors. What they do is more and more unkind than the last. Unexpectedly, Ling Wen said indifferently, "Perfected Lord Jingwen, there's no one else here. You've already scolded me just now, so why are you putting on an act now? Did you really choose me as a general because you cherish talent? Why did you choose me, and how did you treat me after choosing me? Others might not know, but don't you know it in your heart?" The more Xia Lian listened, the more curious he became. What's going on with perfected Lord Jingwen and Ling Wen? Little General Pei, do you know about the inner workings? Pei Su also listened seriously and said to him, "Apologize. At that time, I had yet to ascend, so I didn't know much." Xia Lian thought that his apology probably wouldn't be good. At the side, Hua Qing said, "Gij, there's no need to ask others, just ask me." Xia Lian asked curiously, "San Lang, you also know about this kind of old anecdote from the Heavenly Court?" It turned out that it wasn't his misconception. Hua Qing really did have a hand in dealing with the black and white histories of the heavenly court's heavenly officials. He nodded and told Xia Lian as expected. It turned out that Jing Wen and Ling Wen were both literary gods from Su Li country. Jing Wen was several hundred years older than Ling Wen and had a deep foundation in Su Li country. Originally, these two didn't have much interaction. But one year, Su Li country worshipped the literary gods. During the worshipping process, there was a small competition. A young scholar used Su Li country as the topic. There was no limit to the topic. He wrote an essay without signing his name and posted it in the country's largest literary temple. At that time, it was called Jingwen Palace. The best piece would be chosen as the champion, and that person would be rewarded. At that time, it just so happened that Jingwen Jinjuan descended to the mortal world to play. On a whim, he transformed into a scholar and participated in this competition. He wrote a magnificent essay that praised the prestige of Su Li country. He was confident that he would be able to stand out among the many essays. Imagine, if the results were revealed after the competition and the essay won first place, then the truth was revealed. Wouldn't Jingwen Jinjuan's own avatar be passed down to future generations? If things developed this way, then it would have been a very harmonious and happy ending. Who knew that a very awkward accident would occur? After the worshipping ceremony ended, the champion was revealed. The winner wasn't Jingwen's Su Li Fu, but a treatise called Needlessly. Although this turn of events was awkward, it was still quite interesting to bystanders. Xia Lian asked, "Has San Lang seen Needlessly?" Hua Qing said, "I found it. If Big Brother wants to read it, I'll give you a rough idea another day." Xia Lian hurriedly said, "That won't be necessary." However, to be able to defeat Jingwen Jinjuan, who had already ascended at that time, it must have been written very well. Hua Qing evaluated, "It's written well, but it's not very godly. It's just that at that time, the situation in Su Li country wasn't good and there were a lot of resentment among the citizens. Seeing this kind of essay, it just so happened to suit their tastes. In addition, the Su Li Fu was a disaster and people were already tired of reading it. Comparing the two, Needlessly naturally won." Xia Lian slightly nodded his head and said, "There's no first place in literature. This matter isn't that big of a deal, not to mention that the essay didn't even write the same thing." Hua Qing said, "That's right. In the beginning, Jingwen also thought the same. The citizens of Su Li country searched everywhere for the author of Needlessly, but of course, no one claimed it. Who would dare to claim this kind of thing? If someone was greedy and faked it, it would be very easy for them to be exposed." Not long after, because it was noticed by the officers and soldiers, the worshipping ceremony removed the champion essay. Regarding this competition, although Jingwen Jinjuan wasn't very happy and scoffed at it, after a few months, he also forgot about it. The bad thing was that after a few months, an astonishing piece of news spread among the literary gods of the heavenly court that the person who had won the first place with Needlessly in the Su Li country's literary god ceremony had finally been found. Now, he had already been arrested and locked up in prison. And this person was actually a young woman who sold shoes on the side of the street. How could this be? Xia Lian said. Sell shoes." Hua Qing said, "Yes. Nangong Jia used to do this in the human world." No wonder he had heard people privately call Lingwen Palace Hall, Broken Shoes Palace Hall, more than once or twice. However, Xia Lian didn't think he should get to the bottom of this kind of thing, so he never knew where it came from. Originally, no one would have associated Needless Lily with a shoe-selling girl. However, that young woman would occasionally help people copy letters and write love poems for them to earn some writing fees. One day, a customer found that her handwriting was very similar to the one on the top of the list and reported it to the authorities. That was how she was caught. After learning of this matter, Jingwen Jinjuan waved his brush and immediately selected this young woman called Nangong Jia. It must be known that at that time, there were very few female priests. It wasn't that there weren't any, but most of them were in charge of flowers and plants, embroidery, singing and dancing, and so on. Even if they were to select a general, no one was willing to select a woman to be a low-level priest. Female literary gods were even rarer. The women in the Divine Hall of Literature were all beautiful young women. Moreover, they weren't in charge of writing. Most of them were soft jade and warm fragrant. They couldn't be considered as priests, and at most, could only be regarded as playthings. Jingwen Jinjuan's actions won a good reputation among the literary gods for cherishing talent. Everyone said that this young woman's luck was really too good. She met a noble person like Jingwen Jinjuan, who had a discerning eye and recognized talent. Not only did she escape the calamity of prison, but she also climbed up a branch and became a phoenix. However, at this moment, the protagonists of this story were aggressively confronting each other. On the other side, Jingwen said, "I value you greatly, but when it comes to your mouth, it instead becomes that you have bad intentions." Lingwen had always treated people politely, neither servile nor overbearing. At this time, she said mockingly, "Forget it. You also don't go around all day telling others how much you value me. If you really thought highly of me, you wouldn't have asked me to serve tea and water to everyone in your hall every day for dozens of years. You wouldn't have asked me to walk hundreds of miles to pick up a manuscript of a poem, and you wouldn't have asked me to give gifts to other heavenly officials during festivals." Xia Lian thought about it. It seemed to be true. When he first ascended, every time he saw Lingwen, she was always doing odd jobs. It was because she did so many odd jobs that Xia Lian vaguely remembered there was such a person. Jingwen said, "In the end, you are simply blaming me for not being willing to promote you. But why don't you think about why I don't promote you?" Lingwen said, "Why? I also want to know why. Originally, as a mortal, I still had the free time to read and write. Even when I was locked up in prison, I could at least face the wall and meditate. But after I was appointed, there wasn't a moment when I wasn't working like an ox or horse for you, kneeling and doing odd jobs for you. If you want to torture me to death like this, your method isn't bad." Jingwen shouted, "Nangong. Even now, you still refuse to admit your mistake." Lingwen retorted, "What did I do wrong?" Jingwen said, "Then is it still my fault? What I told you to do was what was most suitable for you to do. If you can't even do such a small thing, what right do you have to do more important things? I gave you so many opportunities to cultivate in order to temper your temperament. It was your own lack of ability. How can you blame me for not being willing to promote you? Your aspirations are too high, but you are a woman after all. You can't reach that high. You have to admit this fact." Lingwen laughed, seeming to be angered by him. Lowering her voice, she said, "Good. You say I can't reach that high. Then, let me ask you, during your most flourishing period, can your Jingwen Palace Hall reach my Lingwen Palace Hall's knees?" Xia Lian could smell the old resentment and anger in the words of both sides. He thought to himself that he couldn't let them continue talking. As a last resort, he used an extremely crude method. He fiercely punched the ground. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the ground split open with him as the epicenter, forming a 4-zhang-wide crater. Hua Cheng immediately understood what he wanted to do and said, "Gidge." Xia Lian waved his hand to disperse the dust in the air. Coughing a few times, he said, "This is the most direct way. I'll be in charge of testing this side. San Lang, you and little General Pei, lie on the side." He originally wanted to arrange for Hua Cheng and Pei Su to test in other directions, but right now, these two people's conditions weren't as good as his. Naturally, Hua Cheng wouldn't listen to him and obediently lie on the side. Choosing the opposite direction from Xia Lian, he summoned his misfortune and stabbed it into the ground. This stab had the same effect as Xia Lian's punch. The two of them alternated, creating loud noises one after the other as the distance between them grew larger and larger. After punching a few times, Xia Lian attentively listened. Pei Ming and Lingwen didn't have any reaction, as if they hadn't heard the loud rumbling noises he created. As for Jingwen, it seemed that Lingwen had poked his sore spot. He was so angry that he started laughing. With one move, he tore off his originally refined mask and changed back to the sharp tone he used when cursing the adulterous couple. He said, "Nangong Jia, stop acting cocky in front of me. Back then, if I hadn't pointed you out, I'm afraid you would have already given birth to God knows how many children in the human world's prison." These words were a bit lacking in elegance, causing Xia Lian's hand to almost slip. Even Pei Ming couldn't stand listening anymore. He said, "In any case, you're a Wen Shen. Can your mouth not be so vulgar?" Jing Wen said, "Nangong, look, your goodbye too is protecting you. What kind of reputation do you have, General Pei? How could you have the nerve to say that I'm vulgar?" Ling Wen said, "In your mind, who isn't my Bai Tu? Do you want to settle accounts? Then let's settle them properly." Xia Lian had already leaped quite a distance away. Once again, he punched the ground. This time, Jing Wen, who was on the silver butterfly's side, said in alarm, "What's that sound?" Xia Lian was delighted. He had found the right direction. Pei Ming and Ling Wen also heard it. Pei Ming hesitated and asked, "Who's fighting up there?" Continuing his attack, Xia Lian sprinted several feet forward and threw another thunderous punch. Pei Ming said, "Even closer. What a strong explosive force. It's coming from above. It's here." Xia Lian didn't punch anymore. He pulled out his maiden heart and slashed down, the sword chi flourished, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, he fell into a cold hole in the ground. Xia Lian prayed in his heart that he didn't hit Pei Ming and Ling Wen. He waved the dust in the air, stood up, and turned around with his sword in hand. He said, "Two." Chapter 154. Seeing an uninvited guest suddenly barge in, Jing Wen vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" However, the one questioning him wasn't a person, but rather an extremely rough stone statue of a man. It was naked, but its entire body was wrapped in strips of cloth. It was inexplicably strange. It was also inexplicably comical. No wonder he didn't make any footsteps when he walked. No wonder Pei Ming and Ling Wen were intimidated when they saw him. No wonder Pei Ming said that Ling Wen was lying through his teeth. Because this thing from head to toe really didn't look like a female ghost at all. Pei Ming and Ling Wen were both wrapped in scroll-like objects, firmly held in Jing Wen's hands. They couldn't move. Xia Lian finally regained his senses. He said, "Me?" Jing Wen said, "You're the crown prince of Xianlu." Xia Lian was startled and said, "Ah. You actually recognize me? This is really..." However, it wasn't strange. When Xia Lian first ascended, the lineup was huge. He might not recognize every heavenly official in the heavenly court, but every heavenly official in the heavenly court definitely recognized him. Just like now, he simply couldn't remember what Jing Wen looked like. Jing Wen still remembered him and said, "Of course. Your Highness the Crown Prince's path to immortality is full of ups and downs. It's hard for me not to recognize you." Xia Lian was inexplicably moved. He subconsciously said, "It's my honor, but how did you become like this?" Jing Wen said, "How did I become like this?" Xia Lian coughed lightly and nodded. He felt that his question was a bit rude. Jing Wen took the opportunity to explode and said, "It's all thanks to that slut Nangong Jia. After Jing Wen Palace declined, my powers became weaker and weaker. She even threw stones at me while I was down and chased me everywhere. I had no choice but to attach myself to this stone statue to survive until now." Ling Wen said, "Compared to you, it's not that much, right? At that time, you personally ordered me to stay in Jing Wen Palace until the third watch. In the blink of an eye, you said that I shamelessly stayed late at night to pester you. Words kill invisibly, so I responded with a knife. I was much more polite." After saying that, he suddenly kicked out and kicked Jing Wen's crotch. From Xia Lian's point of view, this move really didn't have much power. After all, the stone statue wasn't made of flesh. At most, it could only break the few strips of cloth on Jing Wen's body. Unexpectedly, Jing Wen let out a shrill scream, as if he had really been kicked in the groin. He covered his lower body. However, it was too late. The layer of white cloth around his crotch had been kicked off by Ling Wen. Xia Lian quickly saw that there was nothing underneath the white cloth. Nothing meant that this was a naked stone statue. However, there was nothing under his crotch that he should have. This stone statue was actually a statue of an eunuch. Xia Lian thought in his heart, so it's a statue of a eunuch. This kind of stone statue was commonly seen in the mausoleums of high officials and nobles. It was a kind of funerary object with extremely heavy yin qi. It was indeed a good choice to possess. However, Jingwen, a male priest who would haggle over every ounce after losing to a woman, ended up in a statue of a castrated slave. It was truly ironic. Ling Wen laughed heartily and said, "I say, why are you so flustered and exasperated?" So that was how it was. I can't reach that high. How high can you reach with your current appearance? I'm looking forward to seeing it. Ha 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 ha. Jing Wen's indecent cloth had been torn off and trampled on. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He grabbed Ling Wen's hair and shouted, "Shut up. I don't know how many heavenly officials you slept with to be able to climb to this point today. What is there to be proud of? Quickly apologize to me." Ling Wen's hair had practically been pulled off by him, yet he endured the pain and didn't beg for mercy. He even more so didn't apologize. Pei Ming said, "Are you really a Wenshen? You don't have any style or elegance to speak of. Even a shrew cursing on the street is better looking than you." Xia Lian complained incessantly. He was afraid that Jing Wen would get agitated and strangle the two people in his hands to death. He couldn't help but say, "Hey, calm down. Jing Wen Jinjuan. Actually, there's no difference whether I have that thing or not." "Really?" Jing Wen grabbed Ling Wen with one hand and covered his lower body with the other. He roared, "You're lying. There's no difference whether I have it or not. Why don't you try if you don't have it?" Xia Lian sincerely said, "Really? Believe me. Although I have that thing. But there's no difference from not having that thing. Because I have that." He once again offered himself, speaking from his own experience. Hearing this, Jingwen seemed to calm down a bit. He said, "What do you have?" Xia Lian said, "It's that thing. You understand. Even if I have it, I've never used it." Actually, whether it's a male heavenly official, a female heavenly official, or other heavenly officials, these are all worldly possessions. There's no need to be so attached. Jingwen interrupted him and said, "Since you feel there's no difference, then cut it for me to see." Xia Lian. Jingwen immediately said, "Didn't you say there's no difference? Hypocrite. You clearly can't bear to lose this thing. Don't use that nonsense to persuade me. I'm not a young man who will cry bitterly and repent after eating 2 of your candies. It's fine if you don't cut it, I'll cut his." He was referring to Pei Ming. Pei Ming was stunned. "You motherfucker. This was bad." Although there were many people who wanted to cut off General Pei's thing, Xia Lian didn't want him to succeed here. He hurriedly said, "Jingwen Jinjuan. Although it was wrong of Ling Wen to bully you after you declined, you also bullied her before, so we're even. There's no need to be so ruthless." As he spoke to divert attention, he quietly put down Ruo Xia and let it slip behind Jingwen like a snake. Jingwen said, "We're even. It's not that simple. You've reminded me. I have something I need to ask this slut. Nangong, did you do anything to the destruction of Suli?" Jingwen was the god of literature that Suli worshipped. Suli was his foundation. If the foundation was destroyed, then it would naturally suffer an impact and even decline. Therefore, Jingwen suspecting Ling Wen was very reasonable. After he asked, Ling Wen shut her mouth and didn't answer. Jingwen shouted, "Quickly speak. Was it your doing? I knew it must be you. It was definitely you, otherwise it wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. It's all because of you, you treacherous slut." That idiot general must have been harmed by you. Xia Lian thought to himself, Ling Wen hasn't even answered yet, so why are you answering your own question? Wait, what? What general? On the other side, Ling Wen suddenly started laughing. If it weren't for the fact that Jing Wen was currently attached to the eunuch statue with an expressionless face, he probably would have long since gnashed his teeth in anger. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Ling Wen slightly raised her head and softly said, "Do you know what the consequences of calling him an idiot in front of him will be?" Jing Wen still didn't understand. In the next moment, the scroll binding Ling Wen cracked open. A hand covered in black sleeves stretched out from the shattered fragments and covered the top of his head. Jing Wen didn't even have time to say a word before he froze. A crack appeared on his rough face, followed by a second, a third. Within 3 cracks, his entire body was smashed into pieces. Ling Wen broke free from the shackles and stood in her original spot. Layers of black energy drifted around her body, and at her feet was a pile of rubble. It turned out that the ancient country mentioned in the legends of the embroidered clothed immortal was the country of Suli, and Bai Jin was also a citizen of Suli. Xia Lian had just finished sorting out his thoughts when he heard Pei Ming, who was still firmly bound by the scroll, say, "Ling Wen, stop there first." He saw that Ling Wen had turned around and was walking towards him step by step. Thinking of how Ling Wen had said to Pei Ming, "He really doesn't like you." Xia Lian thought to himself, this is bad. Could it be that she's going to kill him to silence him? As Ling Wen walked, she slowly comforted him, "Bai Jin, he's already dead. It's all nonsense. There's no such thing." However, the effect didn't seem to be good. Ling Wen then said, "Old Pei, I have no choice. He heard from Jing Wen that you're my boss, so he steeled his heart to kill you. Your Highness the Crown Prince, help me." Without needing her reminder, Xia Lian had already slashed open the scroll binding Pei Ming. Pei Ming leapt up, and the two of them flew out of the hole and returned to the surface. Looking down, they saw Ling Wen's fist smashing into the place where Pei Ming had originally been lying. Rubble flew everywhere. The power was astonishing. Compared to the punches Xia Lian had thrown just now to scout the path, this one was even more ruthless. Xia Lian put away Ruoxi and wrapped it around his wrist. Pei Ming also loosened his wrist. After being bound for so long, his left hand had slightly reduced the swelling. However, it was probably only reduced from being stung by 1,000,000 wasps to being stung by 500,000 wasps. He said, "I'm fucking innocent." Before he finished speaking, Ling Wen's figure had already arrived in front of him. The two of them exchanged a palm strike and both retreated several meters. Xia Lian and Pei Ming glanced at each other. In their hearts, they knew this was a thorny problem, so they broke into a run. As Xia Lian ran, he turned around and shouted, "Ling Wen, can you persuade General Bai again?" Ling Wen madly chased behind them and said, "I've persuaded him. But, he doesn't believe me." Pei Ming said, "It must be because you lied to him that he got injured." Xia Lian said, "Ling Wen, can you turn back into a woman? The lethality of a woman's body will be slightly restrained." However, Ling Wen said, "No." Xia Lian said, "Why not?" Ling Wen said, "He won't let me change back." Pei Ming said, "I understand. This brat doesn't dare to stick close to a woman's body. He's a coward." Rumble. A roof smashed down from behind, almost crushing Xia Lian and Pei Ming. Ling Wen said, "I didn't throw it." "Who told you to scold him? You made him even angrier. Both of you are in danger." Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Ah. What does it have to do with me? I didn't say anything." "Ling Wen, can you tell him not to count me in?" Pei Ming said, "Count me in. The more people there are, the easier it is. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what about Xiao Pei? What about the half-moon imperial tutor? What about your blood rain flower Tanhua?" Xia Lian said, "He went in another direction to look for you guys. Don't count on him. We've already run a few dozen kilometers. Let's run first and talk later." He's already absorbed over 1,000 demons. It's not good to fight him head-on. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the soles of his feet suddenly floated and his entire body was lifted up. It wasn't just him, Pei Ming was the same. Looking closely, the two of them were each caught in a large net and hung in the air. This was truly an unexpected disaster. That net seemed to be made of special materials and couldn't be torn apart with bare hands. At the same time, many green-faced, ferocious-fanged demons and ghosts jumped out from the forest in all directions. There were at least 100 or 200 of them. All of them clapped their hands in ecstasy. Caught it! Ha 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 ha, how many have been caught already? This trap is really good. Hurry up and see what they caught. How many heads are there? They had actually been careless in a moment of panic and had fallen into the trap of these third-rate little demons. Xia Lian subconsciously reached for Maidenheart to draw the net. Only when he touched empty air did he realize that because the net had suddenly risen, Maidenheart had slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. He hadn't been able to bring it up, and Lingwen had already caught up to the bottom of the net. The group of little demons still didn't know what had come. They happily said, "Another one came." Lingwen raised both of his hands, and a ball of pitch-black will-o-wisp appeared in each of his palms. He raised his head and said to Xia Lian and Pei Ming, "Both of you, I really had no choice." Xia Lian exhaled and said, "Lingwen, can I ask what would happen if I were hit by this thing?" Lingwen said, "Last time, I used such a large ball of will-o-wisp to hit His Highness Qiying. He was injured. But fortunately, he can still run and jump. It seemed like the damage wasn't that great. Being hit wouldn't be a big deal." Xia Lian and Pei Ming both heaved a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, just as they finished saying, fortunately, the two balls of will-o-wisp in Lingwen's hands suddenly increased tenfold, turning into two blazing flames that shot into the sky. Xia Lian, Pei Ming. Lingwen said, "But I don't know what would happen if I were hit by such a large ball of fire." Pei Ming roared, "Wait, but I'm really not your fucking lover." Lingwen said, "How could I not know? But it's useless if only you and I know." The group of demons and ghosts were stunned by the two balls of will-o-wisp. They hurriedly surrounded them and shouted, "Good kid. You're very bold. You're about to die, but you still want to steal our heads. Kill him." However, these little ghosts posed no threat to the embroidered-clothed immortal. At most, they would become a new wave of nourishment for the embroidered-clothed immortal. Lingwen tilted her head slightly, the phosphorescence of the will-o-wisp reflected in her eyes. It seemed like she was ready to receive the heads that were delivered to her. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew past. Amidst the wails and screams, the group of little ghosts were blown into the sky in an instant. Rather than saying that they were blown into the sky by the wind, it would be more accurate to say that they were grabbed into the sky by a strange, invisible hand. The embroidered-clothed immortal seemed to have sensed something and became vigilant. Lingwen lowered the hand that was holding the will-o-wisp and slowly scanned the surroundings. Xia Lian did his best to look up, but his line of sight was blocked by the dense foliage. The wretched screams of the group of ghosts had also stopped long ago. Thus, he had no idea what was happening above. Pei Ming vigilantly asked, "Who's coming?" After looking for a while, Xia Lian suddenly said, "Can't you guys smell it?" Pei Ming asked, "What?" Xia Lian answered, "The fragrance of flowers." Pei Ming suspiciously asked, "There's that kind of thing?" Xia Lian closed his eyes. After a moment, he said with certainty, "There is. It really is the fragrance of flowers." It was a faint, strange, and cold fragrance of flowers. He didn't know what it was called or where it came from. It was extremely faint and shallow, as if there was nothing there. Pei Ming frowned and said, "I didn't smell the fragrance of flowers, but I did smell." Before he could finish speaking, he felt something drip onto his face. He casually wiped it away, and his pupils shrank. It was blood. 2 drops of will-o-wisp also fell from Lingwen's hand, and the flames immediately weakened. His expression became even more vigilant, and he suddenly raised his head. In that instant, a foul wind and rain of blood descended from the sky. Pei Ming was hanging higher than Xia Lian, so he was immediately beaten into a bright red drenched chicken by this sudden rain of blood. Only his pair of eyes remained open, black, white, and white. The will-o-wisp in Ling Wen's hands had long since been completely extinguished. He dodged and hid under a tree, avoiding the same fate as Pei Ming, who was completely defenseless. Xia Lian suddenly felt the net of binding him break, and his body sank as he fell. He somersaulted in the air and steadily landed on the ground. Coincidentally, the rain of blood was also about to descend. There was no time to dodge anymore, so Xia Lian raised his sleeves, preparing to block as much as he could. However, after the darkness, he heard a low chuckle. The air was suddenly filled with the mysterious and bewitching fragrance of flowers. Xia Lian slightly raised his head. He didn't feel the rain hitting his face, but rather, he felt something extremely soft brushing against his face. He reached out and caught it. Lowering his head to look, he saw that what quietly fell into his palm was actually a small dark red flower petal. He raised his head again and held his breath. He could only feel disbelief. The rain of blood that filled the sky had actually turned into a rain of flowers. There was no need to guess who it was at all. Xia Lian closed his fingers and held the flower petal. He blurted out, "San Lang." As soon as he turned around, he saw that Ling Wen had silently fallen to the ground. And that tall, slender youth with black hair and red clothes, who else could it be but Hua Cheng? Chapter 155. Xia Lian stepped on the ground covered in broken vermilion flowers. He walked over slowly. When she saw the red stains on Hua Cheng's shoulder, she wanted to brush it off for him, but she suddenly realized that it would be too intimate. She restrained herself and put her hands behind her back. He laughed and said, "I didn't know. Apart from bringing blood rain, he could even summon flying petals. Interesting, interesting." Hua Cheng also walked towards him. He casually brushed away the petals on his shoulder. He also smiled and said, "This is an improvisation." It was a new move he had just created today. Originally, there was going to be a rain of blood. However, he suddenly remembered that his brother was also here. "Can't you blame me?" Thus, he reined in his horse at the precipice and turned into a flower. As long as it's interesting. However, Xia Lian didn't get drenched, but Pei Ming was. In the air, he said, "Excuse me. Both of you. Can you put me down first?" A few silver butterflies flapped their wings, their phosphorescent wings cutting through the mesh. Only then did Pei Ming manage to escape and land firmly on the ground. Xia Lian lowered his head and saw a silver butterfly resting in the center of the butterfly bone on Ling Wen's back. He asked, "San Lang, are Ling Wen and embroidered gown immortal all right?" Hua Cheng replied, "Don't worry. I had them hibernate together." Xia Lian asked curiously, "This embroidered clothed immortal was so violent, yet you subdued him so quickly." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "It's all right. For some reason, it doesn't seem to want to fight me." After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, "That's true. When you wore it before, it couldn't do anything to you and even revealed itself." Meanwhile, Pei Ming walked over and said, "Let's talk later. Aren't you going to help him take off his clothes first?" Xia Lian said, "This isn't too convenient, right?" Pei Ming didn't mind. He's a man now. What's so inconvenient about that? As she spoke, she started to fight. However, just as he stretched out his hand to Ling Wen's collar, it was as if he was fiercely pricked by something. His expression changed greatly, and he abruptly pulled his hand back. His hand was covered in blood as he said, "These clothes. It actually bites." Only then did Hua Cheng say leisurely, "The immortal in embroidered gown is not willing to let Ling Wen go. She can't take it off." Pei Ming looked at the two bloody hands and said, "If something like this happens again, can you tell me earlier?" Xia Lian warmly said, General Pei, it's not that he didn't say it earlier, it's that you acted too quickly. Hua Qing giggled, that's right. Even though he was crippled, he was still determined. If the three of them wanted to go back the way they came, one of them had to carry Ling Wen, who looked like a man. Pei Ming took the initiative to bear this responsibility. Pei Su and Half Moon were still in the small town. The group gathered near the Wuyong shrine. Seeing them return, Pei Su strode forward and said, General, Your Highness, the murals in the shrine have disappeared. Pei Ming carried Ling Wen with one hand and wiped her bloody hair back with the other. What mural? Half Moon's eyes widened when he saw that Pei Ming was covered in a purplish-red color. Xia Lian exchanged a few words with Pei Ming before following Pei Su back to Deity's Templar. Sure enough, the original wall had become exactly the same as the other three walls that had been burnt by the fire, as if there had never been any murals. Hua Cheng took his hand off the wall and said, that mural was created using magic. Xia Lian nodded, maybe, the person who left it behind had his own concerns and didn't dare to let it exist for too long. On the other side, Half Moon hesitated for a long time before asking Pei Ming, Are you alright? Pei Ming looked at her and threatened, Ask your snake, it bit me like this, is it alright? Pei Su opened his mouth, but he wasn't sure if he should say a few words of justice. Half Moon's eyes widened even more. She tried to explain, but, being bitten by a scorpion snake, it won't spread to the whole body. Pei Ming waved her left hand in front of Half Moon's face, proving that she was indeed bitten. Half Moon had no choice but to say, I'm sorry. Pei Su couldn't stand it anymore. He patted her shoulder and said, Don't mind, it's not yours. It's the snake's bite. Xia Lian also couldn't stand it anymore. He said helplessly, General Pei, can you not tease a little girl like this, at a time like this? However, Pei Ming's source of life was here. He used his magic power to wash off the blood stains on his body. His face was glowing again. He laughed, Isn't a little girl meant to be teased? Moreover, Half Moon Imperial Tutor is already a few hundred years old. What kind of little girl is she? Are you afraid that she will be embarrassed? No one wanted to talk to him anymore. Even though Pei Su's sentence was not good, he could move freely. He took over the task of carrying Ling Wen. The group walked past the small town and continued to the next level of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. A day later, they arrived at a small valley. There were towering mountains on both sides of the valley, rock cliffs, and a mountain path in the middle. At this point, Ling Wen finally woke up in a daze. Even though he was awake, he still couldn't move because the silver butterfly was still firmly perched on his back. Ling Wen noticed that he was being carried on someone's shoulder, but his expression didn't change. He only asked in confusion. Why are there so many people? Why are you all here? Isn't this Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Pei Ming said, That's a lot. Let me tell you, there will be more people later, some you haven't seen yet. You can gather a few tables to play cards. Xia Lian had the same feeling. He couldn't help but laugh. He paused, then said, That's right, Ling Wen, Qing chased after you at Pu Chi Monastery. Where is he now? Ling Wen said, I don't know. After entering Bronze Cauldron Mountain, there were too many inhuman creatures. Prince Qiying lost him. I also don't know where he is now. Pei Ming sighed to Ling Wen, You actually didn't tell me that you were the one who took away Su Li's last hope. How unkind. Xia Lian then remembered that Pei Ming was also from Su Li. However, he didn't seem to have any feelings for Su Li. After all, he was only a general, not the monarch. Moreover, before ascending, he was tricked by the monarch, so there wasn't any sorrow in his words. It was mostly mockery. However, Xia Lian was worried that talking too much about Su Li would anger Embroidered Clothes Immortal, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, San Lang, actually, I have a question. After entering the canyon, Hua Cheng had been observing the mountains on both sides with rapt attention. He said, Ask. Xia Lian said, What is the Copper Cauldron of Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Is it really a big cauldron? Hua Cheng smiled and retracted his gaze, saying, Of course not. However, Big Brother asked at the right time. He raised his hand and said, Just in time, we can see it now. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and for a moment, they couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Xia Lian said. That is. Copper cauldron? Hua Qing crossed his arms and said, correct. In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there was a mountain far, far away. Far away on the horizon, high above the world, above the peaks of the mountain, it was a deep blue color. The peak of the mountain was surrounded by a sea of clouds and wind, and a layer of snow could be faintly seen, as if it was an ice field that never melted. Hua Qing slowly said, Copper Cauldron is an active volcano, and also the center of the entire Bronze Cauldron Mountain. When the Ghost King is born, it will awaken. Xia Lian said, the volcano will erupt. Hua Qing said, yes. Therefore, the Ghost King of the impasse will be accompanied by raging flames, magma, and earth-shattering disasters. Imagining the fiery scene that would make one's eyes red, Xia Lian became slightly absent-minded. Pei Ming said, it's too far. At this speed, not counting the time spent fighting with the ghosts, it will still take a long time. Xia Lian nodded, saying, that's why the battles in the past were like difficult childbirth. Hua Qing smiled, saying, Big Brother's analogy is very clever. After saying that, he suddenly stopped and said, we're here. Xia Lian was stunned, so fast. Hua Qing said, we're here. However, it's not Copper Cauldron, it's Wuyong Celestial Temple. Sure enough, in the center of the canyon ahead, a tall and crooked temple appeared. This was the second Wuyong Celestial Temple they encountered. Xia Lian almost couldn't help but want to rub his eyes, asking doubtfully, is this temple real? He couldn't be blamed for this. In fact, almost everyone doubted whether this temple was real or not. Because its appearance was simply too abrupt. It should not have appeared here at all. Who had ever seen a temple built on a narrow mountain path in a canyon? What kind of bullshit feng shui was this? Even if they couldn't think it through and had to build it in such a place, they should at least build it on the side. However, this Wuyong Divine Temple was built in the middle of the canyon, like a brainless bully, directly blocking the way through the canyon. Pei Ming said in a low voice, there must be something wrong with this. Everyone, be careful. Ling Wen, who was on Pei Su's shoulder, struggled to raise her head, saying, everyone, if you don't want to enter it, you can actually fly over the cliff and walk over the walls. Xia Lian said, no. We have to go in and see if there are any murals. Hua Qing said, Big Brother, don't worry. If you want to see it, go ahead. It's not a big deal. With that said, everyone inexplicably calmed down, and the group slowly approached. They walked all the way to the front of the temple, but nothing unusual happened. Passing through the gate, he entered the main hall. Sure enough, the walls of this divine hall were also pitch black after being burnt by the fire. With a light poke, a small hard fragment fell off, just like the previous divine hall. Xia Lian had been very vigilant at first, but now that there seemed to be nothing hiding in the dark, he felt slightly relieved. Thus, he said, let's do it. Not long after, the charred black, protective layer on the wall was removed bit by bit, revealing the murals behind. Xia Lian and Hua Qing carefully studied it together. The contents of the murals in this temple were completely different from the previous one. They looked from the top level. On the top of the painting, a white-clothed youth was sitting on a jade couch. He had handsome features, and it was Crown Prince Wuyong. His eyes were closed, and looking at his posture, he seemed to be meditating. However, it was not peaceful. This Crown Prince frowned, and a few drops of cold sweat seemed to flow down his forehead. There were 4 people around him, and their faces were full of worry. They were the 4 guardian deities in the previous mural, and their hair and clothes were exactly the same as the previous mural. Continuing to look down, the protective layer was still slowly falling off, and had not been completely removed. Xia Lian saw a mess of red, and frowned slightly, saying, strange. He stretched out his hand and touched the wall gently, and said doubtfully, is this mural not well preserved? Although he could not see clearly what was painted, he could see that the lines and colors were blurry and hazy, as if it was shrouded in a layer of light smoke. However, this mural was formed by a spell, so how could it not be well preserved like a real mural? Hua Cheng was also looking carefully, and he frowned, saying, "Wait a little longer." The two of them looked at each other. And when the charred black hard objects disappeared, and the painting was complete, they took a few steps back, and looked at it again side by side. When the whole painting came into view, Xia Lian's breath stopped slightly, and he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chapter 156. Hua Qing said in a deep voice, "No. It's the human world." It was indeed the human world. Because what was depicted in the painting was densely packed houses, trees, and people. However, they were all submerged in an endless sea of fire and flowing magma. The blurry red that Xia Lian saw just now was the color of fire. The houses and trees were burning, and the people's bodies were on fire, they were screaming. The distorted face was too lifelike. Xia Lian seemed to be able to hear their screams. At the center of the painting, there was a bright red mountain in the painting, which looked like a giant furnace that was burning red. It was very terrifying. And those flames and magma were all spat out from the mouth of this mountain. Xia Lian said, "The meaning of this mural is, a volcanic eruption, the destruction of the Wuyong kingdom?" Hua Qing said, "Yes. That's not right either." Xia Lian understood, this statement is not accurate. Because this is a dream. The tragedy of the human world below should be depicting Prince Wuyong's dream. Prince Wuyong and the four protectors' bodies were painted with golden light, indicating that at this time, he had already ascended. And he was being tortured by a nightmare, so the content, lines, and colors of the dream were all illusory as opposed to real. Some heavenly officials had powerful magical powers and extraordinary talents. After seeing some small signs, they could peek into the future in their dreams. In other words, they could have prophetic dreams. I wonder if the dream of His Highness the Crown Prince did it come true. Was this how the Wuyong kingdom perished? After pondering for a moment, Xia Lian said, "Someone must want to tell us something. The story of this mural should follow on from the last one, I thought. When we reach the vicinity of the final, copper furnace, we will definitely be able to answer many questions." At this moment, Lingwen looked out the window and said, "Everyone, there is something I have to ask. Don't you think it's strange?" Pei Ming said, "What's strange?" Lingwen said, "I don't know if I remembered wrongly, but were these two mountain walls so close before?" Everyone looked out the window. Sure enough, when they came in just now, the mountain wall outside was about 10 feet away from the window. However, at this moment, it was extremely close, as if it was about to touch them. Just as Xia Lian was about to go over to investigate, he heard a series of strange kala and creak sounds, as if earth, wood, and bricks were being squeezed. This time, everyone felt it. What's going on? The tiles under his feet were shaking, and the ceiling above his head was also shaking. One by two, gravel fell and dust rustled. Pei Ming said, "The ground moved." As soon as he finished speaking, a few terrifying wrinkles were squeezed out of the wall. Xia Lian said, "It's not an earthquake. It was the mountain walls on both sides that were pressing towards the Wuyong Divine Hall in the middle." With no time to explain, he shouted, "Run!" Without needing him to say anything, Pei Ming had already kicked down a wall and opened up an exit. Everyone broke through the wall and ran forward. However, they were still running inside the Wuyong Divine Hall because this Divine Hall was very deep and long. Aside from the main hall, there were many side halls, small halls, incense rooms, Taoist rooms, and so on. As a result, everyone could only break down walls and kick down doors as they ran. At this time, the martial god style of action was a great help. However, just as they passed through two small halls, a large rock half the height of a person smashed through the roof and suddenly fell at Xia Lian's feet. This was a large rock that had fallen from the mountain walls on both sides. The rumbling sounds continued as more and more large rocks fell from the sky. The large ones were the size of water tanks, directly smashing through the roof. The small ones were the size of a human head, falling from a high altitude with astonishing power. Fortunately, there was a layer of roof blocking them, and everyone's skills weren't bad, so they were able to dodge in time. Only Hua Cheng was the most leisurely. As Xiao Lian ran and dodged, he suddenly heard him say, "Gidge, are you coming?" Turning his head to look, Hua Cheng was following closely beside him, steady as if he was flying. Who knew where he had taken out his red umbrella, but he was currently smiling at him from under the umbrella. As for those falling rocks, Hua Cheng held the umbrella with one hand and didn't even shake it. Xiao Lian immediately hid under the umbrella and said, "That was close, that was close." Luckily San Lang was here. Hua Cheng smiled and considerately tilted the umbrella towards him a little. He said, "Come over here a little." Even though it was untimely, Xiao Lian couldn't help but feel moved. He said, "Aren't you tired holding up like this? Do you want me to hold the umbrella for you?" The rest of the people ran and dodged, running like crazy. Seeing how relaxed they were, they couldn't help but say, "Hey, this isn't too fair. Master Hua Cheng, can I ask if you have any extra umbrellas? Can I borrow a place to hide for a while?" Hua Cheng faked a smile and said, "I don't have any. I can't." In the midst of everyone's protests, Xiao Lian also felt a little embarrassed. He said, "This mountain is really strange." As he said this, he wanted to slip away. However, Hua Cheng unobtrusively grabbed him and calmly explained to him, "Brother is right. This mountain is indeed strange, the most strange of all strange. There are 3 big mountains in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, called Old, Sick, and Dead. Although they are no different from ordinary mountains, they can move freely within the range of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Therefore, some people regard them as the landmark of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Rocks fell from above, but everything under the umbrella was harmonious." Xiao Lian said, "So that's how it is." Previously, when Rongguang was disguised as the killer Quick Blade Demon, the mountain that blocked our path, was it one of these 3 mountain monsters? Lingwen bounced up and down on Pei Su's back, still trying hard to communicate. She said, "No wonder this Wuyong shrine was built in the middle of the canyon. I'm afraid the place it chose to stay wasn't this strange. It was those 2 mountain monsters that took the initiative to attack." Xiao Lian said, "However, old age, sick and dead, since there is old age, sick and dead, what about life?" Hua Cheng said, "Unfortunately, there is no life. At least, I haven't seen it before." Xiao Lian said, "Does that mean there's no way to live? That's really cruel." Then, Ban Yu said, "The mountain walls are still closing in." When they first entered the canyon, the mountain path was about a dozen feet wide. The further they went, the narrower it became. When they arrived in front of the Wuyong shrine, the path was less than 10 feet wide. But now, the distance between the 2 sides of the mountain walls was less than 3 feet. The houses and walls were all squeezed until they were wrinkled. This was because the Wuyong shrine used stone beams and other hard building materials to block the 2 sides of the mountain walls. However, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Pei Ming said, "The front and back are blocked. Let's break through the roof and go up. It's not a big deal to face the rain of rocks, just smash the falling rocks." However, Xiao Lian said, "No. Right now, there is still the Wuyong shrine blocking the way. If we go up, if the 2 mountain monsters hit each other in midair, we will be directly killed by them." As they spoke, the 2 sides closed in even faster. Kala, the place where everyone could stand was less than 2 feet wide. Even under such circumstances, Lingwen still couldn't move. She couldn't help but say, "Everyone, can you quickly take some measures? If you can't, can you let me go and let me take the measures myself? I don't want to be sandwiched to death, thank you." How could it be so easy to think of a solution when the fire was burning their buttocks? When the space continued to shrink until it was only the length of a person, Pei Ming suddenly shouted and leaped into the air. He pressed his hands against the left side of the mountain wall and his feet against the right side of the mountain wall. His entire body turned into a thorn that was stuck between the 2 mountains. He said, "Even if I'm sandwiched to death, I don't fucking want to be sandwiched to death by this thing. I'll hold on first." Hurry up and think of a way. Everyone was shocked by his move. Ling Wen barely gave him a thumbs up and said, "Old Pei, you're a real man." Pei Ming gritted his teeth and said, "You're welcome." There was no need to mention the martial god's strength. The two mountain walls were still closing in on the middle, as though they were forcefully stuck by Pei Ming and had fallen into a stalemate. However, this was the result of Pei Ming using all of his arcane energy. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Just as Xia Lian was thinking of a way to escape, the two mountain monsters had the upper hand and pressed down on Pei Ming's knees. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Pei Su said, General, we'll help you." He threw Ling Wen, who was on his shoulder, to Half Moon and joined the ranks of the human thorns. However, he was a mortal now. Where would he get his divine power? Ling Wen with the embroidered clothes immortal could do it, but he was too dangerous. Letting him out would only add fuel to the fire. It was equivalent to falling into a wolf's den and stepping on a poisonous snake. Thus, Half Moon threw Ling Wen down and said, "I'll help too." However, she was a little girl after all and couldn't compare to the long arms and legs of the two grown men. She was too short and couldn't get stuck on the wall. She could only slap Pei Su's back and transfer her arcane energy to him. Pei Su and Pei Ming slowly straightened their knees. The two of them released their power and their faces were blood red. Their veins were bulging. Hua Cheng, who had the strongest arcane energy in the group, was watching from the side with a red umbrella. He wasn't enthusiastic at all. Suddenly, Xia Lian punched his palm and said, "I've got it. I've got it. I've got it." He had a plan. Xia Lian said, "Since we can't go forward or up, then we'll go down. We'll dig a hole and hide." Ling Wen immediately said, "Good idea. Please start now." Pei Ming clenched her teeth and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, hurry up." Xia Lian said, Okay. He had long since used his heart to crazily dig a hole in the ground, causing sand, stones, and dirt to fly everywhere. On the side, Hua Cheng held an umbrella for him. Not only did he not work, he even advised, "Gidge, don't dig anymore. Sit down and rest." Everyone couldn't help but say, "Master Hua." Hua Cheng said, Why did you call me?" Ling Wen collapsed on the ground and said, "Master Hua, you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are also here. If you have any moves, can you help us? After all, no one wants to become a rock with stuffing." There was also a sentence that everyone was too embarrassed to say, "If you don't have any moves, can I trouble you to go up and be a meat splinter?" Although Xia Lian was anxious, he instinctively trusted him. As he dug a hole, he said, "San Lang, do you have a plan?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Gidge, just wait. There's no need for you to do anything. It'll be done in a while." Right now, their butts were on fire. Although everyone felt that he should have a plan, they still couldn't help but feel that their butts were burning. Ling Wen was about to say something when Xia Lian suddenly said, "What's that sound?" Amidst the rumbling of the falling boulders, another strange sound appeared and quickly approached. Kacha kacha. Kacha kacha kacha. Extremely fast, it got closer and closer. Moreover, Xia Lian felt that this sound was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He stopped digging frantically and said, Could this be? Just as he finished speaking, the ground at his feet suddenly caved in, revealing a black hole big enough for two people to crawl into. Inside the hole, the head of a shovel rose up, reflecting a snow-white light. The treasured shovel of a Earth Master. That shovel shone brightly and quickly retreated back into the hole. Hua Cheng said, "A bit late, but we made it in time. Let's go." Without another word, Xia Lian first grabbed Ling Wen and threw him in, followed by Half Moon, Pei Su, and Pei Ming. Without that splinter stuck in the middle, the two mountain monsters suddenly sped up. Amidst the creaking sounds, Hua Cheng grabbed Xia Lian by the waist and said, "Let's go." With that, he carried him and jumped into the tunnel. Xia Lian only felt that he was immersed in darkness. Immediately after, a loud crash came from above. The two large mountains had finally completely merged. If they were still up there, they would definitely have been crushed into meat patties. After calming down from the shock, a few small flames ignited in the darkness. Xia Lian looked at the tunnel they were currently in. It was neither wide nor narrow, neat and tidy. It was worthy of being a tunnel dug by a geomaster's treasure shovel. The people who had landed first were all lying on the ground, panting slightly. Hua Qing let go of his waist, and Xia Lian also unconsciously removed his hand from his shoulder. He looked at the black-clothed man holding the shovel. That black-clothed man was also panting. Holding the shovel, he wiped a few drops of cold sweat. Xia Lian walked a few steps closer and carefully sized him up. This person looked like a clean and tidy youth. He was handsome, and his looks were at least 7 out of 10. However, he did not have much of a personality. Presumably, he was the kind of person who did not have much of a presence. Xia Lian walked in front of him. The black-clothed man raised his head and said, "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Without waiting for him to finish, Xia Lian already grabbed his wrist and said, "Where is Wind Master?" The black-clothed man was stunned and said, "Ah. This, I don't know." Xia Lian exhaled and said solemnly, "Why is Sire Blackwater acting? Your revenge is your own matter, but Wind Master has a friendship with you after all. Furthermore, he has not done anything that goes against the heavens and reason, I hope." At this moment, Lingwen interrupted him and said, "Blackwater? Your Highness, why do you think he is Blackwater? His face looks different." Xia Lian turned back and said doubtfully, "Because he is holding the Geomaster's treasure shovel. Also, don't you know the key to shapeshifting? This face is so ordinary that it can't be pulled out of a pile of shame. It must be a fake face." First of all, there was the method of shapeshifting, and the face of this black-clothed youth perfectly fulfilled the first requirement of an excellent fake skin, ordinary and mediocre. Even if one stared at his face for 2 hours and fell asleep, they would completely forget what he looked like the next day. Wasn't it definitely a fake face? However, after a while, the black-clothed youth said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I really look like this." Hua Qing also walked over and coughed softly, "Brother, this is really not Blackwater." Hua Qing said, "This is indeed his real face." So, this was a real passerby face. Xia Lian covered his forehead and immediately put his palms together. He bowed slightly and apologized. "I'm sorry." He actually took it for granted and said in front of the black-clothed youth that his face was ordinary and couldn't be pulled out of a pile of shame. It couldn't be helped, because his face was really too standard of shape-shifting. The black-clothed youth was also extremely embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'm already used to it." Chapter 157. Hearing this address, Xia Lian was startled. Only then did he notice that the young man's voice was a little familiar. He must have heard it a few times before. He then looked at the young man's wrist. Although the wrist was covered by the sleeve, he could confirm it. Under the sleeve, there must be a black curse hidden there. Pei Ming also stood up. He further confirmed the identity of this black-robed youth. "His Highness Inu. It was true. I didn't expect to see you here. What are you?" Yining scratched the bridge of her nose with her jade-like fingertips and returned the greeting. He said, "Lingwen Jinjuan. General Pei, little General Pei." Suddenly a voice snorted, "Guiding Jade? You're the Inu who was utterly defeated by your own junior brother." The expressions of the few heavenly officials stiffened. The voice continued, "I say, aren't you too useless? Not to mention being demoted." He directly went to work as a thug and compared himself to that Quanisian. "You're really not doing well. And you're his senior brother." This voice came from Rongguang, who was hiding in the jar. Pei Su immediately stuck a talisman on him to shut him up. Although he was also one of Jun Wu's subordinates. He was just a servant under the city lord of Hua City, so there was no difference. However, the god priest of the past. Today, he was the ghost emissary, and now he was in the same room with so many immortal friends of the past. To make an analogy, it was like a constable becoming a thief and being caught by his old colleague. The atmosphere was filled with an awkward atmosphere. No one knew what to say, so Inu could only silently turn around and continue digging with the Earthmaster shovel. Pei Ming was still concerned about the whereabouts of her friend's younger brother. She said, "Since Hua City Lord was able to obtain the Earthmaster shovel, it means that the two of you are still in contact? I recall that when I asked His Highness the Crown Prince about it, the Crown Prince even defended you, saying that you weren't familiar with the Dark Water Profound Ghost and didn't know his whereabouts. Can I trouble you to inform that Profound Ghost to release him if he didn't kill Qing Xian?" But Hua Qing said, "You're wrong. I really don't know where Blackwater is. Where did this shovel come from?" Hua Qing said, "I picked it up. Even if he didn't admit it, what could he do? They couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, everyone needed his help in this situation." Pei Ming could only say, "All right. City Lord Hua's luck is really good, to be able to pick up a treasure so easily." Ling Wen, who was being carried on Pei Su's shoulder, said out of habit, "This treasured spade belongs to the heavenly officials of the heavenly courtyard. Shouldn't City Mistress Hua return it to its rightful owner?" Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that he was no longer serving the heavenly courtyard. No, there was no need for him to help collect the debt. Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. When he was still thinking whether he should ask secretly, he heard Hua Qing whisper in a voice that only he could hear, "Heishui through it." After he stopped pretending to be a geomancer, he left the shovel in the ghost city and ran away. "Before entering Bronze Cauldron Mountain, I thought it might be useful, so I sent someone to retrieve it." Xia Lian said, "So that's how it is. I had thought that I would be able to find out the whereabouts of the Wind Master. This treasured spade is just right for dealing with the mountain monsters. San Lang has truly considered everything thoroughly and has calculated every possibility." Hua Qing said, "It's just that I was chased by the mountain monsters back then, so I learned my lesson." Xia Lian couldn't help but imagine Hua Cheng's appearance as a newbie when he first entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain. At this moment, a few small silver lights lit up in the darkness. It was the faint phosphorescence of the dead spirit butterflies. Xia Lian held onto a small silver butterfly as he looked up and said, "What exactly is this mountain monster? Why are they attacking us?" Hua Qing said, "It's hard to say. When I came, they had already existed for a long time. However, they didn't attack us. They would stop anyone who wanted to enter Bronze Cauldron Mountain. If they couldn't stop them, they would attack." Xia Lian said, "Attack indiscriminately. If that's the case, it's the same as our goal. Right now, the Rain Master and Prince Qiying are both in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. I hope they won't be in danger." Yin Yu had been diligently digging the earth. When he heard Xia Lian mention Quanizhen, his movements seemed to slightly slow down. Xia Lian noticed it and swept his eyes over him. He remembered that when he was wearing a mask, he had met Quanizhen once. However, at that time, Inu acted as if he didn't know Quanizhen at all. If Quanizhen knew that the person standing in front of him was his senior, what would he do? Ling Wen reluctantly raised his head and said, "Your Highness Inu, have you seen Prince Qiying? He came to my Lingwen Palace Hall and asked me to help him find you many times." Inu paused for a moment and said, Is that so?" Ling Wen said, "Yes. When you first went down, he came almost once a day. Later on, there was no news of him. He only came once every 3 days, once a month, and not long ago, once a year. He always felt that there was a misunderstanding between you and the embroidered gown immortal. He wanted to hear your explanation and help you explain to others. However, there was no news from you. Inu didn't say anything. He just sighed and dug even more fiercely. Xia Lian said in his heart, "He doesn't want to talk anymore." Ling Wen was also a smart person. He could hear this, so he kept his mouth shut and left Inu to concentrate on clearing the way. After an unknown amount of time, Inu finally said, "City Master, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've already advanced 30 li underground. Should we continue digging?" When that Earth Master shovel moved through the earth, it moved like the wind, as if it was cutting tofu. Furthermore, there wasn't any debris piled up. In addition, the group of people had the mentality of escaping, so they walked even faster than if they were walking on the ground. In a short while, they had actually run 30 li. When Xie Lian heard him ask him, he felt it was a bit strange. He warmly said, "You don't have to ask me." Hua Qing said, "It's the same no matter who you ask. What does brother think?" Xie Lian thought for a moment and said, "When we were attacked by the mountain monsters, we were almost out of the canyon. 30 li should be far enough. There isn't enough air circulation underground. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we'll get dizzy. Let's dig upwards." Inu answered, "Yes." He immediately changed his direction and dug upwards diagonally. He even built beautiful dirt steps. Xie Lian thought to himself, "This person is really good to be an assistant. His hands and feet are nimble, and he doesn't say a single word of nonsense." Everyone followed behind Inu and walked up a few dozen steps. Suddenly, Xie Lian felt his feet step on a hard protrusion. It didn't seem like a rock, nor did it seem like mud. Lowering his head, he squatted down and used his hands to dig. After a moment, he frowned slightly. When Hua Qing saw this, he said, "Brother, don't move." However, it was already too late. When Xie Lian stood up, his left hand was already holding up a skeleton. His right hand was also holding up a skeleton. He said, "Everyone, I have a question. Did we dig into a mass grave?" Meanwhile, Pei Ming also pulled out a thigh bone from the dirt wall at the side. He sighed and said, "Probably." Looking at this bone, it was definitely a stunning beauty with slender legs when she was alive. For her bones to be buried here, it really is a pity. Hua Qing said, "It's a pity. It's true that the legs were long, but this is a man's bone." When Pei Ming heard that it wasn't a woman, she threw away the thigh bone with a lack of interest. Hua Qing then said, "To be precise, it's the bone of a man who transformed into a ghost. Therefore, there's definitely corpse poison on it." Pei Ming spread out his palms. Sure enough, the places where his hands had gripped the bones started to emit a cyan corpse aura. Ling Wen said, "Can't you control your own hands?" "Can you?" Pei Su said, "Corpse, poison, no harm. General, army is a heavenly magistrate. Once, it'll be fine." Truthfully speaking, that thigh bone wasn't only slender, it was also quite sturdy. When it was waved around, it gave off a strong gust of wind. Pei Ming still picked it up and wrapped a few strips of cloth around its end. It seemed like he was planning on using it as a weapon. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, how come you're fine holding those two skulls?" Xie Lian gently put down the two skeletons and spread out his hands towards everyone. As it turned out, the palms of his hands were also cyan. However, that cyan color was rapidly fading away. Xie Lian said, "To tell you the truth, the number of times I've been poisoned by corpse poison, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Therefore, right now, my resistance is already extremely strong. This level of corpse poison is still fine." Hearing this, everyone felt inexplicably comical and wanted to laugh. However, Hua Qing didn't seem very happy. When he walked over, he stomped the two skeletons into pieces. Xie Lian was originally quite at ease, but after hearing these two rough and even fierce crack sounds, he sensitively caught onto Hua Qing's unhappy mood. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he inexplicably felt that Xie Lian's unhappiness seemed to be caused by him. Thus, he was too stunned to ask. After a short while, he heard Hua Qing calmly say, "Why did it take so long to dig? The distance between this tunnel and the surface should be at most 20 feet. Even if digging diagonally upwards would take a bit longer, it shouldn't take this long to dig." Inu gloomily said, I also find it strange. Wait, we're here, we've dug through. Just as Hua Qing finished asking, the front end of the Earthmaster's shovel dug through. After digging through, Inu dug out a large hole with the shovel a few times. Taking the lead, he jumped out and said, "We're out?" Everyone climbed out. However, when their feet stepped onto the surface, they all felt strange. Pei Ming said, "We've returned to the surface? It can't be. What place is this?" The place they came out from was definitely not the surface. That was because the light was extremely dim. Ling Wen said, "Just now, when we left the canyon, it was still daytime. There's no reason for the sky to darken so quickly." Several dead spirit butterflies flew out with a faint phosphorescent glow and circled around. Everyone could finally see where they were now. This was a huge cave. It was spacious, and the dome was extremely high and wide, like the ink-colored night sky. In all directions, there were countless small caves, and each cave led in a different direction. Xia Lian curiously asked, "Was this place artificially dug, or was it naturally formed?" Hua Qing crossed his arms and glanced at it before saying, "It was naturally formed." Although he still answered all of Xia Lian's questions, Xia Lian kept thinking about the small bit of abnormality he had felt just now. Hua Qing then said, "The digging point we chose just now just happened to be pressed against this mountain. We dug into this mountain." Xia Lian nodded and said, "So that's how it was. Then let's hurry and find an exit." Pei Su said, "But, which way do we go?" This was truly a difficult problem. Other than those small holes that a person couldn't fit through, there were still 7 or 8 holes that a person could pass through. Xia Lian crossed his arms and pondered. Pei Su said, "Split, can we move as fast as we can?" Xia Lian put down his arms and said, "No, moving separately is a big taboo. If there's something hiding in the dark, it'll be too easy to destroy them one by one. It's better to find the right path slowly than to split up." Pei Ming held the new weapon made from the thigh bone in her hand. She seemed to be addicted to waving it around as she said, "Then let's move together. We'll take this path first." Thus, everyone chose a path and moved together. Hua Qing and Xia Lian took the lead. After walking silently for a while, Xia Lian probed in a small voice, "San Lang?" Hua Cheng's expression had already warmed up. He said, "Brother, do you want to ask something?" Xia Lian couldn't really ask him if he was a little angry just now, so he casually said, "Nothing. It's just that, this cave is as winding as intestines. I feel a little dizzy walking." When Hua Qing heard this, he immediately said, "Then do you want to rest for a bit?" He wasn't joking at all. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "No need, no need." Behind him, Pei Ming said, "I didn't hear wrong, right? Your Highness, you feel dizzy walking?" Xia Lian also felt that his words were a little embarrassing. He pretended not to hear Pei Ming's words and solemnly said, "Everyone, you must follow closely behind. It's easy to get into trouble at the corners of this cave." As he said this, he turned around and was stunned. He grabbed Hua Qing and said, "San Lang." Hua Qing said, "What?" As he turned around, he also frowned. There was actually no one behind them. Just a moment ago, Pei Ming was still mocking him not far behind. But now, in the dark cave, only the two of them were left. Hua Qing immediately put his arm around Xia Lian's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Brother, stay by my side. Don't wander around." Xia Lian also held his breath and became alert. He asked, "Is there something hidden in the mountain?" Hua Qing said, "There isn't. But, there isn't anything scary." Chapter 158. Xia Lian softly said, "No matter what, it's impossible for him to appear behind us without making a single movement. He's done such a big thing." Even if Xia Lian didn't believe in his own insight, he still believed in Hua Qing. What's more, he really believed in his own intuition when it came to danger. Hua Qing said, "Let's go back. Let's take a look. The two walked side by side. They returned the same way they came. After walking for a while in the tunnel, they stopped. It wasn't that they wanted to stop, but they had nowhere else to go. They were forced to stop. The tunnel they came from, although it was twisted and twisted, there was only one path. However, they still hadn't returned, yet a cold stone wall had appeared out of thin air. Both of their expressions didn't change. Xie Lian asked, "Is this an illusion or real?" A silver butterfly leisurely flew forward. He bumped into the uneven stone wall, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. It bounced back. Hua Qing said, "It's real." Xie Lian nodded and said, "Then it'll be very troublesome." Ghosts hit the wall, common ones. There were two kinds of methods. The first was to make you see illusions. That is, you thought there was a stone wall here, but in reality, there wasn't. It was just an illusion. This kind was also very easy to break. You could directly go up and touch it. Otherwise, you could slap yourself in the face and pour a bucket of cold water over yourself. Then, you could go up and touch it again. The second kind was to make your memory of the road, sense of direction, and other senses become confused. This kind was slightly more powerful. For example, at a fork in the road, you thought you chose the left, but in reality, your mind was absent-minded and you went right. There was also the so-called ghost turning in circles, but it was just a small trick. When a person took a step with their left foot and right foot, there was already a subtle deviation in the distance between their steps. Non-human things would confuse your mind and expand this deviation. Unknowingly, when you walked down the road, you thought it was a straight line, but in reality, it was a big circle. After circling back, you would feel strange. Why did I return here again? But for the two of them, these two kinds of methods were insignificant. This icy cold stone wall was actually the third type. It really existed. Xie Lian was just thinking about whether or not to violently break through the stone wall to see what was going on behind it when he heard Hua Qing say, "Brother, give me your hand." Xie Lian, ? Although he was puzzled, he still obediently gave his hand to Hua Qing. Hua Qing gently grasped his hand and placed it in his palm. His other hand covered it as if he was putting something on it. Xie Lian also held his breath for a moment. A moment later, he raised his hand and asked curiously, "This is?" A thin red line appeared on the third finger of his left hand. It was Hua Qing who had personally tied it for him. Moreover, this red line continued to extend and connected with the red line on Hua Qing's finger. Hua Qing raised his own hand and showed him the same little butterfly-shaped red knot on both of their hands. He smiled and said, "We've tied them together." Hearing this, Xie Lian felt his face heat up. He didn't know if he was too sensitive, but he quickly rubbed his face twice, as if he was afraid that Hua Qing would notice that his heart was beating much faster than usual. He smiled and asked, "Is this some kind of spell?" "Yes." Hua Qing's expression turned serious. He put down his hand and said, "Although we won't take the initiative to separate, it's just in case. This thread would not break, nor would it be short. As long as the thread doesn't break, we know that the person on the other end is fine. Unless the person is gone, we can definitely follow this thread to find the person on the other end of the red line." Xie Lian asked, "Gone? What do you mean?" Hua Qing said, "Dead, or vanishing into thin air." Xie Lian was about to speak when he suddenly heard a faint tremor coming from the distance. He listened attentively for a moment before saying, "Who's punching?" This strength and frequency made it seem as if someone was smashing the mountain with one punch after another. Xie Lian said, "This kind of strength definitely isn't from an ordinary person. It must be a martial god. Could it be General Pei?" Hua Qing said, "It's coming from the front." This front naturally referred to the place where they originally planned to go. However, because Pei Ming and the others disappeared halfway, they had no choice but to turn back. However, Pei Ming and the others had disappeared behind them. How could they suddenly run to the front? And if it wasn't Pei Ming, who could it be? The two of them looked at each other and walked side by side to see what was going on. Halfway through, the sound of fists hitting the mountain suddenly disappeared. They didn't know if it was intentional or if it was due to exhaustion. However, since they were already here, how could they give up halfway? Thus, Xie Lian and Hua Cheng continued walking towards the place where the sound came from. Several silver butterflies fluttered in front of the dark blue tunnel, illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, Xie Lian's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something strange on the stone wall to the side. What's that? A red line. Looking at it from afar, he really couldn't tell what it was. However, it was very strange. It looked like a red line, but it was much thicker than a red line. Furthermore, it was constantly twisting, making it look more like a long red worm. Xie Lian slowly walked to the side of the stone wall. After carefully looking at it, he said, "Isn't this a half-moon scorpion snake?" Sure enough, it was the lower body of a purplish-red scorpion snake. It was exposed outside the wall and was constantly twisting. Its upper body seemed to be buried in the stone wall. Xie Lian said, "Did it drill into a hole and can't climb out?" Hua Cheng said, "I'm afraid not." This scorpion snake's entire body was suspended in midair. Snakes didn't know how to climb walls, so how could it swim to such a high place before drilling into a hole? Moreover, there were many holes on this stone wall. Even if it wanted to drill into a hole, why did it have to drill into such a small one? This hole was also very strange. It seemed to perfectly fit the shape of the snake's body, which was why it was stuck. Xie Lian wanted to grab that snake and pull it out to take a look. However, that snake was extremely vigilant. It madly swung its scorpion tail, randomly stabbing and almost stabbing Xie Lian. Thus, Hua Cheng flicked it. Although it seemed like a casual flick, that snake seemed to be scared stiff and didn't dare to move. Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly closed his mouth and said, "Did you hear that?" Hua Cheng also said, "I heard it." The two of them looked forward at the same time. In the darkness, a low breathing sound could be heard. It was very steady and very gentle. The two dead spirit butterflies played with each other as they flew towards the source of the breathing sound. The higher they flew, the higher the silver light also rose. Gradually, it reflected a pair of hands. This was a pair of human hands. A man's hands. The back of the hands were blood-stained and riddled with scars. They drooped as if they were dead. Further up, it reflected a messy human head. The human head also drooped as if it were dead. However, it didn't have a lower body. Yes, the person hanging high up on the stone wall didn't have a lower body. Only his upper body was revealed. It was as if he had grown out of the stone wall out of thin air. In the past, Xie Lian had seen some nobles. When they hunted a rare prey, they would chop off the head of the prey and use a medicinal solution to prevent it from rotting. Then, they would hang it on the wall of their own mansion for people to view. The scene before him made him involuntarily think of the tiger, deer, wolf, and other beasts' heads that were lined up on the wall. However, this person was clearly still breathing. He was still alive. Xie Lian walked a step closer and said, "What is this thing? The original body of the mountain monster?" However, there wasn't any response from his side. Xie Lian suddenly felt a chill crawl up his scalp. He abruptly turned his head around. Sure enough, Hua Cheng had disappeared. Xie Lian said, "San Lang." Naturally, no one answered. However, the person hanging on the wall mumbled a few words. It seemed like he was about to wake up and was talking in his sleep. Right now, Xie Lian had absolutely no interest in caring about him. He circled around in place twice before suddenly remembering the red thread that Hua Cheng had tied on his hand. Sure enough, that red thread was still there. It hadn't been broken. Thus, Xie Lian felt slightly relieved. He held on to this red thread, pulling it as he walked. As he walked, that line reached its end. The other end of this red thread was unexpectedly connected to a stone wall. Xie Lian was in disbelief. He pulled it a few more times, but there was still an unending stream of longer red threads being pulled out from the stone wall. This practically made him wonder if Hua Cheng was currently inside this stone wall. Once he thought of this possibility, Xia Lian didn't say anything else. He raised his heart and was about to break this wall. Who knew that before the tip of his sword could touch the stone wall, his vision suddenly went black. The stone wall in front of him seemed to have suddenly opened up a huge mouth. With a howl, it swallowed his entire body alive. The blackness in front of him didn't pass quickly. Instead, as Xia Lian was swallowed, it became an unending darkness. From all directions, there was gravel and dirt pressing down on him. It was incomparably suffocating. Furthermore, the gravel and dirt were constantly moving. It felt as if he had been swallowed into the stomach of a giant demonic beast. Aside from him, this demonic beast had also eaten many other random things. In order to digest him, it was as if he had sunk into quicksand. The more he tried, the deeper he sank. Xia Lian was just about to break the wall and retreat when he remembered that Hua Cheng might also be inside. Instead of retreating, he advanced. As he waved his arms to break the sand and dirt, he pulled on the red thread and forced his way forward. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of him and accurately grabbed onto his wrist. Xia Lian said, "Who?" He opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of dirt. He painfully spat it out. That hand grabbed him and pulled him into an embrace. A familiar voice rang out from above, "Gidge, it's me." When he heard this voice, Xia Lian's entire body relaxed. He hugged the other person tightly and blurted out, "That's great. The red thread didn't break. I really found you." Hua Cheng also hugged him tightly and said with certainty, "It didn't break. I also found you." As it turned out, the two of them had encountered the same strange thing. Xia Lian was observing the half-human hanging on the wall while Hua Cheng was carefully observing his surroundings to guard against anything hiding in the darkness. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Xia Lian, who had been standing beside him, would disappear? Moreover, a stone wall had mysteriously appeared. Hua Cheng held on to the red thread and walked as he searched. When he discovered that the end of the red thread was connected to the wall, he simply went in to look for Xia Lian. In fact, in the beginning, there should have only been an extra wall between them. However, both of them thought that the other was inside the wall, so they coincidentally went in together. Xia Lian repeated countless times in his heart that Hua Cheng really thought of everything in advance. He said, "Fortunately, you connected a red thread. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if we could find you. No wonder General Pei and the others disappeared so suddenly. It turns out they weren't ambushed. Instead, they were swallowed by the mountain monsters." Hua Cheng said, "That's right. The location you chose was unfortunate. My shovel just happened to dig into the mountain monster's stomach." Xia Lian couldn't help but lightly cough. Yes. At this moment, they must be in the stomach of one of the three old, sick and dead mountain monsters. At that time, Inu asked Xia Lian if he wanted to dig upwards. The location he chose was coincidentally the mountain monster's resting place. Xia Lian gladly agreed. The sand and soil from all directions pressed down on the two's living space, making it more and more stuffy. Xia Lian felt that they shouldn't stay here for long. He said, "How do we get out now?" Hua Cheng said, "It's been dug through and isn't very happy. It's currently digesting us. It's slightly troublesome. But don't worry, brother, we'll get out." He then joked, "This is probably the feeling of dying in the same cave." Xia Lian was slightly stunned when he heard this. The corner of his mouth actually curled up slightly. However, he quickly suppressed it and said, "The half-human outside was probably swallowed by the mountain monster. The sound of fists hitting the mountain that we heard earlier was probably from him trying to escape and randomly smashing the stone walls. He was the same as the scorpion. He wasn't completely swallowed and was only half swallowed. So the effect was extremely terrifying." Hua Cheng said, "But he wasn't one of the people who came with us this time." Xia Lian suddenly remembered that messy hair and said, "Wait, I know who that is." I'm afraid that's Qi Ying. Hua Cheng seemed to think for a moment before remembering and said, "Oh, the one with curly hair. It should be him." Xia Lian said, "I don't know if he's all right. Did he faint? Just now, I saw that he wasn't responding." Hua Cheng said, "He's fine. He fell asleep." Xia Lian asked, "How did you know?" Hua Cheng said, "I left a few silver butterflies outside and just sent them over. My right eye can now see the situation outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a soft "n," as if he had seen something strange. Xia Lian asked, "What's going on outside?" Hua Cheng didn't say anything. He slightly lowered his head and gently lifted Xia Lian's chin, pressing their foreheads against each other. Xia Lian suddenly opened his eyes, closed them, and opened them again. He said, "This really is magical." His right eye unexpectedly saw a different scene from the one in front of him. Although it was pitch black, he could still make out a rough outline. This silver butterfly that was monitoring the outside world seemed to be hiding in a pile of weeds. Below the scene, a shadow was slowly approaching. Xia Lian said in a low voice, "Someone's coming. I don't know who it is. Where did you hide your silver butterfly? Won't it be discovered?" Hua Cheng said, "It's in his hair. It's hidden in the light, so it won't be discovered." That shadow finally walked close enough. When it raised its face, its complexion was pale. Chapter 159. It was indeed Enu. He was still holding the Earth Master shovel. With this divine artifact in hand, even if he was swallowed by the mountain monster, he could also quickly dig out a way to escape. Therefore, it was not strange for him to appear here. After all, the sound of Quan Yizhen pounding the wall just now could be considered earth-shattering. Because the scene that his left and right eyes saw was different, it was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lian blinked lightly. He discovered that even if he closed his eyes, his right eye could still see the scene outside, so he simply closed his eyes. At this moment, his gaze suddenly shook slightly, then, he suddenly swung left and right. It seemed that Quan Yizhen had finally woken up and shook his head. Seeing him raise his head, Enu's movements were extremely fast. He raised his hand and covered his face with a ghost mask. However, Quan Yizhen had no time to pay attention to him because as soon as he woke up, his entire body shrank back fiercely. The mountain monster sucked a large part of Quan Yizhen's body. While his hands were still outside, Quan Yizhen continued to pound the wall and at the same time, tried his best to pull himself out. However, this mountain monster was probably 1,000 years old. His demonic power was profound. He opened his mouth wide and sucked again. Quan Yizhen sank deeper and deeper until the sound of pounding the wall disappeared. It seemed that both his hands were dragged into the stone wall. At this moment, the mountain monster stopped moving. However, Quan Yizhen only left his head exposed outside. He seemed to have only noticed that there was a person standing below and asked without hesitation, "Who are you?" Enu did not answer. Through the mask, he shot out two gazes. That gaze was hair-raising. Xia Lian could not help but think, "This doesn't look like a gaze that wants to reminisce about the past." Quan Yizhen continued to say without hesitation, "Is that a shovel in your hand? Help me dig open the wall, I want to come out." His words had always been like this. Innocent, matter-of-fact, fearless, like a child. He did not even ask who the other party was and asked him to help. He did not even consider whether the strange shadow that appeared in this kind of situation and atmosphere would come to take his dog head. Hearing his words, Enu's hand that was holding the Earth Master shovel gradually tightened. In a flash, he grabbed the shiny shovel and slowly walked towards Quan Yizhen. Step by step, he looked like a murderer who was about to commit a big crime. Xia Lian felt an inexplicable sense of fear. "Wait, why do I feel like he's going to cut off Qi Ying's head with a shovel?" But Hua Qing said, "Who knows?" Xia Lian. Hua Qing continued, "However, we can't let him kill Quan Yizhen for the time being. Right now, the mountain troll could only swallow him raw as it wasn't easy to digest. However, if Quan Yi really died and only his corpse was left, it would be much easier to digest. The mountain troll ate a god official and its magic power increased greatly. If we want to go out, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. Xia Lian hurriedly said, wait. San Lang, let's put aside whether it's good or not. Yin is your subordinate. Based on your understanding of him, do you think he would kill Qi Ying? What kind of hatred do they have? Qi Ying was so eager to find Yin. Since they were martial brothers of the same sect, after so many years, it was impossible for him not to see this person clearly. He thought it was because Quan Yizhen felt that Yin was worth it. Moreover, with Quan Yizhen's temperament, there was no way he would do something that would make people want to kill him. Hua Qing said, no. However, sometimes, whether or not you want to kill someone isn't necessarily decided by one or two deep grudges. It could also come from some small things. Even small things that you yourself aren't aware of. Xia Lian asked, what small things? Just as he finished speaking, the scene he saw in his right eye changed. What he saw wasn't the red-clothed figure in Hua Cheng's heart, nor was it the scene of a man confronting a beast outside the stone wall. Instead, it was a main street. Xia Lian was just about to ask what it was when he heard a clamor coming from the front. He saw a group of Taoists gathered on the road. They seemed to be surrounding someone and angrily cursing. After taking a closer look, he discovered that there was a child squatting in the middle of this group of Taoists. His hair was curly and his face was covered in blood. If an ordinary child was surrounded and cursed like this, they would have long since been scared to tears. However, this child was only around 10 years old. Not only was he not afraid, he even seemed to be very excited. He looked left and right and clenched his fists, looking eager to give it a try. At this moment, a young Taoist pushed through the crowd and walked over. He said, forget it, don't scold him anymore. He should know that he was wrong. Xia Lian let out a soft sound. This young Taoist had bright eyes, a radiant face, and a perfectly straight back. It was actually Yin. However, he didn't know if it was because the current Yin was a real youth or because he was in high spirits, but he didn't have the kind of dullness that would come with the passage of time. Compared to the faint impression that was left in Xia Lian's mind when he first saw him, anyone who saw him would praise him as a good youth. They were practically two completely different people. Xia Lian thought to himself, this time, he's not that ordinary after all. Hua Cheng laughed out loud. Who isn't a youth? Only then did Xia Lian realize that he had accidentally said it out loud. He said, San Lang's right eye can even see this kind of thing. Hua Qing said, it's not my right eye that sees it. It's something else that sees it. I'm just borrowing it to take a look. Xia Lian said, wonderful method. Wonderful method. Hua Qing said, it's simple. If you want to pick a subordinate, you can't do anything without turning the other person's background inside out. I'm pretty good at this. In the future, if there's a need, feel free to find me if you want to dig out someone's background. At this time, in the image that their right eye saw, another handsome Taoist who was about the same age as Yin angrily said, he knows his mistake, my ass. Look at his appearance, does it look like he knows his mistake? This little demon doesn't understand anything at all. Let's properly do our morning exercises, yet we were smashed by him with rocks and mud. We have to teach him a good lesson. Yin stopped him and said, forget it, Jian Yu. He's already been beaten to this state. Next time, he definitely won't dare to do it again. You guys should have vented your anger already. What's there to teach him? If you teach him again, he'll die. Look at how this child is dressed, there must be no one at home, no one to teach him. Don't worry about him, go back and calm down. As Jian Yu turned around, he angrily said, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this stinking brat's brain. He's not normal. Look at how he's still laughing after getting beaten up. He even wants to get beaten up again. As Yin pushed them away, he said, AI. You already said there's something wrong with his brain, why bother arguing with him? It could be seen that at this time, Yin's words carried a lot of weight among his fellow disciples. Although everyone was indignant, they still went back. Inu looked at the child sitting on the ground and squatted down. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the child grabbed another handful of mud and threw it at his face. The expression on his face was still excited. Inu was speechless for a moment. He wiped the mud off his face and said, "You little brat, why are you so mischievous? Why did you hit the Taoist priests of our monastery?" The child jumped up and assumed a fighting stance, saying, "Come and fight." Inu stood up and said, "This stance was taught by us." "Who taught you?" The child only shouted, "Come and fight." He bounced up and down on the spot like a silly little monkey. At the same time, he continuously grabbed the mud and stones on the ground and threw them at his opponent. His technique was actually very accurate. Inu was a few years older than him, so he couldn't fight with a child due to his status. However, he was beaten up by the child and said as he ran, "This technique was also taught by us. Did you secretly learn it from the top of the wall every day?" "Don't hit me," I said, "don't hit me." "I didn't hit you." "Do you really like fighting that much?" Unexpectedly, after he said this, Quanesian suddenly stopped and nodded. He rubbed his muddy hands and said, "I like it." He actually said it very seriously. Xia Lian and Inu were stunned. It went without saying who this child was. Xia Lian couldn't help but sigh. Qiying is really a martial arts fanatic. A natural martial god. Although at this time, everyone else thought that Quanesian was a child with a mental problem, Xia Lian felt very close to him. Because, towards something, one must first be crazy before they could become a god. Just from this point alone, those who could understand this kind of craziness could be considered to have a bit of potential and be a bit interesting. As for those who couldn't understand, they could only laugh at people who were crazy and stupid. From this moment on, it could already be determined that there was no hope on this path. Inu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed again. However, he didn't laugh for long. In the next moment, his face was once again plastered with mud. He hurriedly said, "Hey! I said don't hit me. Listen to me. Then. Do you want to become my disciple and learn how to fight?" Hearing this, Quanesian's movements stopped. He grabbed the mud in his hand and didn't know whether it flew out or not. But Xia Lian didn't see whether he threw it out or not. Because, at this moment, Inu outside the stone wall nailed the earth master shovel to the wall with a dang sound. He didn't really shovel off Quanesian's head, but the sharp metal brushed past Quanesian's face. It was extremely dangerous. The silver butterfly hidden in Quanesian's hair was very stable. Although it wasn't startled by this sudden attack and flew away, the scene Xia Lian saw with his right eye changed. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't." Hua Cheng seemed to have already expected this and said, "Look. I indeed have this inclination. However, my killing intent isn't heavy at the moment." Quanesian only revealed his head and said, "You want to kill me?" Inu didn't say anything. Quanesian seemed very puzzled and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Xia Lian also asked, "Did he do something wrong?" Hua Cheng said, "It's hard to say. Gidge, take a look yourself." After he finished speaking, a Taoist room with white walls and black tiles appeared in front of Xia Lian's right eye. Inu looked a few years older than before. He was currently leaning over the writing desk in the Taoist room and writing at a very fast speed. Beside him was a large circle of fellow disciples who were complaining. "Senior brother Inu, Quanesian's table manners are too unsightly. Every time he eats, he spills it all over the place. Furthermore, his appetite is 3 times bigger than other people's. He's just like a starving ghost. He monopolizes the rice bucket by himself, making it so that other people can't eat well. Senior brother Inu, I can't live with him anymore. I want to change rooms. He's always so angry when he wakes up. Every day, I worry that he'll kick me and break my ribs. I can't afford to provoke him, I can't afford to provoke him. Senior brother Inu, I don't want to be in the same group as him. This brat never cooperates with others and doesn't care about others. He only cares about fighting randomly to show off. I'd rather be in the same group as the worst junior brother than be in the same group as him. Inu felt dizzy from listening to all this. He said, okay. Then, how about this? I'll investigate first. After the investigation, I'll think about how to deal with it. You guys can go back first. The one who slammed the table the most fiercely complaining was naturally Jianyu. He was obviously dissatisfied with this result and said, Inu, you really shouldn't have let Master take that brat as a disciple. He's really troublesome. You see, he's been here for so long. When hasn't his atmosphere been foul? When hasn't he caused destruction? Everyone was aggressive. Inu said a few words to mediate. Actually, this isn't that big of a deal, not that big of a deal. Our peace has been ruined. If we don't cultivate in peace, how are we supposed to cultivate? That's right. Why haven't there been so many problems before? Inu could only say, Ishin, he doesn't have any bad intentions. It's just that he really doesn't understand the ways of the world and doesn't know how to get along with others. Jianyu said, not knowing the ways of the world isn't a death exemption medallion. If he doesn't understand, can't he learn? Since he's living in this world full of people, he has to learn how to get along with others. He's already a teenager. How can he still act like a child? He's already a father when he's a teenager. Let's not say that Master is biased. How many years has this brat been here? First, he gets all the good things. The best training room is given to him. The best medicinal pills are also given to him. He doesn't even have to do morning and evening classes. He doesn't even have to memorize scriptures. If Master catches him, he'll just say a few words to him out of courtesy. He won't even be scolded. Based on what? Senior apprentice brother Inu, you're the eldest disciple. If you're like this, everyone can forget about it. But who does he think he is? He doesn't have any upbringing or morals. What's so great about having good aptitude? Which one of us will submit to him? This was faintly trying to sow discord. Everyone clamored one after another. When Inu heard this, his complexion suddenly turned ugly. He gripped his brush tightly. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel that things were far from good. It was very easy for people with average tolerance to take this kind of bait. But what if it was a narrow-minded person? He wouldn't even need to take the bait. He would jump up on his own. However, unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Inu put down his brush. He frowned and said solemnly, fellow junior apprentice brothers, I feel that what you're saying is wrong. Everyone stared blankly. Inu said, I'll say something unpleasant. No matter what Dao he cultivates, as long as his aptitude is good, he's really amazing. Besides, his aptitude is good and he's willing to cultivate. If you really feel that Master is biased, then we should work harder to catch up to him and surpass him. The training room and medicinal pill room will naturally be open to everyone. If everyone has the time to be angry at him, it's more important to cultivate diligently, isn't that right? When he said this, everyone felt a little embarrassed. But they still said, Senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. He won't argue with him. Just this kind of bearing is already miles ahead of him. Jianyu said, Inu, you're speaking up for him today. Be careful or you'll be disgusted by him in the future. In short, neither side was very happy with this complaint. After everyone left, Inu closed the door. Just as he was about to close the window, he suddenly discovered someone squatting on the window. He jumped in fright and said, Who is it? Quan Yizhen drooped his head and squatted on the window lattice. When Inu saw that it was him, he said, When did you come? He pulled him a few times but to no avail. He said, Yizhen, if you want to squat, go somewhere else. I'm going to close the window. Chapter 160. Inu gave a dry laugh. Did you hear that? Quan Yizhen nodded. Inu had a conflicted expression. He scratched the bridge of his nose and said, It's Alright, a normal person could tell that these words were forced, but Kuan seemed to have only heard the literal meaning and said, "Oh." Inu saw that he believed it and smiled. In the end he said, "Actually, there's no need to care. You didn't do anything wrong, really. This is also good." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason why the senior and junior brothers didn't like Kuan, it wasn't because he ate a lot, it wasn't because he was angry when he woke up, it wasn't because he always ignored others and only cared about being in the limelight. In the end, the only thing they really couldn't stand was the latter part. He came the latest, but he got the most. Kuan nodded and said, "I think so too." Inu patted his shoulder and said, "Go train. This is the most important thing. Don't think too much about anything else." Kuan jumped out of the window. He looked in the direction as expected. He went to train. Inu closed the window and picked up the scriptures from the desk and started to work hard. After 2 matches, Xia Lian praised, "San Lang, this subordinate of yours is really a very rare person. His temperament is quite good." But after saying that, he remembered that Inu had almost used the shovel to cut off Kuan head. He hurriedly asked, "Is everything alright outside?" Hua Cheng showed him the outside world. Inu calmed down and pulled out the shovel. He seemed to be thinking about what to do with Kuan head. Xia Lian was slightly relieved and said, "I guess their problem should have happened after they ascended." Hua Cheng said, "Correct." After saying that, a gorgeous hall appeared in front of Xia Lian. Inu sat upright in the center of the main hall. Jian Yu and Kuan stood on his left and right side. They were all heavenly officials from the heavenly court. Xia Lian even saw many familiar faces, such as the masculine Ling Wen, the lukewarm Pei Su, and the flawless Lang Qianqiu. They were all dressed in formal attire, and the attendant heavenly officials behind them were holding large red gift boxes in their hands. It was obvious that this was the Jade Attraction Palace in the Immortal Capital. Today was the opening ceremony of Inu Palace. It was also the auspicious day when his immortal residence in the Celestial Capital was completed. Xia Lian was slightly surprised. It was not difficult to see the human world in Flower City. The human world was his territory. As long as he was willing to cast his net in the sea of people, he could use the eyes of passers-by, wandering spirits, birds, and beasts. However, the immortal capital was the territory of the heaven realm, so how could they see it? Hua Cheng seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "Brother, look at the corner near the palace door." Xia Lian looked over. The range of the corner was not small. Because the temple was not small, there were at least a few dozen figures going in and out of the corner near the door. Hua Cheng said again, "Guess which one is black water?" Only then did Xia Lian remember that Xian had always been hiding in the heavenly court. He must have been the one who sold the information about the immortal capital to Hua Cheng. He could not help but focus and distinguish. After a while, he found a suitable one and said, "The one wearing black clothes?" Hua Cheng said, "This guess is too conservative." "No, guess again." Xia Lian said again, "The one who doesn't like to smile?" Hua Cheng said, "That's not right either." After guessing a few times in a row, someone reported, "Lord Wind Master has arrived." Xia Lian immediately looked toward the entrance of the palace. He saw Shi Qingxian swaggering his Wind Master fan and walking in with a beaming face. He threw the gift box in his hand to the side and cupped his hands. "Congratulations on establishing the Jade Attraction Palace." I'm late. Drink as punishment, ha 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 ha." Inu, who was sitting on the seat, smiled and said, "Not at all, I'm not late. Lord Wind Master, please." Hua Cheng finally revealed the answer to the mystery and said, "It's this." Xia Lian. Lord Wind Master is black water. This was too mysterious. Hua Cheng said with a smile, "Brother, you've misunderstood. It's not this, it's the one behind him." Xia Lian took a closer look and saw that at the side of the palace door behind Shi Qingxian, there was a low-level god official who was in charge of receiving the gift boxes from the guests. He did not look handsome, but he was brimming with enthusiasm and a smile. Shi Qingxian walked into the palace proudly and casually threw a small pearl behind him as a reward. The god official's eyes lit up and he caught it with both hands. He even thanked Lord Windmaster repeatedly, looking like a lackey. Xia Lian could not help but say, "This is black water." "The black water with such a bright smile?" Hua Qing said, "It's him. It's just a fake smile. This person has at least 50 clones in the immortal capital, and each of them has a different identity. He can monitor more than 80 heavenly heavens god official and more than 300 middle heavens god official at the same time. Otherwise, just the identity of a geomaster is far from enough." Xia Lian could not help but sigh in admiration at Blackwater's acting skills, his ability to hide chess pieces, and his exuberant energy. He said, "Then what about the 50 clones now?" Hua Qing said, "Junwu is pulling out the nails one by one." Just as he said that, an ear-piercing voice suddenly came from outside, "Your Highness Inu, you better give us an explanation today. What exactly is going on with your junior brother?" The smiles on the god officials' faces immediately disappeared, and they looked outside at the same time. It seemed like someone wanted to barge in but was stopped. He was still shouting outside the palace, "Your junior brother Quanizhan is fighting with a god official with a higher status in the heavenly heavens, are you still going to do something about it?" Inu's smile disappeared, and he lowered his voice to ask the two people behind him, "What's going on? Izhan, did you fight with him again?" Quanizhan said, "I did." Jianyu glared angrily and gritted his teeth, "It's you again, you stinking brat." When something like this happened, Shi Qingxian was always the first to speak. He inserted his horsetail whisk into his collar and said, "What's going on? Today is his ceremony to set up the palace, can't you talk about it later? It was someone else's big day, and they came here to cause trouble." It wasn't that they didn't have any eyesight, but they were purely looking for trouble. The person outside the palace said, "Io, so today is the big day of your ceremony, we really didn't know about this. But he didn't pick a day to beat us up, so do we have to pick a day to settle the score with him? Quanizhan is from your Inu palace, he was personally appointed by His Highness Inu, so who else should we look for if not him? They could be sure now, they were here to find trouble." Lingwen frowned slightly and said, "Why do you have to do this?" Inu could only stand up and said, "I understand. But now is not a good time, how about we talk about it later?" The person outside the palace chuckled and said, "I only hope that your Inu palace won't cover for him." They didn't even know what happened, but they already put on the hat of covering for him, it was simply overbearing. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to say something again, but Quanizhan suddenly jumped down from behind Inu and said, "Are you guys leaving or not?" The troublemaker clearly knew that he didn't dare to fight back, and he said fearlessly, "If we don't leave, do you still want to fight? So many immortal attendants are watching." Who knew that Quanizhan really couldn't be measured with common sense? He didn't say anything else, he raised his fist and flew out. There was a scream outside the palace, and all the god officials in the palace were stunned. After a while, Lingwen said, "Someone, hold him back, he's going to be beaten to death." Inu was also stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly went out and said, "Stop." And those troublemakers said loudly, "Your Inu palace is really too amazing. Good, good." Senior and junior brothers ganged up to bully others. At night, in the side hall of Inu Palace, Inu was pacing back and forth on the spot. Jianyu flew into a rage and said, "Today's ceremony was completely ruined by this stinking brat." Xia Lian could completely understand why Jianyu was so angry. Even though Xia Lian didn't care much about the ceremony, many other god officials did. It was a ceremony for a god official to officially become a part of the celestial heavens. Today's matter, to use an inappropriate analogy, was like an emperor's ascension ceremony being disrupted by someone, who wouldn't be furious? Inu sighed and said, "Forget it. It must be someone else who provoked him first. Plus, he didn't cause trouble today, he just deliberately chose today to come. What can we do?" Jianyu said, "There are so many people in the celestial heavens, why didn't others provoke others, but him?" Inu said, "You know, he's never the kind of person who doesn't fight back after being beaten. It's not that others don't provoke others, it's that others can tolerate it, but he can't. Jian Yu said, this is immortal capital, not the human world. Can't he just swallow his anger and keep a low profile? If he hadn't provoked earlier and behaved himself, others wouldn't have had the chance to act up today. This is great, I've lost a lot of face. So many God officials are watching. If this gets out, who cares who made the first move? They'll only say that Inu Palace is unreasonable, fighting in public. Who's going to tell you who's at fault and who's at fault? Do you think he's reasonable? No. As long as something happens, as long as someone makes a move, you're unreasonable. He doesn't know shit. He'll only cause trouble for us. After a series of outbursts, Jian Yu stormed out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Inu sat on the spot, deeply worried. After a while, she turned around and saw a black shadow squatting on the window frame. Inu was shocked by this familiar scene again, and said, "Why are you squatting here again? When did you come? What kind of habit is this?" Quan Yizhen didn't answer, and said, "They scolded me first." Inu wanted to say something, but hesitated, and said, "Yizhen, don't take what Jian Yu said to heart." Quan Yizhen said stubbornly, "They scolded me first. I didn't know them at all, and they said I was a low-level god official, scolded me for no reason, laughed at me, and told me to get lost and not block the way. I asked them to apologize, but they refused, so I beat them. They only shut up when they were beaten, or else I wouldn't have beaten them." Although it was still harmonious now, in the early days, some god officials of the celestial heavens and lower celestial heavens with higher status and seniority would indeed push aside and bully the low-level god officials with the lowest seniority. At that time, this kind of thing wasn't rare. Inu sighed. Quan Yizhen said, "Are low-level god officials inferior?" Inu said, "No. Isn't it?" It was very obvious that even he didn't believe this sentence. Quan Yizhen also sensed it, and after a long time, he said frankly, "I don't like this place." Inu didn't say anything. Quan Yizhen said, "They find me annoying, but I find them even more annoying. In the past, I had 16 hours to cultivate, but now I have to use more than half of it to talk and listen to people talk nonsense, and to visit and be visited. Some people scolded me for no reason, hit me, don't apologize, and don't even allow me to beat them. This isn't some celestial realm at all. I don't like this place." Inu sighed, and said, "I don't like this place either." Quan Yizhen said, "Then let's go back." Inu shook his head, and said, "Although I don't like this place, I still want to stay here." Quan Yizhen was puzzled, and said, "Since you don't like it, why do you want to stay here?" Inu couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't explain to him that the celestial capital was the ultimate destination that many people yearned for, and he also couldn't understand how difficult it was for someone his age to ascend. He said, "This, because ascending is really difficult. Since it's so difficult and since I'm already here, I still want to do better." Quan Yizhen disapproved, and said, "Ascending isn't that big of a deal. It's fine if you don't fly." Inu was a little angry, but also a little amused. He said, "What do you mean it's not that big of a deal? Why don't you try it?" Seeing this, Xie Lian said, "People really shouldn't joke around." Hua Qing said, "That's right. In less than half a year, when Quan Yizhen ascends, he won't find it funny anymore." Xie Lian said, "Can I watch it at that time?" Hua Qing said, "Yes." Wait a moment. The scene changed. This time, it was still the celestial capital, but the scene was a banquet under the moon. Xie Lian watched for a moment and said, "Mid-autumn banquet?" Hua Qing said, "That's right." Xie Lian asked, "Where is the black water hidden this time?" Hua Qing said, "Look who's eating." At the banquet, all the heavenly officials were busy toasting, exchanging greetings, and playing games. Only one person's face was almost buried in the large bowl in front of him. This time, He Xian actually didn't hide. Instead, he sat in the corner with the identity of a geomaster. However, no one really paid attention to him. Inu and Jian Yu sat next to the geomaster. They were both at the edge. Inu didn't eat, nor did she talk to anyone. Beside her, Jianyu said in a low voice, "Thank the heavens that stinky brat with a mental illness didn't come." When Inu heard this, she said in a low voice, "He's already ascended for so long. If you keep talking about him like this, it won't be good if others hear it. It's better to pay attention." Jianyu said, "That's the truth. Am I wrong? So what if he ascended? Even if he was a few hundred years older, his brain still wouldn't work." As they were talking, a group of newly arrived heavenly officials sat down nearby. They seemed to be new faces. After a cursory greeting, one of the heavenly officials casually asked Inu, "This is?" Another heavenly official also casually answered, "This is the martial god who guards the west." When he heard this, the heavenly official who asked the question suddenly became incomparably enthusiastic. He stood up and toasted, saying, "Oh. Oh oh oh. I've heard a lot about you, I've heard a lot about your distinguished name." Inu hurriedly also stood up and said with a smile, "It's nothing." That heavenly official said, "Hey, don't be modest. I've really heard a lot about you. I've long heard that His Highness Qi-Ying from the West is young and promising. It's only been a few years since he ascended, but he's already won the hearts of his believers. In this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Lantern competition, he even entered the top 10. Right now, he's dominating the West, his position is unshakable, his future is boundless, his future is boundless. Now that I've met you, you're slightly older than I thought. But you're still very young, worthy of being called young and promising." Hearing this, Inu's smile froze on her face. She didn't know whether to accept this glass of wine or not. It suddenly became extremely awkward. And the other party continued to warmly try to get closer to him, even calling him brother. "To tell you the truth, it's very rare for me to see someone I like, but Brother Quan, I really hit it off at first sight. My territory is also in the West. In the future, if Brother Quan needs any help, as long as you don't mind, just let me know. Everyone should take care of each other." Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, and those who knew Inu also laughed heartily. Xiao Yan could practically travel through time and space to directly feel that overwhelming and suffocating awkwardness. Jian Yu's face turned green from anger, but Inu was still calm. Although her hands trembled a little, she still managed to steady herself and said, "I'm sorry." Chapter 161. There was a commotion on the other side. The priest said in surprise, Aren't you His Highness Qi-Ying?" Only then did the others laugh and say, "You got the wrong brother. Have you forgotten? There are two martial gods guarding the West. One is Inu, the other is Qi-Ying. They are from the same sect. The one in front of you is His Highness Inu, ha ha ha." The priest hurriedly said, "Oh, oh, oh. I got the wrong person. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, I'm ignorant. I heard that Qi-Ying is more." Before he finished, Inu had already closed his eyes as if he was tired of talking. He gave up on communicating. Someone sensed that something was wrong. He elbowed the priest and only then did he realize how harsh his words were. He laughed and immediately said, "Cough cough, I won't accompany you. I'll go down first." Inu, ah no no no, His Highness Inu. We'll talk again when we have time. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Ha ha ha. As he said that he was going down, he held his wine cup and rushed in the direction where Quan Yizhen was coming. There was already a large group of priests there. They were all fighting to greet Quan Yizhen. They surrounded him and couldn't see the people inside. It seemed that Quan Yizhen had just ascended not long ago and had already formed his own hall. It was the time when he was popular and he wasn't as despised as he was later. Although the two of them were both Western martial gods, this lineup greatly overshadowed Inu. Everyone rushed over there, causing He Xian to be the only one sitting there drinking soup. It was cold and cheerless. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. After a while, he suddenly said, "Let's go back." No one noticed when the two of them left the table. Jian Yu was infuriated, this bunch of idiots with red heads and white heads. What kind of priest are they? When this kid first arrived in the celestial heavens, one or two of them hated him to death and complained to you. Now that this kid has ascended, there are more lamps and they praise him so much that they start bragging. Their faces change faster than flipping a book. What unshakable status, young and promising. I think his believers are all crazy like him. Only crazy people will believe this kind of crazy person. At this moment, Shi Qingxian walked over with a cup of wine. Yin Yu said softly, "Stop talking, let's go." Seeing that someone had arrived, Jian Yu finally shut his mouth. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "Yin Yu, you're going back just like that? Didn't Qing just arrive? I heard from him that you two haven't seen each other for a long time. He even asked me what you've been up to recently. Aren't you going to catch up with him?" Yin Yu forced a smile and said, "No, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first." Shi Qingxian did not think too much about it. When he saw the Earth Master behind him, he laughed and said, "Then have a good rest. Let's gather next time. Brother Ming. I told you not to sit here. Let's go to my side." When Shi Qingxian walked over and couldn't be bothered to look over here, Jian Yu lowered her voice and continued, "Catch up my ass. This brat won't be complacent for long. Sooner or later, he'll suffer a crushing defeat. I'll wait for that day." He kept on cursing, and Yin Yu was also very annoyed. She said, "Forget it, don't be so resentful." Jian Yu said, "Forget it, forget it. You keep saying forget it, how can I forget it? If it weren't for you helping him clean up after him when he first came up, he would have been kicked out long ago. I really can't stand it anymore. I feel bad for you." The two of them had already returned to the Yin Yu palace quickly. Compared to the extraordinary bustle at the beginning of the establishment of the palace, it looked like it was deserted now. There were not many low-level divine officials waiting on them. After closing the door, Yin Yu's voice became a little louder. He said, "Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. It's very normal for an ascended divine official to set up a palace on his own. He didn't do anything. Since you get annoyed mentioning him, then why do you always take the initiative to mention him?" Jian Yu said, "Don't blame me for being talkative. Someone has to remind you about this. Yin Yu, the entire west side, the territory is only so big, and there are only so many believers. He snatched so many by himself. That wolf demon last time was forcefully snatched by him. You look at now, your territory is shrinking and shrinking. How much is left? How can you still have a foothold?" Yin Yu said, "How is it considered snatching? He didn't use a knife to force people to believe him and worship him. Everyone is willing. And that wolf demon." He sighed and said frankly, "I really can't deal with that. It's useless to look for me to pray to, so he naturally looked for him." Jian Yu said bitterly, I'm afraid that if you continue like this, you won't have any room to turn things around. Damn, even these low-level divine officials are so snobbish. One by one, they find an excuse to resign from our palace and slip away to other divine officials. Not a single one of them is good." Yin Yu sighed again and sat on the praying mat. He said, "What fight? Why do you care about these things? Those who want to leave will leave, and those who want to stay will naturally stay. I ascended not to fight with anyone for power or territory. Why do you have to take things so hard? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Just look at a ready-made example. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who were both in the south, had been fighting to the death for so many years. If they weren't in the same territory, it would be slightly better. But as the saying goes, enemies don't meet unless they're enemies. Wherever you ascended and made a name for yourself, that was your territory. Old friends who had disagreements when they were humans often huddled together after ascending. Above the heavens and below the earth, as a human and as a god, it was this awkward. It was impossible for Kuan Yizhen to give up on the west and go to other territories. As the two of them were arguing, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Jian Yu said, "Who is it?" The person outside the door said, "It's me." Jian Yu said angrily to Yin Yu silently, "This brat, why did he come here?" Yin Yu gestured for him to go to the back. He calmed himself down and went forward to open the door. As expected, the person standing at the door was Quan Yizhen. He was much taller than before. He was about the same height as when Xia Lian first met him. He was no longer squatting by the window. Yin Yu said calmly, "It's Yizhen. Didn't you attend the Mid-Autumn banquet? Why are you here?" Quan Yizhen was led into the palace. The moment he opened his mouth, he said without rhyme or reason, "It's my birthday." It turned out that the Mid-Autumn festival was actually Quan Yizhen's birthday. And he came here to ask for a birthday gift. Xia Lian also heard that in the past, Yin Yu would always give a gift for Quan Yizhen's birthday as his senior. This year, probably because of all sorts of awkwardness, he didn't give it. According to what Shi Qingxian said at the Mid-Autumn banquet, Yin Yu had probably been avoiding him for a period of time. Those who were a little more sensitive would be aware that Quan Yizhen didn't meet him and didn't give him a gift. No matter what, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it. Quan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xia Lian had never seen such a tragic and awkward situation. If he didn't have to touch Hua Cheng's forehead, he really wanted to slap his own head and cover his eyes. Yin Yu laughed dryly and said, "Ah, right, today is your birthday again. But recently, His Highness is a little busy, so..." When Quan Yizhen heard that, he widened his eyes and said, "You didn't?" Yin Yu seemed to feel that something was wrong. He changed his words and said, "No, I didn't forget. It's at the back. Wait for a moment." Quan Yizhen sat down on the spot and placed his hands on his legs. He nodded repeatedly and looked very expectant. Yin Yu escaped to the side hall. Jian Yu sat there with a sullen face. Yin Yu definitely didn't prepare anything. After he went in, he rummaged through the cabinets but didn't find anything suitable. He could only say to Jian Yu, "Quickly help me find something that can replace the present." Jian Yu grabbed a piece of cloth from the side and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it and said, "Give it to him." Yin Yu said, "Jian Yu." Jian Yu said, "I feel that giving him this is too good for him. He still has the face to come and ask for a gift." Yin Yu said helplessly, "He doesn't understand at all. He gave it to him in the past but not this year. It's too deliberate. Anything is fine, it's just a token of appreciation. How about this, go look for that Vajra exorcism bracelet you got last time. Even though it's not suitable, it's better than nothing." He urged Jian Yu a few times before Jian Yu left angrily. Yin Yu returned to the main hall and sat in front of Quan Yizhen. He said, "Wait a moment, the things are a little messy. I'll let Jian Yu go look for them." "Oh right, what have you been doing recently? You should be living quite smoothly, right? I heard that the number of believers praying in your hall has increased by 5 times in the past few months. Congratulations." Quan Yizhen said, "I don't know what believers are. I only do things to beat myself up, but they inexplicably squeeze into the hall. Strange. Recently, I beat up a wolf demon." Yin Yu's smile inevitably became a little dry. He couldn't bite it off, but Quan Yizhen easily bit it off. This was like a beloved woman whom you begged for but couldn't get anything out of her, yet she cried and threw herself into his hands. Yet, he didn't even bother to look at her. "Let me tell you, that woman is only average in looks and there's nothing special about her. It really doesn't feel good." Quan Yizhen spoke for a while and suddenly said, "I saw you at the Mid-Autumn banquet just now. I wanted to say something, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon." Hearing that he finally wasn't in high spirits as he recounted the recent battle situation, Yin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Oh, I had some matters to attend to, so I came back first." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "Someone told me that it's because they got the wrong person." Hearing that, Yin Yu's complexion immediately changed. Quan Yizhen, however, was completely unaware of it. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Too funny, so stupid." Xia Lian already couldn't bear to watch anymore. He buried his face in Hua Cheng's chest and said, This is simply too tragic to look at." Of course he believed that Quan Yizhen really thought it was funny that other people got the wrong person. He really didn't understand at all. To Inu, this was something that wasn't funny at all. However, this didn't prevent him from feeling that he would suffocate if the two of them continued talking awkwardly. Fortunately, before he suffocated, Jianyu finally came out with the gift box. He handed the gift box to Inu and went back in without saying a word. Inu also seemed to have been redeemed as he handed the gift box to Quan Yizhen. He had a very happy expression as he jumped up on the spot to catch the box. Inu's smile revealed his exhaustion as he said, "Take it back and look at it later." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "All right. I'm going back. I'm going on patrol next month. Senior brother, if you have time, let's go together." Inu already couldn't bear listening to him anymore and casually said a few perfunctory words. After sending him off, Jianyu couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the door and loudly cursed, "You're going too far." I think he must have been smashed upside down by his mother 118 times the moment he was born, right? Otherwise, he must have deliberately come to disgust you. What do you mean you don't understand believers? Inexplicable. What do you mean going on patrol? Are you deliberately showing off? Your heart is black to the core. This time, he let loose a torrent of curses. Inu didn't even try to stop him. He walked to the back of the palace hall and didn't come out again. Xia Lian instinctively felt that there was a problem with the gift box that Quan Yizhen took away. He said, "Could it be that the embroidered gown immortal was inside?" Hua Qing said, "You guessed correctly." Xia Lian said, "Then the blame for the embroidered gown immortal incident should be on Jianyu's shoulders. Why was Inu's punishment so heavy later on?" Hua Qing said, "Gij will know in 3 days." He said 3 days, and 3 days passed. Suddenly, a few rays of sunlight shone into the cold and cheerless Inu palace. He saw Inu slowly walk into the side palace hall. He seemed to be looking for something as he rummaged through cabinets and cabinets. Unexpectedly, as he rummaged through the cabinets and cabinets, he suddenly fished out a dazzling gold bracelet that was covered in incantations. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and set it aside. But a moment later, he suddenly grabbed it and said, "Jianyu?" Jianyu came in from outside and asked, "What's the matter?" Holding the bracelet, Inu doubtfully asked, "Why is this Vajra subduing demon bracelet here? Didn't you give it to him? Didn't I tell you to put it in a gift box?" Jianyu snorted and said, "Give it to him. He's not even worthy of you spitting on him." Inu found this funny and also good. He said, "You couldn't possibly have really given him that cloth to wipe his feet with, right? Why would you want to offend him?" Jianyu smiled slyly and said, "No. What I gave him was a good thing." His tone was a little strange. Inu slightly frowned and asked, "What did you give him?" Jianyu said, "The clothes you grabbed last time." Inu's expression changed instantly. He didn't find it funny anymore and said, "What? I said I couldn't find it anywhere. That clothes can control people's minds and it can suck blood." He was about to rush out when Jianyu grabbed him and said, "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? That clothes can control people's minds, but you're the one who gave him the clothes. No one else can control him. Also, it can suck blood from mortals, but I don't believe it can do anything to a heavenly judge. Look, it's been 3 days. Is he all right?" Inu thought about it and paced back and forth in the side hall. Jianyu said again, "Besides, isn't this kid quite capable? He's young and promising. Let's see how capable he is this time." In the end, Inu still threw up his hands and said, "No. I don't know how dangerous that thing is. If something happens, it's over. How can you be so reckless?" Sigh. He ignored Jianyu's shouts and ran out, knocking down many heavenly judges along the way. He first rushed to the Qiying Hall, but he wasn't there. He grabbed people and asked, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with Qi. Where is he?" Someone said, "Qi. His Highness Qi is having a meeting at the Divine Martial Hall. The top-ranked martial gods of the celestial heavens are all there." Inu ran away before he finished listening. Only then did he realize that he couldn't enter the Supreme Martial Hall. Firstly, the one who was called for this meeting was the martial god of the upper heaven, not him. Secondly, even if he went in, he couldn't talk about it in front of everyone, so he could only wait outside the hall. Xia Lian glanced through the window. Indeed, a few familiar faces like Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Pei Ming were all in the hall, listening attentively. Inu saw that Quan Yizhen was inside. She was wearing a set of shiny armor that looked quite impressive. He didn't seem to be abnormal, but Ling Wen, who was standing beside Jun Wu, was a little abnormal. He was distracted and kept making mistakes. Jun Wu had no choice but to ask, "Ling Wen. Ling Wen." After shouting a few times, Ling Wen suddenly came back to his senses and said, "What? What's wrong?" Jun Wu smiled and said, "What's wrong with you today? You keep staring at Qi. Could it be that you think his new armor isn't bad like me?" The martial gods in the hall also laughed. Ling Wen said he was ashamed and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead without a trace. However, the hand that was holding the brush seemed to be trembling slightly. If Xia Lian was at the scene at that time, he would probably laugh as well. But now, he was very clear that Ling Wen must have felt her hair stand on end and her heart tremble when she saw Quan Yizhen wearing the blood-stained clothes that he personally made a few hundred years ago. Inu paced back and forth outside the hall, sometimes squatting, sometimes standing up. He was suffering. He endured until the meeting was over. Quan Yizhen was the first to walk out. He saw him outside and greeted, "Senior Martial Brother, why are you here?" Inu hurriedly stood up and casually said a few words. He immediately said, "Your armor," Quan Yizhen said, "very good." Just now, the monarch and Ling Wen both praised it. "Thank you, Senior Martial Brother." Inu forced himself to calm down and said, "It's not bad, but the person who made this armor said there's a problem with it. He wants you to bring it back to him and repair it." If he directly ordered Quan Yizhen to take off this armor, he would be able to sense that he was being controlled by an evil being. It wouldn't look good if this matter was exposed. Therefore, he couldn't let him sense anything strange, so he could only make this tactful request. Quan Yizhen asked curiously, "What's the problem?" "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. After all, it would be very awkward to ask for the gift that he had given away." While Inu was thinking hard about how to deal with it, Quan Yizhen said again, "By the way, Senior Martial Brother, we can go on patrol together next month." Inu instantly raised his head and said in a daze, "What?" He almost forgot about the embroidered celestial dress. He hesitated and said, "I don't have a quota for the patrol, right?" Quan Yizhen looked rather happy and told him, "There is. I mentioned you just now, and the monarch said he could consider it." In a split second, Xia Lian could almost see a burst of hot blood rushing straight to Inu's face. The anger and grievance that had accumulated for many years finally exploded at this moment. Inu directly scolded and said, "Are you crazy?" This was the first time Quan Yizhen saw Inu so angry. He blinked his eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. At the side, a few heavenly officials who were passing by secretly glanced over. Inu hugged his head and said, "Did I say I wanted to go? What does a martial god going on patrol have to do with me? I didn't ask you, so why did you mention me to the monarch?" Bystanders might not know why Inu lost control of himself like this, but Xia Lian was very clear about it. This was because, for a martial god with an extremely high self-esteem, this was really a great humiliation. A martial god going on patrol was a kind of ceremony that only the top-notch martial gods of the heavenly court could participate in. During the process of going on patrol, the chosen martial gods would use their own power to drive away demons and ghosts. Not only could they spread their fame and increase the number of believers, but they also had the opportunity to exchange pointers with the martial gods who went on patrol with them, improving their strength and getting closer to each other. In short, it was a grand event, but it had a higher requirement for the martial god's family background and strength. For example, the martial god had to have at least 4,000 temples or be ranked in the top 10. With Enyu's background, he definitely didn't have the qualifications to go on patrol. Even if he could go and obtain practical benefits, how could the people in the heavenly court who knew his position not gossip? The thick-skinned people didn't care. Countless heavenly officials wanted to go and rub their heads against each other. However, Enyu was obviously not a thick-skinned person. He clearly knew that he didn't have the qualifications, so how could he be willing to rely on others to help him? Moreover, this person was Quan Yizhen, who hadn't been chased down to the mortal world because of him. Quan Yizhen couldn't understand at all. He probably thought it was a good thing, so he mentioned it and didn't think he needed to care about other things. However, because Enyu looked really angry, for the first time, his face showed an expression of wanting to say something but not daring to. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Senior Marshal Brother, why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" It was this sentence again. Xia Lian really wanted to beg him to stop talking. Meanwhile, the veins on Enyu's forehead bulged. He was already on the verge of collapse. He grabbed his hair and said, "Enough. I've had enough. I'm going crazy. I'm going to fucking drive you crazy." He pointed at the Divine Martial Palace and said, "Quan Yizhen, don't talk to me anymore. Immediately withdraw the proposal. Don't give me more trouble. Now, hurry up." After he finished shouting, Quan Yizhen immediately turned around and ran back into the Divine Martial Palace. Enyu was startled. Only now did he remember that he was still wearing the embroidered gown immortal. This action wasn't because he knew he was wrong and wanted to remedy it, but because his mind was being controlled by the embroidered gown immortal. Inside the Divine Martial Palace, the few martial gods who hadn't left looked strangely at Quan Yizhen, who had rushed in. Enyu stood outside the palace, his whole body slightly trembling. He shouted again, "Stop!" When Quan Yizhen was about to reach Junwu, he suddenly came to a sudden stop and really stopped. After a while, he asked curiously, "What happened to me just now?" Junwu also frowned and said, "Qi-ying, don't move. Come here and let me take a look. Just now, I saw your eyes were lax and evil aura appeared. It seemed like you were hit by some kind of demonic technique." Quan Yizhen scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "Okay." He was about to walk forward. As a last resort, Enyu could only say, "Come back. Go." As soon as he shouted the order, Quan Yizhen immediately turned around and rushed out of the palace, rushing towards Enyu. Perhaps it was because he was muddle-headed from anger, or because he was so anxious that he almost went crazy. His steps were terrible. Enyu also ran in a muddle-headed manner, looking like he was fleeing from punishment. Junwu couldn't pretend that he didn't see it, so he stood up and said, "Arrest him." All the martial god officials replied in unison, "Yes." Enyu was almost in despair and completely lost his footing. He covered his face and shouted, "Go! Quickly go! Take off your clothes!" Quan Yizhen's eyes were blank. He quickly ran while taking off his armor. Who knew that a group of martial god officials would surround him halfway and attack him? Seeing that someone interrupted him from carrying out his order, Quan Yizhen's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He randomly punched out and turned the bodies of more than 10 martial god officials into target practice, creating a row of holes in them. Ah! Going to the celestial heavens, killing people in the celestial heavens. Amidst the rising and falling screams and the sky filled with blood, Enyu was already dumbfounded with a deathly pale face. The only one whose face was even paler than his was probably Ling Wen. Chapter 162. How could the martial god officials who came to intercept block Quan Yizhen's fist? They died on the spot. Seeing the severity of the situation, Feng Xian, Pei Su, and Lang Qianqiu leaped in front of Quan Yizhen, ready to attack. Enyu said, "Ignore him. Don't touch him. He won't kill anymore." As long as they didn't stop Quan Yizhen from completing his orders, he wouldn't hurt anyone. However, Quan Yizhen had already killed more than 10 martial god officials, who would dare to let him do what he wanted. Naturally, they wouldn't believe Yinyu's words. If it was someone with strong reflexes and didn't panic in the face of danger, they would have immediately shouted an order like, "Get down and surrender, don't move." However, things happened too quickly. In a few moments Yinyu had no time to react. Furthermore, he had probably never experienced such a situation before. In addition, he was flustered. His decision was a complete mess. One wrong step. One wrong step. Just as he was in a mess, Mu Qing suddenly appeared behind Yinyu and said, "Still want to run?" Yinyu discovered that he was also running away aimlessly. He hurriedly halted his steps and tried to explain, "I am not." Mu Qing did not allow him to explain and instead grabbed him by the wrist. Xia Lian heard a crisp, cracked sound, and Yinyu's face slightly twitched. As a martial god, he was restrained by a more powerful martial god. It was a double blow to his body and soul. Pei Ming, who was watching from the back, said from afar, "Why does it seem like his strength suddenly increased?" He was talking about Quan Yizhen. That was only natural. Quan Yizhen was originally very good at fighting, and he had the protection of the embroidered clothes immortal. His fighting ability had at least doubled. The other martial gods fighting him alone was actually 1 against 2. It wasn't fair, but because they didn't know the profoundness, they were too embarrassed to attack him together. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? As they fought, Quan Yizhen ran to the main street of immortal capital covered in blood. Suddenly, he saw a temple by the side of the road and went in. Everyone shouted, he entered Yinyu Palace. Yinyu's order was for him to go, but he didn't say where he was going. Thus, he just walked casually. The other martial gods also followed him in. Because the others were clear-headed, they showed some mercy to Quan Yizhen. However, Quan Yizhen didn't care and wanted to fight with his life on the line. As such, the martial gods were also angry. Feng Xian shouted, "This brat is very strange, let's beat him to the ground first." Everyone already had this intention. Once he shouted, they didn't hold back anymore and started beating him up. Sword chi, palm wind, fists, and legs flew about chaotically, and half of the slightly old jade summoning hall instantly collapsed with a rumble. Yinyu, who was being restrained by Mu Qing, saw with her own eyes that her palace was collapsing amidst the chaotic battle. She immediately widened her eyes and yelled, "Stop fighting." This shout meant that the other martial gods wouldn't stop, but Quan Yizhen listened to him and stopped. Now, the sabers, swords, fists, and kicks all landed heavily on his body. It was another tragedy. Lang Qianqiu did not have enough time to retract his heavy sword, and in a flash it chopped into Quan Yizhen's shoulder. Feng Lang's Feng Quan of yelled Yu and Lang. Xian, Quan, Lang said, "Quan, to stop." Yu Qian, Lang, Quan of Lang of. Feng, yelled, Feng, Quan of. Quan Yizhen was lying on the ground as if he was tied up. Mu Qing tied immortal binding rope on Yinyu's hand and let him go. Yinyu unknowingly sat on the ground and stared blankly at the messy Yinyu palace. After looking around, his gaze fell back on Quan Yizhen. Quan Yizhen's vitality was actually very tenacious. Just now, he was beaten to a pulp by a few martial gods, but after lying down for a while, he suddenly sat up straight and asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" The martial gods were angered to death by him and said in unison, "You're out of luck." Ling Wen had been following closely behind and watching. She finally managed to catch her breath with great difficulty. Her face was pale, but she could still manage to dispatch people. She pressed 2 fingers against her temple and said through the spirit communication formation, "Doctor, help." Quan Yizhen was still confused. He turned around and saw Yinyu sitting on the ground. He got up and wanted to help him up. Looking at this completely ignorant face, with his temple in the background that had been smashed into smithereens, Yinyu was speechless, but his face slightly twisted. Quan Yizhen didn't know what was going on and asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Yinyu seemed to have lost his mind and suddenly laughed. Then, he said with red eyes, Quan Yizhen, why don't you go and die? Can't you just go and die? Hearing this sentence, Xia Lian, like many of the heavenly officials present, instantly widened his eyes. Quan Yizhen didn't hesitate and immediately carried out the order. He picked up a sword on the ground and grabbed his hair with one hand while holding the sword with the other, aiming it at his throat. The martial god's first reaction was that he was going to launch a sneak attack. They instantly retreated a few dozen meters, but they didn't expect that he was going to kill himself. It was too late to go and grab the sword now, so they all started shouting. Emu also quivered, but he still couldn't react in time and turned his head around. Just as blood was about to splatter on the spot, Junwu suddenly appeared behind him. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, Quan Yizhen's 4 limbs were dislocated. Junwu then chopped at the back of his neck. Only then did Quan Yizhen completely lose consciousness and fall back to the ground. His whole body was already unrecognizable and turned into a pool of blood paste. At this point, everyone, including Xia Lian, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Junwu didn't. He turned around and said to Inu with an extremely serious expression, now that things have come to this, I think you should have an explanation. Inu had just buried his head in his hands. Hearing this, he subconsciously raised his head and said, I don't know. It wasn't me. It was. At this point, he shuddered again as if he had just realized what he had just said. He actually told Quan Yizhen to go and die in front of so many people. And Quan Yizhen really did it. It was impossible that no one could see the clues. Mu Qing said, Monarch, Qi Ying's reaction just now was definitely due to some evil technique. He must have something on him that made him listen to Inu's orders. I just don't know what it is. Ling Wen naturally knew what it was, but she didn't dare to say a word. She was already doing her best to arrange people at the scene. Lang Qianqiu couldn't believe it. There's such a thing in this world? At this time, a figure pushed through the crowd and rushed in. It was Jianyu. He had obviously gone out to look around before coming back. He still didn't know what had happened. He said, What are you all doing? This. What happened to our Inu palace? How did it become like this? Who smashed it? Junwu slowly walked to Inu's side and said, What did you use to control him? Although his tone wasn't strict, there was an inexplicable pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Looking down from above like this made people feel even more fearful. It wasn't that Xia Lian hadn't gotten into trouble before, but he had never seen Junwu like this. It seemed that Junwu had been especially merciful to him back then. Inu's mind was already in a mess. In Xia Lian's opinion, his mind wasn't firm enough and his ability to react on the spot wasn't strong enough. He was even more speechless now. Seeing that he didn't answer, Junwu said, Forget it. Even if you don't say it, I know. It's that armor, right? It's over. It's over. It's all over. Inu sat on the ground and hugged his head again. The surroundings were filled with an overwhelming wave of voices. This really shocked me. I've never seen such an unimaginable thing in the heavenly court for hundreds of years. A heavenly official controlled another heavenly official's mind and made him go on a killing spree. After killing more than 10 heavenly officials, he still wants him to die. What a vicious heart. In the crowd, Jian Yu's face turned pale when he heard such a big thing had happened. But he gritted his teeth and rushed out. He knelt on the ground and said, Emperor. That armor was given to Quan Yizhen by me. It has nothing to do with Inu. Only then did Inu come back to his senses. He said hoarsely, Jianyu. Jianyu braced himself and said loudly, I originally just wanted to teach that kid a lesson. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Quan Yizhen was unconscious at the side, lying in a large pool of blood. The medicine masters and heavenly officials who had rushed over had already surrounded him. Jianyu said, I've always hated that kid, but Inu has always been very polite to him. Many people can testify to this. He doesn't know anything about this armor. However, at this point, it was already too late. No one would believe that this had nothing to do with Enyu. Someone said, "You're a low-level heavenly official of Enyu's palace. You hate Kuan so much that you wanted to harm him. It's easy to imagine how good the master heavenly official you serve will be." Someone even sneered, "He doesn't know." If he doesn't know, why would he tell him to die? Don't tell me he was just joking. If one were to say that Enyu's previous reactions were pardonable and flustered, then his final words of "go to hell" really couldn't be excused no matter how one looked at it. Xia Lian recalled that Ling Wen told him that Enyu was joking. It could be considered as covering up for Enyu. But Jian Yu was in disbelief. He said, "What? Don't talk nonsense. Why would Enyu say such a thing? He has always been polite to that kid. Why would he tell him to die?" "Enyu, you didn't say that, right? You didn't say that, right? You won't say that." However, Enyu didn't answer him. He closed his eyes. Seeing that Jian Yu refused to admit, the others were speechless. "We heard it with our own ears. Can you still deny it?" Jian Yu said anxiously, "There must be a misunderstanding. There are many things you don't know. No matter what the misunderstanding is, even if it's a big misunderstanding, you can't want to kill your own junior brother, right?" Hearing that, Enyu and Jian Yu were speechless. Hence, the heavenly officials continued to discuss. "I heard that ever since Kuan Yin went out and established his own hall, Enyu's people ignored him. Every time Kuan Yin came, they would say he wasn't in the hall. At first, I thought it was strange. Turns out they didn't like him for a long time. Speaking of which, a few days ago at the Mid-Autumn banquet, didn't someone admit his mistake? At that time, I saw their expressions were quite ugly. These were all facts and couldn't be refuted. But the conclusion was, I know that it was quite embarrassing. But it wasn't to the extent of harming him, that's right. He's too narrow-minded." Jian Yu's eyes were bloodshot. He said loudly, "I said it had nothing to do with His Highness. I did it alone. I've already admitted it. What else can you say?" However, it was already too late to clear his name. In the eyes of others, this could only prove that Enyu had a vicious and loyal subordinate. Moreover, one sentence was enough to block all excuses. The one who told Kuan Yin to die was not someone else. Seeing that the commotion was getting worse, Junwu said in a low voice, "Take them away. Ling Wen, stay here and watch over Qi Ying." Ling Wen bowed and complied. Junwu left Enyu's palace with his hands behind his back. A few martial divine officials pulled Enyu up. Enyu said distractedly, "Forget it, Jian Yu. Don't say any more." Jian Yu was also pulled up and tied with the immortal binding rope. He said, "It's fine if you let it go before, but you can't let it go this time. Forget it, you're finished. You'll be demoted. You'll definitely be demoted." Enyu sighed and said, "Forget it. If I'm demoted, so be it. There's no point in me staying in this place." Jian Yu said hatefully. You shouldn't have scolded him at all. You shouldn't have said that last sentence. That sentence beat you until you can't turn over a new leaf. You never scolded him normally. Why did you have to tell him to die at this time? That's all you said." Enyu seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His eyes turned gray and misty. He seemed a little confused himself. He shook his head and said, "I don't know why either. At that time, I just... Sigh, I won't explain anymore." After staggering for a few steps under the escort, Jian Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Why?" Everyone looked at him. Jian Yu said, "It's not like you're not as hard-working as him. You're 10,000 times better than him. Kuan Yin is nothing. So what if I hate him? Why is he like that and you like this now? Why isn't he the one being demoted?" He gnashed his teeth in hatred. His hatred was genuine, so much so that tears rolled down his cheeks. However, there were many things in this world that couldn't be solved with hard work. Perhaps he understood it in his heart. But he just couldn't accept it. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this anger. Hearing him shout, Inu couldn't move anymore. He buried his face in his hands and sat paralyzed in front of Inu's palace. He roared, "Enough! I said don't say any more. Let me go." He covered his ears and shouted himself hoarse, "Don't remind me over and over again. Can you stop talking? I beg you to stop talking." Xia Lian couldn't bear to watch anymore. He said, "Forget it." Thus, Hua Cheng removed the image. The two of them slightly separated their foreheads. After holding on for so long, Xia Lian felt his forehead was a little numb. It was also a little itchy and warm. He wanted to rub it, but he couldn't move his hand. Hua Cheng seemed to have noticed his slight discomfort. He raised his hand to rub it, then put it down naturally. Outside the stone wall, Inu, who was wearing a ghost mask, paced back and forth. After a while, he said coldly to Quan Yizhen, "Do you want to come out?" He deliberately changed his voice. Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "Yes." Inu said, "Okay. Look here." After he finished speaking, he smashed the shovel down on Quan Yizhen's head with lightning speed. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. Quan Yizhen immediately stopped talking and his head drooped down. Xia Lian was shocked. No way. He was smashed to death just like that. He really died? Hua Cheng laughed and said, "Brother, don't worry. He didn't die. He just fainted." Inu smashed the shovel down and let out a breath. In the end, he seemed to have decided to dig Quan Yizhen out from the wall. Thus, he picked up the shovel and started digging. Xia Lian understood. If he directly rescued Quan Yizhen, Inu might not be able to defeat him. He might even have to expose his identity. That would be really troublesome. The relationship between these two martial brothers was really troublesome. It was hard to say who was more troublesome than the other. It was better to pretend they didn't know each other. Xia Lian said, "San Lang, should we also think of a way to get out?" Hua Cheng seemed to be quite satisfied staying inside. He said, We're going out now." Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What else? Do you want to live inside?" Hua Cheng said, "If it's with brother, it's not impossible." "All right. I'm just joking." He straightened his face and reached out to cover Xia Lian's ears. Xia Lian asked, "What are you doing?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "I'm too lazy to walk out step by step. I'll just blow it up." Xia Lian was just thinking about whether or not he would blow up the people who were also swallowed by the mountain monster when his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Wait." Hua Cheng's expression was the same as his. He put down his hands. The two of them listened attentively. After a while, Xia Lian whispered, "Did you hear that?" Hua Cheng also said in a low voice, "I heard it." Inu was on this side of the wall. He used the shovel to dig a hole. On the other side of the wall, there was another person who was currently talking. They didn't use the silver butterfly to monitor the situation. This was because this person was very, very close to the wall. He was practically leaning against it as he spoke. Xia Lian held his breath and quietly listened. He heard some buzzing, intermittent and vague words, such as "Eaton," "Heavenly Court" and "Martial God." His heart slightly moved. He and Hua Cheng looked at each other and tried their best to get closer to the source of the voice. That voice belonged to a man. It seemed like he was talking to someone because every few sentences, he would pause for a while. However, Xia Lian didn't hear the voice of the person he was talking to. Perhaps it was because the other party was quite far away. After quietly moving, the voice became a bit clearer. Although it was still vague, Xia Lian could hear a more complete sentence. That person said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has also come. I don't want to reach this step, and I believe you don't either. However, he can no longer be saved." Xia Lian thought to himself, "Me? How can I not be saved? Wait, this voice. This voice was very familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. Moreover, he had heard it for a very, very long time. It wasn't just once or twice. However, because it had been a very, very long time, he couldn't match the voice with the person. Just as he was thinking hard, that person said, "Let him end here." All of a sudden, Xia Lian remembered who the owner of this voice was. His lips moved as he silently said, "State Preceptor." Chapter 163. Xia Lian's heart started to beat wildly. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. However, he calmed himself down. He didn't make a sound. He only slightly raised his head and whispered into Hua Cheng's ear. "Don't move, San Lang. The voice outside is very similar to my master's. Don't get discovered yet." Although it sounded very similar, he couldn't be certain. Because it wasn't like there weren't people with similar voices in this world. Furthermore, he and the state preceptor hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. It wasn't impossible for him to be shaken. For now, he didn't need to act blindly without thinking. Perhaps he would be able to pry out more secrets by observing the situation. Hua Cheng also slightly lowered his head. He hugged his waist. He whispered, "Okay. You don't move either." The two of them were pressed against each other by the rocks and soil in all directions. Their ears rubbed against each other. His ears were slightly warm. Although it wasn't the right time, Xia Lian's mind quickly flashed a sentence, "The feeling of dying in the same hole isn't bad either." At this time, that voice spoke again, "What about the two of them? Where did they run off to?" The two of them? Xia Lian instinctively thought that the person was talking about him and Hua Cheng. He was slightly startled and wanted to listen carefully to see who the person was talking to was. However, the strange thing was that the state preceptor, let's call him state preceptor for now. After he asked his question, there was no reply. It was really strange. At this distance, Xia Lian and Hua Cheng could hear the state preceptor's question. Logically speaking, his voice wasn't very loud. He didn't shout at the top of his lungs, so the other party shouldn't be far from him. If he replied, they would more or less be able to hear a little. However, the truth was that they couldn't hear anything at all. The state preceptor continued, "It's been hard on them. However, we don't need to care about those small weeds. They won't be able to do anything. Right now, we have more important things to do." Only then did Xia Lian understand that the two of them wasn't referring to him and Hua Cheng, but the two accomplices of the state preceptor. The situation became more and more strange. The state preceptor's tone clearly indicated that he had received a reply. However, it sounded like he was talking to himself or the air. This strange scene appeared in Xia Lian's mind, and he immediately shook it off. He thought to himself that there was another possibility. The state preceptor could hear that person's voice, but others couldn't. The cloud of suspicion in his heart grew thicker and thicker, and he held his breath and listened with rapt attention. The moment that state preceptor opened his mouth, each sentence was worth pondering over. He then said, "There are only so many people in the mountain. In short, bring them to the copper furnace first. I'll think of a way to deal with them one by one. The faster, the better. You must arrive within 2 days. The copper furnace." Furthermore, it was within 2 days. Bronze Cauldron Mountain couldn't be used. How could he arrive in 2 days? Bring a group of people here. Get rid of? What kind of get rid of? After a pause, the voice continued, "Call the two of them over. We'll go to the copper furnace together." If they wanted to deal with the crown prince, they couldn't afford to lose even one of them. Right now, His Highness is still in a state where he hasn't completely awakened. Once he wakes up, it's hard to imagine what he'll do this time. Xia Lian was stunned. Was he talking about him? At this moment, the mountain rumbled. Xia Lian felt the earth and rocks around him trembling slightly. Outside, the imperial advisor asked, "What's wrong?" He asked Hua Cheng in the stone wall, "What's wrong?" Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "There's a change over there." the two people's foreheads touched each other again. The scene of Inu and Kuan Yizhen's cave appeared in front of Xia Lian's right eye. Moreover, it should be a slightly earlier scene. Inu finally dug Kuan Yizhen out from the stone wall. Panting, he dragged him down and let out a sigh. Unexpectedly, the fainted Kuan Yizhen suddenly jumped up and took off the mask on his face. Just now, Kuan Yizhen was actually pretending to be unconscious. Thinking about it, he was extremely familiar with Inu's habit of pacing back and forth while thinking, the tone of his voice, and the strength he used to hit people. Perhaps, when Inu's shovel slammed down, he already knew who it was. Xia Lian never expected that with Kuan Yizhen's temperament, there would also be a day where he would deceive others. Although this was only a very ordinary little trick, when used on Kuan Yizhen, it could be said to be unprecedented. Thus, no one was prepared. Under the mask, Inu's extremely shocked and pale face was astonished. He was clearly stunned. Kuan Yizhen, on the other hand, was extremely excited. With a head full of blood, he jumped up and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother." The corner of Inu's mouth twisted as if he saw something extremely terrifying. Suddenly, he held his head with both hands and said, "I'm not." After shouting loudly, he broke into a run. As he ran, he bombarded the people blocking his way behind him and said, "Don't follow me. Don't follow me." Kuan Yizhen also broke into a run and chased after him. He completely ignored the bombardment and only shouted with joy, "Senior apprentice brother. It's me." Inu couldn't help but roar and burst out with vulgarities, "Motherfucker, you're the scary one. I told you not to follow me." Along the way, he smashed into the mountain with a rumbling sound. On the other side, the state preceptor doubtfully asked, "What's going on over there? Why is it so noisy?" Still, no one answered him. However, the state preceptor seemed to have gotten the answer and said, "So that's how it is. Children nowadays are really so noisy. I'll leave first, I still have to prepare. Later, when you reach the vicinity of the copper furnace, we'll meet up again." He was actually going to leave just like that. Hearing this, Hua Cheng covered Xia Lian's ears again. Xia Lian closed his eyes. In a flash, his whole body shook violently. The stone wall that he had been crouching for a long time finally exploded. The two of them jumped out together and landed lightly on the ground. They breathed in fresh air again. However, there was only an empty cave outside. There was no state preceptor, nor was there that mysterious second person. He had already disappeared without a trace. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng looked at each other. They weren't in a hurry to chase after him. Before they separated, a black-clothed person rushed into the cave opposite them. It was Inu. He waved the earth preceptor's spade and rushed towards the two of them. He said, "City Lord. Your Highness the Crown Prince." Behind him, Kuan Yizhen, who was already badly beaten, also rushed in. Hua Cheng didn't even raise his head and waved his hand. Kuan Yizhen immediately raised his hand to block. However, the move that Hua Cheng used wasn't something that could be blocked with a fist. With a bang, a burst of red smoke exploded around Kuan Yizhen's body. After the smoke slowly dispersed, only a round red tumbler was left in the original place, spinning around. The roly-poly widened its eyes, looking very innocent. It was the same move that Hua Cheng used on Lang Qianqiu last time. Only then did Inu stop running. He wiped his cold sweat and walked over, saying, "Thank you, City Lord." Hua Cheng said, "You don't have to be this scared, right?" Inu had a lingering fear in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, now that I see this Prince Qiying, I just want to run as far away as possible." When Xia Lian heard this, he found it funny and sympathetic at the same time. It seemed like Inu really had a very serious shadow over Kuan Yizhen's personality. That tumbler was still on the ground. It was swaying left and right with its eyes wide open. No one paid attention to it. Xia Lian felt pity for it. Just as he was about to pick it up, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. His body swayed left and right along with it. It was almost more crooked than the tumbler. He hurriedly steadied himself and said, "What happened?" "The ground moved." Even though Xia Lian didn't need support, Hua Qing still supported him and said to Inu, "Go out and take a look." Inu recovered very quickly and said, "Yes." After responding, he picked up the Earthmaster shovel. Not long after, he quickly and nimbly opened a hole in the stone wall. The sunlight outside shone in. Inu glanced at it and revealed a startled expression. Xia Lian said, "Your Highness Inu, is the ground moving or is this mountain about to collapse?" Inu said, "Neither. It's this mountain monster. It's running. It's running." Xia Lian and Hua Cheng looked at each other and rushed forward. When they looked outside the mountain monster, they couldn't help but be speechless. It really was running. Outside the mountain, the scenery was rapidly retreating. It was almost as if they were quickly becoming colorful lines. From the looks of it, it was as if they were riding on a speeding carriage or sitting on the shoulder of a wildly running giant. Hills, rivers, plains, and forests were all flattened by this mountain monster's feet. They were crushed by it and made way for it. The howling wind surged in from outside the hole. The hair and clothes of the three people fluttered in the wind. Inu said, "If we keep running like this, I'm afraid we'll reach the copper furnace in 2 days, 2 days." Xia Lian's mind suddenly became clear. So that's how it was. No wonder he couldn't hear the voice of the other person. No wonder the state preceptor asked the other person to bring them to Bronze Furnace Mountain within 2 days. Because at that time, the state preceptor wasn't talking to a person, but rather to this mountain monster. Hua Cheng must have understood and said, "Just nice, we can borrow its wind. We don't need to walk slowly anymore." He said, "We'll meet at the copper furnace. When we get there, we'll know what he wants to do." Xia Lian's expression was solemn. Hua Cheng noticed this and said, "Brother, what's wrong?" Xia Lian said, "What do you mean by not completely awakening?" That voice had just said, "Right now, His Highness is still in a state where he hasn't completely awakened. If we wait until he wakes up, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time." Xia Lian frowned and said, "If that person really was my master, then His Highness the Crown Prince he mentioned was me." What did that sentence mean? Hua Qing said, "Brother, don't think too much about it. First, that person might not be your master. Second, that His Highness the Crown Prince he mentioned might not necessarily be you. Don't forget, Crown Prince Wu Yong is also the Crown Prince." Xia Lian said, "But what if it is? I have some baseless guesses. Help me listen to them and see if they make sense." Hua Qing said, "All right. Brother, tell me." Xia Lian said, "Mount Bronze Cauldron has 3 great mountains, old age, sickness, and death. Only there is no life. If that person just now was really my master, and the one he was talking to was a mountain monster, and he could communicate with mountain monsters, then the 2 of them he mentioned could very well be the other 2 mountain monsters." Hua Qing said, "I agree with this point. Anything else?" Xia Lian said, "Also, I'm thinking, do these 3 mountain monsters all have human consciousness? In fact, they were even formed from humans. Why is there no life mountain? Because life hasn't taken human form yet. Life is still a person, and this person is the state preceptor." The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. His heart beat wildly, and he continued, "Mount Bronze Cauldron used to be the territory of Wu Yong. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, there are a total of 4. Crown Prince Wu Yong's guardian deities also have 4. And the state preceptor Xian Lu who taught me since I was young also happens to have a total of 4. 1 main, 3 secondary. Normally, would a country have as many as 4 state preceptors? In the past, I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and even thought it was a convention. Only later did I discover that there wasn't such a convention. Do you think this is a coincidence, or is there some connection between them?" However, Hua Qing said, "Coincidences aren't strange. Aren't 4 famous figures also 4? There aren't enough 4 great pests for 4, and they still have to forcefully pull one to make up the numbers. Xia Lian said, but I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, the four guardian deities of Wuyong, the four state preceptors of Xianlu, perhaps they are all the same four people. Following his own train of thought, he said, if my four masters are really Crown Prince Wuyong's four guardian deities, then why did they come to be our Xianli's state preceptor? Why did they come to teach me? Why did the state preceptor tell me the story of Crown Prince Wuyong? Why did he say he wanted me to become someone like Crown Prince Wuyong? Could it be that there's something about my body that even I don't know about? What do you mean I haven't woken up yet? Could it be that I'm actually? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Hua Qing grasped his shoulder and firmly said, no. I can guarantee that you are you, and not anyone else. Believe me. Don't let your imagination run wild. Only then did Xia Lian wake up from his reverie. He said, you're right. I'm indeed letting my imagination run wild. Other than his parents, the state preceptor was the person he was most familiar with. Although the state preceptor often disliked him for being disobedient, and also often had misgivings about not being close to him due to his identity, on the whole, he was a good master. Suddenly discovering that you might not understand a person you thought you were very familiar with was indeed very easy to cause people to sink into bewilderment. Furthermore, there was another point, it was too similar. Up until now, although the experiences of Crown Prince Wuyong displayed on the murals in the Wuyong Shrine weren't complete, it had already faintly given Xia Lian an almost terrifying feeling of reincarnation. Hua Qing slowed down his tone and said, however, brother, think carefully first. Your master, what is his background? Xia Lian carefully thought about it and said, I'm not sure. Really, he couldn't remember where his master came from at all. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, the state preceptor was already the state preceptor before I was born. I only know that he's called Mei Nianqing, but needless to say, this is definitely a fake name. In the past, I also thought, if the state preceptor was so powerful, why didn't he ascend? But if that person just now was him, then he must have lived in this world longer than me. If he really wants to deal with us. However, Hua Qing said indifferently, it's fine. I've lived a little longer, that's all. No matter what he is, soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earthweir. Remember, you have me for everything. I will always stand by your side. Xia Lian was slightly startled. Emu's presence was originally very low, plus he tactfully didn't say anything, so he had almost forgotten about it. At this time, he said, City Lord, do we need to go find the others? They had come out, but who knew where Pei Ming and the others had been swallowed and digested by this mountain monster? Xia Lian hurriedly said, find them. We'll go find them together. Your Highness Emu, please wait. Emu said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's no need to call me Your Highness. I've long since stopped being a heavenly official of the heavenly court. Xia Lian smiled and said, then you can also call me by my name. There's no need to be so polite. I've also long since stopped being Your Highness the Crown Prince. Emu glanced at Hua Qing behind him and hurriedly said, this. I don't dare, I don't dare, I don't dare. Chapter 164. Xia Lian's first reaction was to raise her heart and strike down. Fortunately, he was used to it. Before he made his move, he glanced at them. He stopped abruptly, General Pei. This person stood up. It was Pei Ming. He brushed the dust off his shoulders and looked at them in a calm and elegant manner. Your Highness Crown Prince and His Excellency Ghost King seem to be having a good time here. Xia Lian replied, it's all right. Fortunately. General Pei, are you all right? I think I heard a crack just now. Pei Ming said, oh. Don't worry. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but it wasn't my bones that made the cracking sound. It's this. He held up something. It was that unfortunate man's thigh bone. They were no longer in the shape of bones. He said, "Fortunately, with the help of this brother, I was able to dig a way out of this mountain monster's body. Although it was a man's bone, but he can be considered a good man with an iron backbone." As soon as he finished speaking, not far away, a second figure descended from the sky. He fell heavily to the ground. This time, it was Pei Su. Actually, there were two of them. He was protecting Half Moon in the crook of his arm, and Half Moon was protecting the two black jars that contained GMO and Rongguang. Both of them were covered in dust. But it didn't seem to be a big deal. Soon, Pei Su got up and spat out a few mouthfuls of dirt. "General! Crown Prince's palace! Your Majesty!" Pei Ming said, "It looks like the mountain monster found our taste bad and vomited after eating it." Hua Cheng and Xia Lian glanced at each other. "Not necessarily. Maybe someone just told it to spit it out." Pei Ming walked a few steps and felt an unusual vibration. She frowned and said, "What's going on with this mountain? Why are you shaking so badly?" Xia Lian replied, "Because it's currently carrying us towards the copper furnace." Pei Ming walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. She said, "So fast. Very good, it'll save us some energy." However, there was still one person missing. Xia Lian asked, "What about Ling Wen?" Hua Cheng seemed to look with his right eye and said, "The silver butterfly on his back was swallowed by the mountain monster. He disappeared." In other words, Ling Wen and the embroidered gown immortal could now move freely. Xia Lian said, "Hurry up and find him." Thus, the group of people ran around the body of the mountain monster. Hua Cheng released nearly 100 dead spirit butterflies to search the area. Finally, he led everyone to another cave entrance. This hole was forcefully created by someone, and its edges were extremely irregular. The scenery outside was rapidly retreating, and the howling wind poured into the mountain, making ghostly wails and wolf howls. Presumably, after Ling Wen was spat out by the mountain monster, he opened a hole here and ran away. Xia Lian looked down from the edge of the cave and frowned. "What should we do? The destructive power of the embroidered gown immortal is too strong. We can't just leave him like this." Hua Cheng said, "Don't worry. In any case, he's going to go to the bronze cauldron in the end. It's just a different route to the same destination." Now that everyone had gathered, Xia Lian briefly explained what he had just heard, omitting some of the details. After the speech, everyone sat on the ground in a daze. After all, there weren't any monsters to fight, and they didn't have to hurry on their own. Inevitably, they felt a bit empty and bored. Because Inu said he didn't know how to communicate with Quan Yizhen, seeing him gave him a headache. Xia Lian also felt that letting Quan Yizhen out now wasn't a wise choice, so he temporarily let him maintain his tumbler form. Pei Ming was so bored that he played with the roly-poly toy. Xia Lian saw that the roly-poly toy was swaying left and right as if it was a child being beaten. He felt a little pity for it and coughed lightly. "General Pei, stop playing." Pei Ming was the first to agree. However, when Xia Lian felt sleepy, he leaned against the mountain wall to take a nap. Then, he started playing again. No one cared about him. Inu kept guarding the cave entrance, calculating how far they had walked. He looked at them from afar, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, extreme joy turned to sorrow. As Pei Ming was playing, Pei Su, who was at the side, suddenly fell with a dong sound. This was his descendant, so Pei Ming immediately lost the mood to play. He grabbed Pei Su and said, "Little Pei, what happened to you?" Inu took the opportunity to quietly walk over and pick up the tumbler, placing it next to Xia Lian. Hua Cheng said, "Why are you so noisy? You won't die. Can't you see that His Highness is sleeping?" As expected, Xia Lian was woken up. In a daze, he found himself leaning on someone's shoulder. Hua Cheng's voice was next to his ear, "Brother, you're awake." Xia Lian rubbed his eyes. Beside him, Quan Yizhen's tumbler swayed back and forth. He casually put it away and said, I fell asleep leaning on you. I'm sorry. What happened? Hua Cheng's expression was calm as he said, it's nothing. If you're tired, you can sleep again. We'll arrive soon. Xia Lian saw Pei Ming grabbing Pei Su's collar and shaking him. He was slightly startled and woke up. Thinking that something had happened again, he hurried over to help. After looking, he said, oh, General Pei doesn't need to worry. Little General Pei is just hungry and tired. Pei Su was, after all, a human. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time, and he didn't have Xia Lian's rich experience in enduring hunger. Finally, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Pei Ming felt that Xia Lian's understatement was very problematic. What do you mean by, hungry and tired, can't hold on for a while? That couldn't be helped. He wasn't boasting, but Xia Lian could eat for 3 days with one meal. Even if he suffered 10 beatings, he could immediately get up and go collect trash as if nothing had happened. Which heavenly official had more experience in this area than him? Xia Lian said, this, cough. Does anyone have anything to eat? No one answered. Only Ban Yu took out something and said, I'm sorry, I only have this. When Pei Ming saw that it was the jar containing the L111, she immediately said, why are you still holding this thing? Who do you want to kill? We're about to lose it. Hua Qing turned to Xia Lian and said, you see, I said it'll be fine. It's better to sleep again. The mountain monster had carried them for half a day. Xia Lian saw that the sky outside had already darkened. He asked, how far have we walked? How long until we reach the copper furnace? Inu answered, we've already run nearly 800 miles. This was a lot faster than walking. Xia Lian also stood up and walked to the side of the cave. At first, he was just casually looking around. Who knew that as his eyes swept over, he would suddenly see something? The hair on his back immediately stood up and he asked, what is that? In the dark of the night, looking down from the top of the mountain monster, on the ground below, there was shockingly a huge human face. This human face's eyes were curved and the corners of its mouth were raised, as if it was blooming a strange smile at him. Xia Lian couldn't help but take a step back. Hua Qing caught him from behind. His mind slightly calmed down, and when he looked again carefully, he discovered that the human face was actually a pattern formed by mountains, rivers, and ravines. It was nothing more than a visual illusion. However, this illusion was vivid and lifelike. Looking at it, one couldn't help but be astonished. Xia Lian asked, what's that groove that looks like an eye and a mouth? Hua Qing said from behind him, that's the Wuyong people call the Mother River. It originates from a high mountain and is a river formed by melting snow. Of course, it's completely dried up now. Since we're here, it means we're already very close to the copper furnace. Xia Lian then asked, what about that nose bridge? Hua Qing said, that's a bustling city on the banks of the Wuyong River. Do you want to go down and take a look? Xia Lian tilted his head and asked, is there anything good to see down there? Hua Qing said, that city also has a Wuyong shrine. I'm guessing that brother might want to go take a look. If there was a shrine, then there was a possibility of murals. Xia Lian immediately said, let's go down. He couldn't wait to find out more about Crown Prince Wuyong. Pei Ming also said, let's go down. We need to find some food and water for little Pei. But how do we go down? The sword broke again. Hua Qing waved his hand, and a few silver butterflies appeared beside each person. They flashed with phosphorescence as they perched on their shoulders, backs, heads, and cuffs. When other people saw such small silver butterflies, they couldn't help but wonder whether or not they could carry them. However, Xia Lian didn't ask a single question and threw out Ruo Xia to tie everyone together. This way, they wouldn't get separated in midair. The guiding jade opened the hole even wider, big enough to allow 5 or 6 people to enter and exit at the same time. After preparations were completed, the party arrived at the edge of the hole. Xia Lian said, everyone, get ready. Pei Ming said, Wait. Xia Lian turned his head and said, General Pei, is there anything else? Pei Ming said, what are the two of you holding? Following his gaze, Xia Lian looked down and saw his own hand. Only then did he discover that the red threads between his and Hua Cheng's fingers were still connected. Xia Lian coughed lightly and said, This is a magical artifact used for communication. Pei Ming said, Oh. Won't it be inconvenient to move? After all, it's a thread. If it gets tangled somewhere, there might be an accident. It made sense for him to remind her like that. How could Xia Lian not know that as a martial god, the thing he hated the most when he made a move was to be tangled? However, for some subtle reason, Xia Lian didn't want this thread to break. Seeing his slightly focused expression, as if he was conflicted, Hua Qing glanced at him and smiled. That makes sense. This will indeed make it inconvenient to move. After he finished speaking, Xia Lian saw the red threads between their fingers disappear. Hua Qing said, It's much more convenient now. Xia Lian stared at the area where the red threads disappeared and was slightly startled. The red threads were only connected for a short while before disappearing. Although it wasn't a big deal, no, it should be said that this was basically a sesame seed-sized matter, he still felt a little disappointed. Afraid that someone would see through him, Xia Lian hurriedly smiled and said, Let's go. Prepare to jump. The mountain monster was still fiercely charging forward, completely unaware that these grasshopper-sized people had quietly landed on its body. Surrounded by a flock of dead spirit butterflies, the group of people floated down to the ground, completely unharmed. The place where they landed was that nose bridge of the huge smiling human face. After getting up, Xia Lian felt very strange. He looked around and said, San Lang, is Wuyong Shrine and the city here? Hua Qing said, Yes. Xia Lian doubtfully said, But, there's nothing here. Seriously? He thought that after landing on the ground, he would see the scenery of a small town like the first shrine. He would be able to see streets, shops, residences, ancient wells, shrines, and so on. However, what he saw in front of him was a flat, empty space. It didn't seem like a city had existed before. Pei Ming carried Pei Su and stepped on a large rock. Where is the bustling city? Hua Qing said, It's under your feet. What? Everyone gathered around. The rock under Pei Ming's feet was that rock. Xia Lian said, Could it be some kind of mechanism? Hua Qing placed his hand on the hilt of his scimitar and slowly walked over. He said, Come, stand over here. Everyone followed his instructions. They watched as he pulled out the scimitar misfortune. The tip of the scimitar pointed downwards, and with lightning speed, it hacked into the ground next to the rock. The ground where the tip of the scimitar stabbed first cracked open into a layer of spiderweb-like cracks. Following that, the cracks rapidly spread out, growing larger and deeper. Finally, that piece of ground collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a cold black hole. Hua Qing took the lead and jumped down. Xia Lian didn't expect him to suddenly rush to the side of the hole and say, San Lang. After a short while, Hua Cheng's voice came from below. It even carried a hollow echo. There's nothing down there. You can all come down. It turned out that he had gone down to scout ahead. Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief and immediately jumped down. Hua Qing held Xia Lian's hand and pulled him up. Xia Lian said, It's so dark. As soon as he finished speaking, a few silver butterflies lit up in the darkness. Carrying phosphorescent stars, they fluttered away. There were also a few ghostly flames that instantly illuminated the depths of the cave. What appeared in front of everyone was a long street. 1,000 years ago, this should have been a bustling street with densely packed shops and tall houses. The large rock that Pei Ming had stepped on just now was the roof of a house. The others also jumped down one by one. Xia Lian looked up and said, So that's how it is. Was this city buried? Earthquake? Landslide? Or? Hua Qing said, Volcanic ash. Xia Lian suddenly turned his head. Hua Qing said, volcanic ash as thick as 2 feet, burying the entire city underground. What you see now is the part that the demons and ghosts who came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain dug up. Most of it is still buried deep in the volcanic ash. Xia Lian immediately thought of the mural on the second temple. The bright red color seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. The apocalyptic scene in Prince Wu Yang's dream had actually come true. Pei Ming put Pei Su on the side of the road and said, "Let's not care about that for now. Do you have water? Let him drink 2 mouthfuls first." Hua Qing said, "The surface river has dried up. However, I remember that there's underground water in the depths of this city. Let's see if we're lucky." Thus, Pei Ming, Ban Yu and Yin Yu went to find water. Just as Xia Lian was deep in thought, Hua Qing walked over and said, "Brother, look at your hand." Xia Lian subconsciously did as he was told. When he raised his hand, he discovered that although the red line between the two of them had disappeared, the dark red knot that Hua Qing had personally tied on his third finger was still there. It was as bright as ever, like a small red butterfly resting on the back of his hand. Hua Qing had clearly said that if the red line between the two of them was broken, the knot would disappear. Xia Lian couldn't help but say, "This is..." Seeing his surprise, Hua Qing smiled and said, "The previous one was just a small smokescreen. Although the red line is hidden and the distance is not limited, we don't have to worry about being tied up. However, it is not broken." He raised his hand and showed Xia Lian the same knot. As long as the knot is still there, it means that the person on the other side of the red line is safe and sound. The closer we get to Bronze Cauldron, the more dangerous it is. We still don't know what's waiting for us. So after thinking about it, I still can't remove the red line. What do you think, brother?" Knowing that the red line was still there, Xia Lian couldn't help but smile. However, he immediately suppressed it and said seriously, "Oh, right. This way, we can know at any time whether the other party is still safe or not. It's a very good and practical spell." Hua Qing also smiled. However, he immediately restrained his smile and said, "However, Your Highness, there's something I must say. I also hope you can listen to it." Seeing Hua Qing's expression suddenly turn solemn, Xia Lian also became serious and said, "What is it? Speak." Hua Qing looked straight into his eyes and said, "I know that you won't die and you aren't afraid of death. However, no matter how strong you are, don't think that you won't get hurt." Xia Lian was stunned. Hua Qing continued, "Not dying doesn't mean you won't get hurt. It also doesn't mean you won't feel pain. If you see anything strange or dangerous, don't touch it. Look for me first and let me handle it." Xia Lian suddenly remembered that when he used his hands to pick up the 2 skulls that were covered in corpse poison, Hua Qing's expression suddenly became very ugly. Could it be that at that time, Hua Qing was angry because of this? If it wasn't because of anything else, was it because he saw something dangerous and picked it up without a care? If that was really the case, then he really didn't know what to say. After a long time, Xia Lian finally said, "All right. I won't do it again." Hearing his sincere answer, Hua Qing seemed to be satisfied. He nodded slightly and turned around to walk forward. Xia Lian said, "San Lang, wait." Hua Qing stopped and turned around. Xia Lian squeezed for a long time before he finally said in a low voice, You too. If you see something dangerous, I won't touch it. You also shouldn't touch it. Neither of us should touch it, okay?" Hearing this, the corner of Hua Qing's mouth slowly rose. After Xia Lian said this, he was a bit nervous and unconsciously smiled. He saw Hua Qing walk a step closer and was about to say something when he suddenly heard Pei Ming say from nearby, "What is this thing?" Ban Yu said, "It seems to be a person." Pei Ming said, "It really is. But how can a person become like this?" Chapter 165. Pei Ming and the others entered the courtyard of a family. They probably wanted to see if there was a well. Xia Lian stepped into the courtyard. He casually said, the houses on this street are all so tall and imposing. Hua Qing said, the copper furnace is located in the center of the Wuyong country, near the imperial city. This place is very close to the copper furnace, which means that it's very close to the imperial city 2,000 years ago. Naturally, it's a rich place because most of the people living here are officials and nobles. Rich families. There was indeed a well. However, the scene beside the well was very terrifying. 7 or 8 people were all lying by the well. It was as if someone who was about to die of thirst had moved to this place. They were still dead. When he walked closer, Xia Lian was stunned. He said, "This. Rather than people, doesn't it look more like stone statues?" Of course, these weren't living people, but they weren't corpses either. They were not skeletons either, but rather, the most crude, grayish-white, stone statues. Xia Lian was just about to go up and touch them. Hua Qing glanced at him from the side. He immediately remembered that the two of them had just agreed not to touch dangerous and strange things. He forced himself to hold back. Then, he thought about it again. Who would make so many frightening stone statues for no reason? They should indeed be people, but for some reason, they became like this. The door of this family was wide open. He looked into the house to the side and saw 2 people lying on the ground inside. Their postures were twisted and they were tightly hugging each other. Although their faces were blurry and their expressions couldn't be seen clearly, just from their movements, he could feel the extreme fear of these 2 people. Between the 2 of them was tightly hugging something. At first glance, it looked like a bundle. Upon closer inspection, Xia Lian suddenly understood. That should be a baby. Things were very clear. Xia Lian said, "Those outside are the servants of this family. The ones inside are the master's family of 3. Hua Qing said, "Yes." After the volcano erupted, the flowing water of the Wuyong River turned into surging magma. The residents living in the highlands weren't burned to death by the magma and fire, but they couldn't escape the ubiquitous volcanic ash in the air and suffocated to death. The overwhelming volcanic ash instantly enveloped their entire bodies, forming a layer of hard shell on the surface. It preserved the moment before people died, turning them into stone statues. The moment their lives ended, the husband and wife hugged their lover and child in horror, becoming one with each other. Of course, the ancient well had dried up long ago. Pei Ming wasn't interested in studying the dead man's model. She went out to fight Pei Su and continued to search for water. Suddenly, Xia Lian noticed something strange. He entered the house and squatted down beside the petrified statue of the family of 3. Hua Qing also came in and asked, "What do you want to see?" Xia Lian frowned slightly and said, "I just feel that their movements are a little strange. These 2 adults are holding each other tightly with one hand, but the other hand." The other hand was placed in front of his chest, as if he was tightly grasping something. Hua Qing said, "Do you want to see what they are holding in their hands?" Just as Xia Lian nodded his head, Hua Qing slapped the petrified statue. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, isn't this a bit too?" However, Hua Qing's movements were faster than his. In an instant, the family of 3 turned into a pile of grayish-white fragments. Hua Qing said calmly, "You don't have to worry too much. He's already dead, and there's nothing left of him." There was nothing in that pile of debris. These stone statues were actually hollow. That made sense. Although the volcanic ash on the surface formed a hard protective shell, the corpses that were wrapped inside would eventually rot and decompose. After they finished rotting, all that was left was this layer of ash on the surface. What was once alive would eventually pass away, but what had never possessed life would instead exist eternally. Within the volcanic ash fragments, there were still some clothing that hadn't completely rotted and the jewelry on the owner's body, such as rings, earrings, necklaces, and so on. Xia Lian felt that it wasn't very likely that this couple had grabbed these gold and silver jewelry before they died. Just as he was picking and choosing, Hua Qing picked up something from the ground and handed it to him. Xia Lian asked, "What is this?" Hua Qing said, "This is what they were tightly grasping in their hands." It was a pendant, and on it hung a shiny piece of gold and a bone-like ornament. There were patterns on the piece of gold. Xia Lian gently wiped off the ash on it, and after looking at it attentively for a moment, he said, "Mars guards the heart." What was engraved on this piece of gold was actually a diagram of the heavens. Gold as the sky, and agate as the stars. This was precisely the so-called Mars guards the heart diagram. In other words, it was the heavenly diagram of the Mars star staying in the heart for a long time. The Mars star had always been viewed by people as a star of war and death, and the Mars guard the heart diagram was even more of an inauspicious omen. This was especially true for rulers, emperors, and other rulers. Why would such a diagram of the heavens be engraved on an ornament? No, this shouldn't be an ornament. Xia Lian searched through the empty shell fragments for a while and found another 2 identical pendants. There were a total of 3 of them, and even one belonged to the baby in the couple's arms. Normally, why would they prepare 3 sets of the same ornament? Xia Lian said, "This shouldn't be a protective talisman, right? Only a protective talisman would give people the urge to tightly grasp it before they died. In their fear, they would crazily pray for it with their last hope." Hua Qing said, "Exactly. I've also excavated a portion of this city, and found this protective talisman inside quite a few stone statues." Xia Lian muttered to himself, "The Wuyong people believe in their crown prince, so this should be the crown prince's protective talisman. But why draw this? What's the relationship between the crown prince and the Mars guard the heart?" Hua Qing said, "Because on the day he was born, the heavenly diagram was that the Mars guard the heart. Thus, the Wuyong people used this heavenly diagram to refer to him." Xia Lian asked curiously, "How did San Lang know about this?" Hua Qing flipped the gold piece over and smiled. "It's written here." Sure enough, a row of words was engraved on the back. Hua Qing pointed it out to him and said, "This line of words means Mars guard the heart, the saint is born." In our eyes now, the Mars guard the heart is an inauspicious omen, but 2,000 years ago, it might not have been so. Xia Lian stroked the line of words, but his heart slowly sank. Because on the day he was born, the heavenly diagram was also that of the Mars guard the heart. Wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Xia Lian stood up and said, "Let's go to the temple." The 2 of them walked side by side down the long street. Pei Ming and the others didn't find anything in this area, so they also followed. There were many remnants of carriages and horses on the street. Some were properly resting by the roadside, while others were completely overturned on the ground. They also saw a few scattered petrified people lying on the ground in various postures. Most of the people had hidden in their homes to take refuge. These were either homeless beggars or passers-by who couldn't return home in time. The roars and struggles of the moment before death were all preserved. Everyone walked through this dazzling crowd. Hua Qing pointed out to Xia Lian which were the residences of wealthy merchants and which were places for feasts and merrymaking. Xia Lian couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, the Wuyong country has been destroyed for more than 2,000 years. Before that, there were no descendants left in this world. How did you learn these words?" He couldn't just learn them out of thin air. No matter what, there had to be a way. Hua Qing said, "It wasn't too difficult. Brother can see that there are some Wuyong words that are very similar to the current words." Xia Lian said, "Yes, the 2 words Wuyong are very similar to the current form." Hua Qing said, "Yes. That's why these 2 words were one of the earliest Wuyong words I learned. There are also some like this, mixed in with the sentences, so we can infer more new words before and after. There are also some that have the same form but have different meanings, but they are very few." Xia Lian nodded. Hua Qing continued, "Then, there are those characters that appear more frequently. For example, these 2. He pointed to 2 buildings on the side of the street and said, "You can clearly see what this place is. The front of the words on the signboard are different, but the back is the same. With this, you can roughly determine the meaning of the last 2 words. If it's not a restaurant, then it's a restaurant. There are still many ways that brother wants to hear." When I have time, I'll tell you one by one. So that's how it is. There were actually people in this world who didn't need any help and relied on their own strength to figure out something. Xia Lian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The Wuyong Temple was still the tallest and most imposing building in the city. The group of people arrived in front of the temple, but before they could enter, Pei Ming suddenly said, "What's that sound?" Squeak squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. The sound came from afar and dispersed far away. Xia Lian said, "A rat?" Hua Qing said, "It's not an ordinary rat. However, if there's a rat, it means there's water nearby." After entering the temple, this time, there were actually no scorch marks left on the walls. When they raised their heads, they could see large expanses of brightly colored murals. However, this time, there wasn't just one mural, but 3 on the left, center, and right. There was one mural on each of the 3 walls. Everyone arrived in front of the first mural and raised their heads to look. They saw Prince Wuyong sitting in the clouds, his entire body shining with a golden light. However, his expression was grim. His left hand was holding a ball of light, and within the halo was a small mountain spitting out flames. His right hand's 5 fingers were closed together, and his palm was facing forward, as if he was waving his hand. Below them was a palace, and inside the palace stood a dozen or so people. Their clothes and accessories were all incomparably gorgeous, and each person's movements were different. Some opened their arms, some wore armor and drew their bows, and some had excited expressions as they pointed into the distance. The details of the painting were complex, and the content was extremely broad. Xia Lian looked at it for a while before turning his head and saying, "I'll tell you what I understand the meaning of this painting." The ball of light in Prince Wuyong's left hand has the scene of a small volcano erupting. This means that he told his dream to the people below him. As for the gesture of his right hand, it's clearly a negative gesture. He should be rejecting something. Pei Ming asked, "Then what exactly is he rejecting?" Xia Lian said, "That depends on the actions of the group of people below. This palace is located in the mortal world, and it's magnificent and majestic. It should be the imperial palace. This group of people should be the nobles of Wuyong country. The one with his arms open, looking at the gesture, is expanding." "Expanding what?" "That depends on what he's holding in his hand." Everyone focused their eyes and saw that he was holding a map in his hand. Pei Ming couldn't be more familiar with this. She said, "Expanding the territory." Xia Lian said, "Yes." As for these generals, they were all dressed in military attire, as if they were ready to go into battle. There are also people beside them giving them directions. Look, their movements are very clear, as if they're saying, "Go there, attack there." In this way, the meaning of this painting is easy to understand. In summary, it's, Prince Wuyong told his prophecy to the ministers in the imperial palace. Once the volcano erupts, the consequences will be incomparably serious. It will be a disaster for the Wuyong country. The country's territory won't be enough because the volcano is located in the center, and the important cities will definitely disappear. So how should we solve this? Hua Qing said, "If our own territory isn't enough, we'll go and occupy other people's territory." Xia Lian said, "That's right." So, the ministers proposed to expand the territory and attack the neighboring countries. However, Prince Wuyong didn't agree to do so. So, his right hand made a gesture of rejection. After understanding the first mural, everyone came to the front of the second mural. The color of this mural was much darker than the other two, perhaps because it depicted the scene of slaughter on the battlefield. On the battlefield below, blood flowed like a river as the soldiers of both sides fought fiercely. Xia Lian could tell which side was the Wuyong country's soldier because their armor was the same as the generals in the previous mural. The Wuyong soldiers looked extremely fierce, trampling the enemy's heads under their feet and lifting the corpses on their halberds. They killed until the flesh of their arms and thighs flew everywhere. It was bloody and cruel. There were also soldiers who laughed sinisterly as they stretched out their hands towards the huddled children and women. It was enough to show the horror of war. Dark clouds covered the battlefield, but there was a sliver of white light within the dark clouds. Prince Wuyong stuck half his body out from the clouds and looked down at the scene below. He seemed to be somewhat angry, and he stretched out his hand, releasing many rays of golden light. Wherever the golden light went, the Wuyong soldiers would be collected. The meaning of this mural was a little easier to understand than the previous one. Xia Lian looked for a while, then softly said, "It seems that the generals and ministers did not listen to His Highness the Crown Prince's advice and still sent troops to attack the neighboring country. The soldiers killed too many people and bullied the old, weak, women, and children of other countries." When the Crown Prince found out about this, he was very angry and once again intervened to stop the Wuyong soldiers' atrocities. When Pei Ming heard this, she softly said, "It's touching. But to be honest, if a country must be plunged into misery and suffering, there's nothing wrong with choosing to protect one's own country. The officers and soldiers charge and break through enemy lines. If they don't get hacked to death on the battlefield, they might first be angered to death by His Highness the Crown Prince. I don't want to fight for this kind of monarch." Xia Lian laughed a few times and said a little helplessly, "What General Pei said, makes sense." Hua Qing slightly sneered. Pei Ming said, "So, the volcano is about to erupt. What does His Highness the Crown Prince plan to do? He can't just let his own people wait for death." Xia Lian said, "Let's look at the third mural. It should be able to be solved." Everyone finally arrived in front of the last mural. This mural formed a strong contrast with the colors of the previous one. Once again, it became extremely bright and was sprinkled with holy light. However, when Xia Lian saw it for the first time, his heart trembled and his eyes widened. When Pei Ming saw it, she said, "Heavens, is this the idea that Prince Wuyong came up with? Ha, he's really got guts. I admire him." On the third mural, the bottom part was the Wuyong country. The Wuyong River meandered across the land, and the Crown Prince and the 4 guardian deities were also on the mural. However, this wasn't the main point. The most eye-catching part of the whole mural was a bridge at the center. A gigantic bridge shining with white light was supported by the combined efforts of Prince Wuyong and his 4 guardian deities. The people on the ground were currently rushing towards the bridge with faces full of smiles. Chapter 166. Xia Lian couldn't help but be stunned. Pei Ming said, "That works too." Hua Qing said, "Why not?" The few of them looked at him. Hua Qing said, "Isn't it just to send mortals to the sky? He just needs to temporarily send the Wuyong people near the imperial city to the sky. When the volcano erupts after the dust settles, why not put them back?" Pei Ming said, "Don't make it sound so easy. It's not like you don't know that summoning generals also consumes magic power. How many people does he need to summon? Summoning generals was actually using one's own magic power to raise the mortals that were summoned for one's own use. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions, wouldn't the heavenly officials try their best to summon people to the sky? The emperor might as well summon all the civil and military officials in the court. The general might as well summon his entire army." Hua Qing said, "Judging from the ruins left behind, the entire Wuyong country has about 100,000 people. There are only a few tens of thousands near the imperial city." Xia Lian said in a low voice, "Although it's difficult but we can barely fight, it might not work." Pei Ming said, "Even if there are tens of thousands of people, no heavenly official has ever dared to summon so many. If that's the case, it's hard to say if his courage is praiseworthy or extremely stupid. It can be said that there is no one who can surpass him in the future." Xia Lian looked at the bridge on the mural, unable to take his eyes off it. The faces of the white-robed crown prince and the 4 heavenly protectors were in his eyes. The more he looked, the more it looked like his own and the 4 imperial tutors' faces. He thought of the appearance of Inghui guarding the heart. This story that seemed to be repeating itself made him impatient to know what would happen next. However, he felt like he already knew. He didn't dare to look at the mural again. He turned his head and said, "Did you find water?" Half Moon dragged Pei Su and said, that brother went to look for it. She was talking about the guiding jade. Xia Lian looked at Pei Su, who had his eyes closed. After a moment of silence, he said, I think we should go to the copper furnace next. General Pei should stay here. Pei Su was in human form after all, and there were many inconveniences. Moreover, they didn't know what was waiting for them ahead. Pei Ming squatted down and looked at Pei Su. All right, I agree. However, Your Highness, please do not tell him the reason when you are in front of him. This child will understand. I'll talk to him about this. Xia Lian said, General Pei, don't worry. I know about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it before he woke up. After all, Pei Su was once a young martial god of the heavenly court with a bright future ahead of him. If he was to be placed here because he couldn't keep up with the team, he would definitely feel bad. However, if one did something wrong, he would have to accept the punishment. This was the taste of exile, so he could only endure it. The few of them stayed in the shrine and discussed for a while. Xia Lian curiously asked, where's the guiding jade? Why hasn't he returned after so long? Haven't you found any water? Hua Cheng, on the other hand, was staring at the few dead spirit butterflies resting on his fingertips. Those silver butterflies had just been put to great use, and now, they had returned to him and were accumulating energy. He raised his head slightly and said, it won't take that long. Xia Lian became vigilant. Standing up, he said, I'll go take a look. General Pei will stay here and watch, and San Lang will come with me. Of course she would be with him. Thus, Xia Lian left Ruoxia behind and had it form a protective circle. The two of them left the shrine and walked deeper into the underground city. Along the way, there were quite a few houses and messy things. Xia Lian picked up a jar that looked quite pleasing to the eye. Hua Cheng seemed to find it funny and asked, why did you pick this up? Xia Lian said, in a moment, if we find water, we can bring some back for little General Pei. After all, he was used to collecting junk. He couldn't help but pat the jar in his hand and said, speaking of which, this is a 1,000-year-old antique. Hua Cheng laughed out loud and said, if you like this kind of thing, you can come to my place later. I also have a few. You can take a look and see if there's anything you like. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two of them could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Not long after, Xia Lian said, it's here. Sure enough, there was an underground river underneath. Xia Lian placed the jar he picked up into the water and vigorously washed it. The 1,000-year-old dirt and grime had already condensed into a thick shell. It couldn't be washed off, but brushing off the dust on the surface was enough to make do with it. He filled the jar with water and lowered his head. Just as he was about to drink a mouthful, Hua Cheng, who had been carefully observing the surroundings, turned his head and saw him. He said, don't drink. Xia Lian had already moved his face closer to the jar. When he heard him stop him, he doubtfully asked, what? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, it's so hot. There were only the two of them present, so where did this third voice come from? Xia Lian subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. Unexpectedly, that voice was coming from the jar in his hand. He suddenly lowered his head and saw a pair of extremely small scarlet dots hiding in the water, staring at him. No matter how he looked at it, it was still a pair of eyes. Could it be that there was someone hiding inside? The moment he locked eyes with this pair of eyes, that thing fiercely rushed towards Xia Lian's face. With a splashing sound, Xia Lian's eyes and hands were quick. He immediately threw the jar several meters away, causing it to crash into the wall. Clang! With a sound, the 1,000-year-old antique was smashed open, and the thing hidden inside fell to the ground, instantly scuttling into the darkness. In his haste, Xia Lian didn't see it clearly. He only felt that it was a large lump of black stuff. He asked, what is that? Hua Cheng blocked in front of him. Xia Lian gloomily said, there wasn't this thing in the jar from before, right? And why did it say, so hot? Shouldn't it be very cold in that water? Hua Qing replied, no, it specially swam in from the water. There are often groups of things swimming in this underground river, so don't tell Big Brother to drink this water. Xia Lian thought to himself, then I'll let little General Pei drink as he pleases. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and shouted, who is it? In that instant, he heard someone cough in the distance. That definitely wasn't an illusion, so he immediately went on full alert. Not long after, a wave of whispers spread out like a tide. Around the two of them, pairs of red dots lit up one after another, surrounding them in the center. Hua Qing said, don't worry. It's not a person. Xia Lian thought to himself, there's no need to worry if it's not a person. Listening carefully to those whispers, he could distinguish what those people were saying. Cough cough cough, it's so hot, it's scalding me to death, woo woo woo, I'm going to suffocate to death. Is there anyone here? I can't move, I can't move. Although these voices were soft, they were clear and painful. They were like tiny ants that continuously drilled into people's ears. Xia Lian was just about to place his hand on her heart when he suddenly heard a mournful voice cry out, Your Highness the Crown Prince, where's His Highness the Crown Prince? Save me, ah. Hearing the last sentence, Xia Lian felt his blood run cold. For a moment, he felt as if this voice was calling out to him. Then, with a wave of Hua Cheng's hand, thousands of dead spirit butterflies suddenly spread out and pounced towards those pair of red glowing eyes. The silver light of the silver butterflies illuminated the countless things that were whispering in the darkness. As expected, they weren't people. They were actually rats. Hua Qing pulled him along and said, I said before, there are a lot of rats here. Let's go. As Xia Lian walked, he asked in astonishment, are those rats? Why do I think they look more like cats? Indeed, those rats were all larger than kittens. Their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black fur that resembled steel needles. In the darkness, their small red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Many of them climbed up the walls and stared at them. Their mouths even spoke the human language. It was extremely strange. After the silver butterflies pounced on them, they began to fight at close quarters. Red and silver lights crisscrossed and flashed chaotically. Although they couldn't see the battle clearly, they knew it was extremely fierce and cruel. Xia Lian said, the guiding jade couldn't have been dragged somewhere by them, right? Hua Qing said, it shouldn't be that useless. It should have been held back by something else. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Xia Lian slightly relaxed. However, the second half of the sentence made him worried again. He said, it's fine if the rats are this big, but why are there so many of them? What did they eat to grow so big? Hua Qing said, it's simple. Naturally, it's the dead. These are all corpse-eating rats. It turned out that when this city was covered in volcanic ash, humans, cows, horses, sheep, and other large livestock had nowhere to hide. However, the rats had burrowed deep underground. Relying on the air and stored food in the depths of the cave, they were able to survive. After the dust settled, they once again burrowed out of the cave and ran around the city that had already turned into hell, looking for food. However, everything was destroyed. It was either buried in magma or covered in volcanic ash. The rats gnawed on a lot of things, and even after a long time, they couldn't find any food. Until one day, they smelled a rotting smell. The rotting smell came from those human-shaped petrified statues. Some of the corpses were wrapped in volcanic ash shells. The shells were relatively thin, so they began to rot. A strange smell wafted out, and corpse water flowed out. Thus, the hungry rats circled around the petrified statues. They bit a small hole in the surface of the stone statues and drilled in through this hole to eat the corpses inside. The lowliest things were often the easiest to survive. The corpses of the dead were wrapped in fossils. Their fear, anger, unwillingness, and other strong emotions were also wrapped in the fossils. The rats ate the corpses and ate these emotions as well. They began to speak the human language, saying what they wanted to say but couldn't say at the moment before they died. Xia Lian suddenly said, so that's why they said those words. I was wondering why they said those words. Unexpectedly, Hua Qing suddenly said, "What did you say?" Xia Lian was startled and said, "What did I say?" Hua Qing stared at him and said, "What did they say? What did you hear?" Xia Lian said strangely, "Didn't you hear, San Lang? It's so hot, suffocating, I can't move, save me," and so on. However, before Hua Qing could reply, he came to his senses. That's not right. Those corpse-eating rats were repeating the ravings of the Wuyong people before they died. Naturally, it was the Wuyong language. Chapter 167. Hua Qing learned the Wuyong language based on his own deduction ability. He could decipher the meaning of the words. But because there were no survivors who read the words to him, he couldn't match the sounds with the words. That was why he could not understand the mutterings of the rats. But Xia Lian, who had never been to Mount Bronze Furnace, understood. What did this mean? Hua Qing knew what he was thinking with one look. He immediately said, "Brother, don't be nervous. I'll repeat those words again. Listen to them." Xia Lian said. "Okay." Hua Qing had a good memory. As soon as he left the place where the rats gathered, he immediately repeated it clearly. Xia Lian stared at his lips. He heard a string of strange sounds that were neither fast nor slow. This string of strange words was spoken with an ancient charm. It came out of Hua Qing's mouth. The voice was deep and beautiful. It was very pleasant to listen to. After a moment, Xia Lian said, "I don't understand." This was very strange. He could understand the human language of the rats. But right now, Hua Qing was repeating it exactly, but he couldn't understand it. But the moment he understood, it couldn't have been an illusion. Hua Qing continued, "Just now, when you heard those sounds, you understood it instantly and naturally, right?" Xia Lian said, "Yes. At that time, my mind didn't go through the process of translation. That was why he didn't realize it was another language." Hua Qing crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "I understand." Xia Lian asked, "What do you understand?" Hua Qing said, "What you understood wasn't the Wuyong language, but the emotions of the dead." Xia Lian seemed to understand. Hua Qing continued, "That is to say, a long time ago, someone heard the voices of the dead, understood them, and remembered them. Then, unknowingly, they implanted this memory into you and used this emotion to infect you. Because that person understood the Wuyong language, he had already understood it. So, you don't need to understand the Wuyong language at all. These voices have always been hidden in the depths of your mind. The moment you hear them, you can be directly brought into that emotion." Xia Lian felt that this was possible, so he said, "But the problem is, who passed these memories and emotions to me? And when did you pass it on to me?" Pausing for a moment, he muttered, "Imperial Preceptor." However, Hua Qing said, "Not yet. Brother, you are already assuming that your master is from Wuyong. But have you ever thought of a problem? If that's the case, then why didn't they use the Wuyong language to communicate in the mountain monster's stomach?" This wasn't hard to explain. Xia Lian explained, because the Wuyong kingdom was destroyed 2,000 years ago. In other words, in the last 2,000 years, if they really had been active in the world, they would have used the language of their descendants. When we communicate, we will naturally use the language we are more familiar with. Hua Qing hugged his shoulder and said in a more serious tone, "Brother, don't always lead yourself in that direction." Only then did Xia Lian turn around and say, "Good. Then, San Lang, what are the requirements to transfer certain memories and emotions to someone else?" Hua Qing said, "2 conditions. First, you must have absolute trust in this person and not put up any defenses. Furthermore, if necessary, you must be willing to be guided by this person." After thinking for a moment, Xia Lian had a candidate in mind. Hua Qing continued, "Second, you have no power to resist this person. You will be completely suppressed by the other party and you will have a deep fear of the other party. Brother, think about it carefully. In these past few years, among the people you know, who fits these two conditions? Xia Lian thought for a moment and hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, there are three. Hua Qing said, okay, which three? Xia Lian said, the first is the imperial preceptor. Although he deeply loved his parents and didn't put up any defenses, deep in his heart, he didn't walk the same path as his father. Therefore, he couldn't say he was willing to be guided by his father. However, the imperial preceptor who introduced him and taught him everything met this condition. This was within his expectations. Hua Qing said, then, the second one. Xia Lian said, Jun Wu. He greatly admired Jun Wu. Needless to say, he also met the first condition. Hua Cheng's expression didn't seem to agree, but he didn't make any comments. He asked, what about the last one? Xia Lian said, the third one doesn't meet the first condition. Instead, it meets the second. Hua Qing understood. He said in a low voice. By Wuxiang. Xia Lian closed his eyes and nodded. He rubbed his forehead with one hand and said, I won't hide it from you. Although in everyone's eyes, I don't seem to have ever revealed this. Even when facing Feng Xian and Mu Qing, I didn't say anything disheartening, I actually. But in reality, deep in his heart, he deeply feared this thing. For a period of time, he even reached the point where he would tremble incessantly when he heard this name. However, Xia Lian never dared to let anyone see a trace of it. That was because he was the only hope to resist by Wuxiang. If even he was afraid, wouldn't others be even more desperate? If that happened, then everything would be completely destroyed. Of course, everything was much better now. Hua Qing hugged his shoulder even tighter and said, it's fine. Being afraid of something isn't shameful. Xia Lian smiled and said, it's just that I'm not brave enough. However, Hua Qing said, if there's no such thing as fear, then there's no such thing as courage. You don't have to be so harsh on yourself. Hearing this, Xia Lian was slightly startled. Hua Qing then said, so, there are only these three people. Xia Lian nodded. In other words, the person who instilled him with the memories and emotions of the Wu Yong people during the volcanic eruption was one of these three. Hua Qing looked pensive and slightly frowned. Xia Lian was silent for a while, then suddenly said, more than that. Hua Qing turned his head and said, what? Xia Lian took a light breath and said, actually, it's not just these three people. There's a fourth person. This person fulfills the first condition. However, he definitely has nothing to do with the memories and emotions of the deceased. Hearing this, Hua Qing completely turned around and said, oh? How can you be so sure? Your Highness also has a deep friendship with this person for many years? Xia Lian thought that many years didn't count, but deep friendship, he thought it counted. However, he was embarrassed to say this, so he vaguely said, in any case, he's probably the person I trust the most. I trust him more than my master and Jun Wu. Hua Qing said, how does this count? Xia Lian coughed lightly and said a little embarrassedly, I'm ashamed to say this. That's because, if I commit some monstrous mistake or make some earth-shattering mess, the first person I'll think of will definitely be him. Moreover, it's a different kind of trust that I have for my master and the emperor. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Hua Cheng's expression was a little strange. He stopped talking and hesitated for a moment. San Lang. Only then did Hua Qing return to his senses. Raising his eyebrows, he said, oh, nothing. I was thinking about something else just now. Does your Highness really trust this person that much? Although he usually raised his eyebrows in satisfaction or teasing, this raised eyebrow wasn't very natural. Xia Lian nodded and said, yes, is there a problem? Hua Qing slightly lowered his head and adjusted the silver wristband on his cuffs. Pretending to be careless, he said, there's no big problem. However, my personal opinion. Brother, it's best if you don't trust others so easily. Hearing him say this, Xia Lian wasn't sure if Hua Qing understood who he was talking about. However, he didn't dare to reveal it further. He just said, "Oh." After pausing for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, aren't you going to ask who this person is?" Hua Qing said, Me? Since brother said that you trust him and firmly believe that he has nothing to do with this matter, then there's no need to ask. Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Immediately after, Hua Qing said, "However, if brother is willing to tell me, San Lang is willing to listen." Although his words sounded appropriate, if Xia Lian followed along and told him now, it would be a little awkward. It would be as if Xia Lian was asking him who he trusted the most. Xia Lian couldn't tell if it was just polite words or if it really didn't matter. Just at this moment, the necrotic butterflies that had just torn flesh and blood from the corpse-eating rats flew back. After experiencing a fierce battle, the silver butterflies were flying a little low, as if they were slightly tired. Xia Lian hurriedly went forward and reached out to catch an especially slender little silver butterfly. He said, "You've worked hard." As soon as he reached out, the butterflies slowed down in the air. In the next moment, as if they smelled something delicious, they crazily pounced towards him. Xia Lian held the little silver butterfly in his hands and was almost stunned. Hua Qing coughed lightly. The butterflies froze again and obediently flew towards him. They landed on the silver bracer on his arm and fused with the silver butterfly engravings on it. The two of them continued to search for the guiding jade. After walking for a while, Hua Qing suddenly said, "It can't be Feng Xian, right?" Xia Lian had already started thinking about other things. Hearing this, he was startled and said, "Ah." "What?" Hua Qing said, "The person that brother was talking about." Xia Lian immediately waved his hand and said, "Of course not." Hua Cheng's eyebrows twitched. He said, "It can't be Mu Qing either." A drop of cold sweat dripped down Xia Lian's forehead. He waved his hands even faster and said, "That's even more impossible." However, why did San Lang suddenly ask about it now? Hua Qing smiled and said, "I thought about it and suddenly felt that the fourth person was the most suspicious. So, just in case, can I ask brother to tell me who your most trusted friend of many years is?" Xia Lian looked at the smile on his face and had an intuition that this smile was very fake. Just as he took a deep breath and was about to speak, the faint silver light on the bodies of the scouting silver butterflies suddenly disappeared. Their surroundings fell into darkness. Hua Qing quickly took Xia Lian's hand and flashed to the side of the street. Xia Lian sensed that something was wrong and said in a low voice, "San Lang, is there something coming?" Although he suddenly fell into darkness and couldn't see, he still followed Hua Cheng's footsteps and accurately flipped into a house to hide. Hua Cheng's voice sounded in his ear, "It's coming." In the darkness, an extremely strange sound suddenly rang out. Thump, thump, thump. Although it was still very far away, each sound was extremely heavy. With each sound, the sound came closer by a large distance. The speed was astonishing. Xia Lian felt that this sound was inexplicably familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere before. When the sound was not far away, he looked out. As expected. On the main street of the underground city, a girl wearing a wedding dress appeared. Although the girl was wearing a wedding dress, her clothes were tattered and looked mournful and gloomy. Although she had a long face and a proud and beautiful face, there was not a trace of life in it. On top of her head was a faint green ghost fire, which made her pale face look even greener. She was holding a child in her arms. His face was also deathly pale, but he was still much more alive than her. It was obviously a living person. Hua Qing said, "I meet an old friend again." Chapter 168. They actually came to Mount Bronze Cauldron. Xia Lian said, "Gu Zi is here. Is Qi Rong here too?" Hua Qing said, "Look at the green light on top of her head. There's no doubt about it." Gu Zi seemed to be a little afraid of Xian Ji and didn't dare to move in her arms. But maybe it was because Xian Ji's cold body was really uncomfortable, so he quietly twisted twice. Xian Ji said, "Don't move." As soon as she opened her mouth, the muscles on her face became more and more distorted under the illumination of the green will-o'-the-wisp. Will-o'-the-wisp was also one of the symbols of ghosts. This taste was really terrible. Xiao Lian felt that any female ghost with normal taste and who cared about her image would refuse to put such a green will-o'-the-wisp on her head. Needless to say, Qi Rong must have asked her to wear it. The green fire and the red dress formed a very visually impactful scene. This was even more frustrating than the sect leader forcing the disciples to wear the incomparably ugly school uniform. Guzi said with tears in his eyes, "Sister, I drank that water. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Water? Xiao Lian couldn't help but sweat. That underground water was something that corpse-eating rats swam in groups. Although it wasn't to the extent of being poisoned, children's resistance was weak. If they drank it, they might have diarrhea. Xian Ji didn't seem to be the type to like children. She didn't have much patience with him. She said, "Bear with it. We're already on our way back." Their backs melted into the darkness in front of them. Without saying another word, Xiao Lian and Hua Qing quietly followed. Not long after, they followed Xian Ji. After a few turns, they turned into another street. At the end of the street, there was an exceptionally gorgeous house with voices coming from inside. This must be their destination. Xiao Lian and Hua Qing hid in the dark and rushed to the roof of the house. They looked down through the cracks. Sure enough, Qi Rong was sitting in the middle of the hall of the mansion. He moved more than 10 stone people over and had their heads facing him. Because these stone people were all lying on the ground, it looked like they were prostrating themselves on the ground. As he enjoyed the worship, he happily gnawed on a bloody arm. There were 5 or 6 farmers sitting in the corner. One of them had his head lowered as if he didn't exist. It was Inu. He was indeed intercepted by Qi Rong. Although none of them were bound by ropes, there was a green will-o'-the-wisp hovering above their heads. Upon closer inspection, those balls of willow-wisps were different from the ones on Xian Ji's head for ornamental purposes. They actually had facial features, and their eyes looked down with a sinister expression, as if they were evil little men closely monitoring the people below. Xiao Lian whispered, "There's something strange about that fire." Hua Qing said, "That's Qi Rong's ghost fire lock. After being stared at by the fire, if you dare to escape, they will scream loudly. As long as you activate the incantation, the hostage will be burned to death in an instant." Qi Rong was gnawing on his hand with relish when he suddenly heard Xian Ji's voice from outside, "Darren, I am back." He threw his hand away and wiped the blood from his mouth. Xiao Lian was slightly surprised. What kind of action was this? Afraid of being seen? There was actually a day when Qi Rong was embarrassed to let others see his table manners. Before Xian Ji came in, she put down the grains first. Gu Zi rushed in and ran to the front of Qi Rong. He pointed at him and shouted, "Father is secretly eating something bad again." Qi Rong said, "No." However, Gu Zi said, "I smelled it. If you eat it, your breath will stink." Qi Rong blew on his hand a few times. He must have smelled the blood in his mouth. Unable to deny it, he became angry and said, "Damn it. Xian Ji. Why did you suddenly bring him back? Didn't I tell you to bring him out to wander around a bit while I was eating?" Xian Ji quietly walked in and said, after he drank the water, he complained that his stomach wasn't feeling well, so I brought him back first. "Darren, please don't let me take care of children anymore. I also don't know how to deal with him." Qi Rong glared and criticized, "What? Aren't you a female ghost? How could a female ghost not like to take care of children? You are not qualified." Xian Ji said, "This isn't even my own child." Gu Zi grabbed the hem of Qi Rong's clothes and said, "Father, don't eat those things anymore, it's not good." Qi Rong was annoyed by him and scolded, "Get out, get out, get out. Don't be a nuisance here, a child is trying to control an adult. Go out and play by yourself." Gu Zi could only go out to play in the mud. Before he left, he looked at the person in the corner of the house. After he left, Xianji said, Darren, I really don't understand. If you think this child is troublesome, why did you bring him along? Along the way, he ate, drank, cried and fell sick. If it wasn't for the mountain monsters that gave us a lift, I'm afraid he would still be burdened now. Qi Rong chuckled and said, since my cheap son insists on calling me father, then let him. Bah, nonsense, of course it's because I want to eat this little idiot. Such a young child's flesh is fresh and tender. It's delicious even without seasoning. He. Xianji said, then why hasn't Darren eaten yet? Qi Rong's eyes glowed green and said, you don't understand. Fatten him up before killing him. The best is left for last. Besides, we still have so much food stored, there's no hurry. Speaking of food stored, Xianji stared at the jade and said, I think this newly captured person is very suspicious, very suspicious. Darren, have you found out where he came from? With Qi Rong's hatred towards Hua Cheng, if he knew that the jade was Hua Cheng's subordinate, wouldn't he be the first to eat him? However, he heard Qi Rong say, I've asked clearly. This kid also came with Master Rain to help. Not having a prominent presence and personality was sometimes a good thing. Normal people wouldn't associate Inu and Blood Rain Tanhua together. It seemed that Inu had successfully fabricated a lie to cover up his identity. Xia Lian heaved a sigh of relief. Xianji's expression changed, Master Rain has already chased him here. Qi Rong said, no. This kid is the same as us, he accidentally found this underground city. Master Rain hasn't found us yet. Damn it. He suddenly cursed, why is this Master Rain so difficult to deal with? He chased us all the way here and forced us to hide underground. Didn't he just catch a few farmers from this broken village and eat them? Is there a need to be so petty? And he's even a heavenly judge. I knew that none of the heavenly judges in the heavenly court are good. Narrow-minded. He was always so self-righteous. First, he caught the farmers, then he blamed them for being narrow-minded and not giving him more to eat. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel his hands itch when he heard this. Xianji said, then should we let these people go? Qi Rong felt that this was very embarrassing. He glared at her and said, no. I've already eaten half of it. It's useless even if we put the other half back. We've already formed a grudge. Either we don't snatch it from the start, or we eat it all. If you push me too far, I'll burn them all down. None of them will have an easy time. Xianji said, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Master Rain's personality wasn't like this in the past. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone can be bullied. I thought that even if the people from Master Rain's village were robbed, they would swallow their anger and not dare to make a sound. Who knew that I would get into such big trouble that I can't even get rid of? Xianji actually knew Master Rain and didn't seem to think highly of him. It seemed that they had known each other since they were young. Thinking of all the legends, Xia Lian whispered, could it be that Xianji is a general of Master Rain's country? Hua Qing said, brother guessed correctly. That's right. Xia Lian said doubtfully, but that's not right. Master Rain is a descendant of Master Rain's royal family. His status is noble. Xianji is just a general, a lowly official. How could he dare to look down on someone from the royal family? And he even said that everyone can be bullied. At this time, Qi Rong said, who cares if he's a Master Rain or a Master Dog? When this Ghost King enters the copper furnace and successfully cultivates, I'll be born in an earth-shattering manner. Everyone in the world will kneel at my feet and eat the mud at my feet. When that time comes, I'll tear down the Ghost City and sink Blackwater Island. Even Junwu will have to give me face and be polite to me, ha 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 ha. Listening to him boasting and imagining the limitless future, Xia Lian didn't feel anything but want to laugh. Hua Qing didn't even have the interest to laugh. Qi Rong said to Xianji, when that time comes, I'll cut off Pei Ming's penis for you to play with. He can only be your slave. Hearing that name, Xianji clenched his fingers. A trace of anger appeared on his pale face as he said, no need. As long as you promise to hand him over to me, Xianji will be extremely grateful. When it didn't involve Pei Ming, Xianji looked like a normal female ghost. However, when it came to General Pei, Xia Lian saw the shadow of that crazy female ghost from Mount Yujun. She actually placed such an absurd hope on Qi Rong. It could only be explained with love making one dizzy. Xia Lian raised his head and said, San Lang, the Yin Jade and these farmers are in Qi Rong's hands. What should we do? Of course, they could directly go in and violently beat up Qi Rong and Xianji. However, those farmers and the Yin Jade were hostages. Qi Rong was a scoundrel. If they hit him and he burned someone to death with a punch, they would be the ones to be passive. If it really was as he said, he might burn them all. Hua Qing calmly said, Qi Rong's ghost fire lock has a password. First, think of a way to get the password to unlock it. Xia Lian said, who's going to do it? How? We definitely don't have a way. Just as he finished asking, the two people's gazes coincidentally fell on Gu Zi, who was playing in the mud outside the house. After pausing for a moment, Xia Lian said, that won't do. It's too dangerous. Qi Rong originally wanted to eat Gu Zi. What if he sees some clues? However, Hua Qing said, with that brain of his, it doesn't matter if he can see anything. If he wants to make a move on this child, we can just save the child first. Gidge, why don't you worry? This child has been by Qi Rong's side for so long. Has he been assimilated by him? Has his mind become abnormal? Xia Lian said, judging from Gu Zi's reaction just now, it shouldn't be. Then, why don't we give it a try? Thus, Hua Qing spread open his 5 fingers. An exceptionally small silver butterfly flew out from his palm and leisurely flew downwards. Qi Rong and Xianji continued to talk inside the house while Gu Zi sat on the ground outside and drew a picture. He drew an adult who was holding on to a little person. Suddenly, he saw a butterfly whose entire body was emitting a faint silver light fly over. In an instant, he raised his head and widened his eyes. Just as he was about to cry out, he heard the silver butterfly let out a soft human voice. Gu Zi, don't speak. If you speak, I'll disappear. It's me. Do you still remember me? If Gu Zi continued to shout, Hua Qing would have the silver butterfly use its light to confuse his mind. However, Gu Zi covered his mouth. Sure enough, he was obedient. In a small voice, he said, I remember. It's the voice of the rag and bone collector, Gidge. Xia Lian said, ha ha ha, your memory is really good. Yes, that's right, it's me, the rag and bone collector. Quietly come over to the side. Don't let your father find out.